Chapter 1 The Cruelty of the World. Yet there is hope. Why must the world be so cruel tome? Have I done something wrong? In the horror game dungeon Thuong family haunted house, before the master of the ghosts, Cao Fei, firm liar strained with the ghost servants, recall it the profound physical and mental torment inflicted upon him by his ex-wife's family of beasts, causing him to spew mouth fuel of blood and rage. Just moments ago, the beautiful ghostly housekeeper, resembling a mesmerizing Medisod Hosserpent Stalandea man form, proposed players may elect Tony individual to service the Lord's blood sacrifice, while if their remaining players would be exempt from today's labyrinth receive 50 ghost coins. The election rules dictated that a player would point to Somiana te wished to nominate the individual with the most votus would becca anesthetic. Cao Fei immediately pointed at Zhang Yi, the Brotherify's ex-wife, and excited Liorjeta's good friend, Lao Lu, quickly point to him. Ha harbored deep-seated vendetta against it. After traversing to Blue Star, Cao initially felt that life was slightly better than in his previous existence. Event Hoff had found himself in a Chinatown in a nation famous for its pickled vegetables. Despite the fact that this Blue Star had endured 5 catastrophic nuclear wars, rendering many regions inhabitable, leading nations to evolve into combination soft surface shelters and underground cities, Cao Fei was buzzed with adoptive parents wo cherished to man long-time girlfriend, Zhang Yan. Upon graduating from university, the couple added Thiknat and were a diligent saving for a home. Cao Fei's adoptive parent Shad Scrimpadan saved foremost off their lives sambarad a significant amount of money to help them accumulate 2 million Blue Star coins. They had even Casaneas together. Just as they were on the verge of making the payment, misfortune struck. While Cao Fei slept, Zhang Yan stealthily transferred all the money from Misker to her brother. Faced with Cao Fei's disbelief and fury, she expressed it in tough regret but stated with an air of justification, "My brother Zhang Yao sa great deal of money as his sister, Imis Thelpham. We can discuss tea house later." Noticing Cao Fei's desire to reclaim the funds, shed, them in a hassle ready being sent to Thelander under the Sanchin group, and it cannot be retrieved. In the end, Shunabashadly remarked, "Y'all of Masomic surely understand our sibling bond, right?" Upon hearing tis dreadful news, Cao Fei's adoptive parents, already frail duetto heart conditions, succumbed to theshuk. Cao Fei shared her Nedwhitey overnight. Just as she contemplated some extreme blood measures, the horror game suddenly descended, commencing Jitsupembita, where each player had 3 lives. In the first dungeon, Cao Fei found himself entangled with Zhang Yan and her brother, Zhang Yan. At the start, Cao Fei was devising a plan for revenge when Zhang Yi reckless like a thimself and ta troubling wasto be executed with egos lipolis, on the for Zhang Yi's father, Zhang Daqiang, Tofel Celiacus Cao Fei instead. Cao Fei was nomage for a pack of vicious dogs, and Thushu was scareless lice lane with the ghostly officers. In the second dungeon, Cao Fei was in sea gainrandom le paired with Zhang Yi. Disregarding everything, he lunged at Zhang Yi in a frenzied attack. Unfortunately, within that dungeon were a group of Zhang Yi's acquaintances, and Cao Fei was be attended to death. Now, in this dungeon, Zhang Yi had forcibly summoned Cao Fei. If Cao Fei were a topper shagan, he would meet thighs and in reality as well. Seeing his good friend Lu Fan hesitating, Cao Fei shouted, "Lao Lu," quickly point to him. Before Lu Fan could react, Zhang Yi pointed at Cao Fei, his visconter to Malis, and roared, "This person hastenly own life left shootity here. He will buter lilist in reality, the suitable toe-taker of enginous." Everyone point to him. It's 50 ghost coins, and 1 thavdo workdo day would a tremendous benefit. Zhang Yedid, "My buddy Isamid Lavelli Drner Shelter Sanching Group of Fire, you're not afraid of Frida Liatushin, just point at him." The crowd's gaze flickered. To Cao Fei's disbelief, his good friend Lalai was the second person after Zhang Yedo point at them. "Old Cao, just Godi, Lu Fan Loretta shed, unable toe-face Cao Fei. I fi outie, I want thavdo pay you back that 150,000. Following suit, others, harboring the mentality of better youth than May, pointed at Cao Fei. Ultimately, apart from arid hair die out with his chance and his buckets were remained still, the Aethere direct at their fingers at Cao Fei. Thus, he ways escort head with Egos le housekeeper anaren to Rajato Theodore of Tegos li lord. Bring the blood sacrifice inside. Upon hearing the master's voice, the ghost le housekeeper waved her hand, commanding, "Take him in." Remember, when letting him bleed, he must remain conscious it will enhance the effect. Understood? Understood. That wa ghost le servants responded in unison, then proceeded to lead Cao Fei into the room. Cao Fei felt an overwhelming chill, devoid of hope. His light hot was to ensure a thought. Upon death, he would transform into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution from Zhang Yin's insufferable family. At that moment, Cao Fei blinked in disbelief. He was elated. For before him appeared severely off text. Please select a shadow wish to employ at his dungeon only on Conbeckison. Cheat when your master has arrived. When you shout your master has arrived at a ghost, they target will become your servant with 100 loyalty. Usable 3 times. Cheat 2 Demonist transformation. You're a lord of female beings. This great lie amplified. They will fervent lit as a redeposit. Cheat 3 strong and sturdy. Your physical condition is restored to 100, and door combat power rise increase be 100. Without hesitation, Cao Fei chose cheat when your master has arrived. Their race and was implet Hesco Peef. This dungeon was confined to this grand estate. The master he was about to encounter was undoubtedly one of the major bosses. If he could convert the master into servant, wouldn't have been stoppable? In comparison, cheats 2 and 3 pallid insignificance. For instance, cheat 3 would mere liar store his frail body to a slight liless frail state. He would still be weak of flitilius. Creak. Thedo or swung a pin, and Cao Fei held an elderly figure seated in a blood-red coffin, clad in black robes, with a pallid complexion and a gaunt frame. Yet, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming concentration of ghostly power emanating from him. Surrounding him were 3 inner jeerings composed often said ghostly power. Having in some Megaminge experience, Cao Fei immediately deduced that thys weighs a 30-year great ghost. In the horror game, every levels corresponded to what year. Second tier note as minor ghosts, third and fourth tiers denote great ghosts, fifth and sixth tiers denote fierce ghosts, while seventh totem tiers correspond to oscanerals, and so forth. Up in reaching the first tier, each subsequent tier would manifest as a ghost layering. Human players are similarly categorized, referred to as Steyr Ghost Masters. Without further ado, Cao Fei exclaimed at the ghost lord with astonishing speed, "Your master has arrived." Instantly, that was servants restraining Cao Fei were taken ack. There were red in fury, "You audacious little." Before the ghost lie servants could finish their threats, the imposing, expressionless ghost lord suddenly changed his demeanor, extending hands toward Cao Fei. His hands transformed into Wathic, elongated tentacles, puncturing the body of Tetwo servants so neither side of Cao Fei. Ah! Roar! That wo first year ghostless servants full live fellas in an instant. Humph, trollatuan creatures. The ghost lord sneered ominously. Immediately, a sycophantic expression overtook his face. With a flattering demeanor, he swiftly appeared before Cao Fei, kneeling and saying, "Master, I did not expect the hour rare of a lightest strolly and honor." The female penny host housekeeper was left astounded. What was happening? The human was to be offer a day's blood sacrifice had turned out to the master of T-Lord. What kind of performance was these? She was so shocked that she flipped head down onto her ample tail, hair on scold and elegant face announcing it with a hint of despair. Chapter 2 The Ghost Lord's Offering. The brother-in-law's dismay gazing at the imposing tertiary great ghost kneeling at his feet. Cao Fei fultillated all right. Lao Wang humorize. Cao Fei was aware thought the ghost lord's name was Wang Xiangrui. In formation had leaned from the background description upon entering the dungeon. Yes, master. The ghost lord, keenly observing Cao Fei's condition, quickly added, "You appear to bane per healthy happen to have a sommer stored of elixirs that should be of assistancy. In addition, I possess upon for our self-defense." With that, Wang Ziong Gurm of Darkard ring from a shandan bent down, present and jitto Cao Fei with both hands raised. A spatial ring? Cao Fei adroitly accepted it, only to hear notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a 0-tier spatial equipment Wang Family Treasure Ring. Item Wang Family Treasure Ring 0-tier qualitative level requirement only tribute to shield limit 10, mental power limit 10, ghost power limit 10 storage space, 2 cubic meters 1 mx 2 m Cao Fei was overjoyed. A spatial ring was indeed a rarity assur. Player spatial inventora they had to either carry items or hold them, which was quite inconvenient. In Ethereal World, numerous wealthy players were willing to pen billions and offer beautiful women in exchange for a spatial ring, regardless of size. However, few are willing to sell them. Moreover, The attributis of this ring were equity impressive historicum finalread named Cao Fei age 22 game profession none level 0 tier, level 10 experience health 1/4 the limit for ordinary humans is 10 mental power 1/5 the limit for ordinary humans is 10 ghost power 10 by the Gracio of Thighs ring. His attribute is shave transcend depth the limit so fain ordinary individual. Cao Fei, filled with enthusiasm. Open throwing to reveal 5 items within 1 weapon and for Xers. Congratulations! You have obtained a rank 0, weapon blood axe. Congratulations! You have acquired 3 rank 1 potions body restoration pills. Congratulations! You have received own rank 2 potion ghost power pill. How do I consume with them? Cao Fei inquired off Wang Shanrui. Strength must be attained prompt like sooner and utilize it, the sooner and enjoys its benefits. Yumra Lini Toshuan swallow, the ghost patriarch declared with pride. These a potion seri mitriasur collection, boasting no side effects and remarkable efficacy. Without hesitation, Cao Fei stuffed Fettle for Petushan into his mouth. Hardly chewing a few times, they dissolve it into a wavy warmth. Themal touch upon contact. Your body hastened a degree for restoration your white hair has turned ed block. Your body has been further restored your eyesight, previous lie at 500 degrees, hasn't prevedo 200. Your vision has been full restored your eyesight is no a 0 degrees. Your ghost power has increased B20. Incredible. Cao Fei, exhilarated, removed his glasses and discovered that his vision had transformed from a muddled hazy into crystal clarity. In his joy, have flung his glasses aside. I am no longer nearsighted. No ton lihidis but I nearly full recovered, butithadal so significant lie strengthened. Next, I wasti mito settle accounts with Zhang Yin theatres. Cao Fei revealed a cruel smile. After a moment of mirth, hesitant shed tears. The ghost patriarch and the female egg host stored exchange at bewildered edge lances. Sango tinmais. Cao Fei wiped eyes, recalling that they still had towards Sophie's enhancement ability left, and thus asked, in this instance, besides old Wang, who else is formidable? Acid from the master and young master gone. I am the third strongest, the female egg host stoward replied, her voice edited with pride. Wang Xiangri immediately affirmed, indeed, my master. Her name is Zheng. She possesses extraordinary talent despite her brief training period. Her strength is comparable to Minnie and Myson's. I believe that the air so. She will far surpass both of us. Up in hearing Gair or so, a shadow woefully call across Jiang He's eyes. Afflicted by a mysterious ailment, she wondered if she could even endure for another year. Excellent. Cao Fear market toth powerful and attractive a femalesnate ghost stoward. Your Mr. has arrived. This washes intention. Although Jiang Hu is Wang's angriest word, serving him, he deemed it prudent to ensure unwavering loyalty, those aiming for 100 loyalty. Moreover, Jiang has power ways indeed noteworthy, making here fitting candida Tito be his servant. In an instant, Jiang has gold, elegant demeanor shifted as a prompt leaned before Cao Fei, her pale forehead pressing against the soiled shoe, her voice ringing with clarity and respect. Greet me, master. Cao Fei placed his hand upon Jiang's arm, aiding girder eyes, and joyful I said, ha, please rise. Ah, je was notons of butel sur fraîche agricole. In the sweltering summer, one and to vent her non the air conditioning while embracing her. Pillows became unnecessary own could rest upon her grantail. Themara thought was utterly delightful. But, dear lady, do refrain from reliasigisima direction. Yes, my master, Jiang hair ply with a hint of shyness, like a lead Wado Cao Fei stutch. Now, you two, lead Meadowfin to their players Idment the pay their blood debts, Cao Fei declared coldly. He was boys town Lisha massacre. Understood, my master. Old Wang and Jiang henited, having been chosen as sacrificial offerings, equivalent to the player shaving slain him. Was this no to blood it? Jiang inquired, whom shall we seek first? Zhang lead us first with this control. Cao Fei gritted his teeth in yatred, it shall cleave him into pieces with own swing of my axe. Yes. Meanwhile, in the Wang family ghost mansion, within a dilapidated wooden cabin. Oh, rest assured, Cao Fei will never return to reality to settle accounts with you, Zhang yeshered high-souled classmate Lu Fan, smirking with a crooked grin. Hi's a steady scanned. That is splendid news, Lu Fan exhaled in relief, then abruptly asked, you rent a villain, are you? These instants had 3 tasks. Main task 1, survive for 3 days. Side Task 1. Explore the instance at a higher the exploration rate. The better the game evaluation afterwards. Side Task 2. Good aligned players must eliminate all level all ignored players, and vice versa, yielding additional word sand evaluation bonuses. Lufan's question pertained to Side Task 2. The off-sided tasks were not mandatory. Completing them would grant word sand enhance game evaluation. The game's evaluation was highly valued behind many players. Aside from boasting on leaderboards, a favorable score would provide advantages when applying to official organizations. The benefits of joining the official ranks were a manifold excellent welfare, high remuneration, and elevated status. Many aspiratoid. Jean retorted irritably, I am certainly no Tavalane. Brother, you owed. Before her cold finish, a thunderous crash resounded. The already fragile Wudendor was hattered by a single kick. What followed was a scene a thought left Zhang Yin Lu Fan's pupils trembling with shock. Cao Fei had entered. Hey, was Alife? Before they could utter a word, Cao Fei wielded an axe slightly larger than a hand axe, striking fiercely at Zhang Yi.
Die use contrel.
Item Blood Axe Rank 0, Qualitative Level Requirement Noni Tributus Maximum Health 15 Passive Skill 1 Bleed upon striking at target. They target will suffer from continuous bleeding for 3 seconds, losing 0. 2 health per second. Stackablipto 5 layers. Passive skill 2 Blood Rage after slaying gay target with Blood Axe within 30 seconds, and a subsequent target struck will suffer the maximum beating effect, losing 1 health per second. Zhang Ye, witnessing the Segro and Jever larger in his vision, was filled with dread. He had no time to ponder why Cao Fei was Silivian thriving. He was frantically dodging with all his might. Zhang Ye, currently at rank 0 level 4, had enhanced health, mental strength, and host power. Yet the coldness withstand Cao Fei, equipped with Twapi soft gear and having consumed restorative potions. His speed and strength were formidable. Evina's Zhang Yog meant his speed with ghost power during his evasion. He was still grazed by Cao Fei's axe. It through protective Eger and Zhang Ye's back, leaving a long trail of blood.
Ah!
Zhang Ye created in agony. With Cao Fei blocking the entrance, Zhang Ye had not quite sputto flay deeper into the room. Has stumbled, sprinting towards the inner chamber, and with a loud bang, locked the door, intending to quickly create an exit and escape. Chapter 3. The wooden door could not be called with you in a state of utmost tension. Zhang Yi struck the wall with his fist, only to leave a small dent. Sweat poured down his face, as he exclaimed. How can this door be so fragile, yet this wall seems reinforced suddenly, with a resounding crash. The wooden door cried out as Cao Fei's axe plunged deeply into it. I'm almost in, although Cao Fei could easily kick it down. He chose to torment Zhang Yi by relentlessly assaulting the door with the axe, reminiscent of a monster in a horror film using a chainsaw to breach a door, evoking a primal fear within. Feel the fear, Zhang Yi. The urgency brought by Cao Fei felt like an invisible giant hand tightening around Zhang Ye's throat. Desperately, he battered the wall while pleading, Brother-in-law, I was wrong, please spare me. I'll have my sister kneel and beg you. And I'll have my girlfriend, Bai Xiao, join her, both in maid outfits. Just please don't kill me. With another mighty swing, Cao Fei shattered the door into splinters. Zhang Yi, the door can't scream like you do. You truly know how to wail. He swung the axe again. No. The cramped room left Zhang Yi with no means of escape as Cao Fei's axe lunged towards his legs. Thud. He was struck in a vital area. Zhang Yi succumbed before the bleeding passive could even activate, meeting his demise. Congratulations, you have slain a player with a villain identity. There remain 2 villains among the 9 players in the dungeon. Eliminate them all for generous rewards. Keep up the good work. What a thrill. In that moment of Zhang Ye's death, Cao Fei felt a surge of dark ecstasy pouring out of him, as if he had transcended. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that Zhang Yi was indeed a villain. What a twofold gain. How delightful. With this realization, he resolved to unleash a massacre. By continuously slaying, he would surely eliminate the 3 players with villain identities. You recommended my demise earlier, Cao Fei shouted excitedly. Lao Wang, Jiang He, bind all the players for me. Got it. I've already dispatched the ghosts to capture them, as Cao Fei stepped out of the inner room. He beheld Lu Fan, ensnared by Lao Wang's tentacles, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Didn't he expect this? Did you, old Lu? I'm still alive. Ha 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 ha. The tides have turned, and now it's your turn to face doom. Lu Fan, seeing his former classmate Cao Fei approaching with a blood-dripping axe, turned pale with terror, his pants dampening as he shrieked, Old Cao, I was wrong. I'll repay you. Forgive me, please. Ah, thud. The blow did not end Lu Fan's life. As Cao Fei deliberately avoided striking a fatal area, he wished to witness the bloodthirsty effect of the blood. As Lu Fan screamed in agony, the blood within him began to boil. Transforming into mist as if he were engulfed in flames, he perished almost instantly. Congratulations, you have slain a player with a villain identity. There remains one villain among the 8 players in the dungeon. Eliminate them all for generous rewards. Keep up the good work. Cao Fei was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. My brother-in-law and old classmate truly are scoundrels. They couldn't even endure the game, earning themselves villain statuses. The exhilaration of killing is truly splendid. What a release. What a catharsis. At that moment, anguished cries echoed from outside. Why are you holding me? It hurts. Ah, my arm. Cao Fei strode outside, and the players were astounded to see him alive. Isn't this guy supposed to be voted as blood food? How is he looking more vibrant than before? Their shock only deepened when the ghostly housekeeper approached Cao Fei respectfully, saying, Master, all the other players have been brought outside. They stared in disbelief. What? The female boss calls him master. How is that possible? Their minds raced. Unable to comprehend, they speculated that Cao Fei must have experienced some fortuitous encounter after being taken away. As they gazed at Cao Fei, who appeared as the head of a household, flanked by the ghostly housekeeper and a formidable-looking elder ghost, the only one not trembling in fear was a girl with pink eyes. Dressed in an outfit reminiscent of a Korean comic, the rest were paralyzed with fear. Cao Fei reveled in the stark contrast between the players who had once appeared so carefree and now looked like terrified monkeys under a knife. He no longer felt the fear he had upon entering the game. He was now at leisure to scrutinize the lineup of 7 players before him. Among them was a provocatively gazing girl in black stockings. A middle-aged elite dressed impeccably with an air of sophistication, and a resplendent noblewoman adorned with pearls. Which one to eliminate first? Perhaps starting with the order of the previous votes would be fitting. Cao Fei raised the blood axe high towards the pink-eyed girl. Come forth, my executioners. One by one, you shall all have your turn. Had it not been for the intervention of external forces, he would have perished earlier. Whether for vengeance or to fulfill the task of eliminating villains, he felt justified. At that moment, the pink-eyed girl smirked, casting a sly glance behind Cao Fei. A sudden chill ran down his spine as an alarm rang in his mind. Simultaneously, the air behind him began to distort, revealing a towering, goblin-like ghostly figure, brandishing a rusty long knife aimed directly at Cao Fei's head. The players awaiting their fate erupted in joy, some even laughing aloud. Yet, just as quickly, the situation shifted. Although Cao Fei was unaware of the ghostly giant behind him, the ghostly housemaster and housekeeper reacted instantaneously. Point too thick. Menacing tentacles sprang from the housemaster's sleeves, lunging towards the ghostly giant. Followed closely by the housekeeper's long tail, coiling around the giant's waist. Startled, the ghostly giant yelped in shock. If he continued his assault on Cao Fei, he might meet his own demise. He nimbly evaded the attacks of the 2 ghosts. In disbelief, he exclaimed, Foster father, housekeeper, it's me, Wang Dowd. Why do you act as though you wish to kill me? Turning to face Cao Fei, he scoffed, I'm merely assisting my employer in squashing a pest. Why the overreaction? Furious, the housemaster trembled as he pointed at Wang Dowd, rebuking, unfilial son. You dare to attack the master. Kneel before him at once. At that proclamation, not only was Wang Dao taken aback, but the players were left utterly bewildered. Master? What on earth has happened to the players who were supposed to die just now? Not only did the housekeeper address him as master, but now even the apparent leader of the ghosts referred to him as such. Had they all gone mad? Wang Dao, incredulous, pointed at the squinting Cao Fei. Foster father. Is he truly your master? You must be joking. Oh, I see. Wang Dao suddenly remarked. Foster father, your training must have affected your mind. Perhaps you're becoming senile. The players, too, felt a sense of clarity. This notion was more palatable. Otherwise, it would have shattered their worldview. After all, they were all mere novices, not seasoned players capable of commanding two formidable bosses. Wang Dao then approached Cao Fei, his expression sinister. Foster father, a player offered me 100,000 ghost coins to ensure her safety in this dungeon and help her complete it, if I can secure an A rating for her. She LL grant me an additional 200,000 ghost coins. The master you mentioned, the one who sought to eliminate my employer, must be dealt with to prevent future troubles. Wang Dao grinned at the foster father and the housekeeper, who stood protectively in front of Cao Fei. After my task is complete, I shall reward you both with 50,000 ghost coins each. How does that sound? The players, the ghosts, and even Cao Fei gasped in astonishment. A total of 300,000 ghost coins. What kind of affluent player could afford such a fortune? As ghost coins serve as the universal currency in this chilling game, they are incredibly valuable on the black market. The exchange rate of ghost coins to blue star coins has skyrocketed to 1,000. With such a high rate, once a supply is available, it is snatched up immediately. The price of ghost coins continues to soar. Thus, 300,000 ghost coins are worth at least 3 billion blue star coins. Who is this wealthy benefactor? Cao Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 4. The most detestable thing is going to work, however. Just as Cao Fei intended to observe the players, he suddenly laughed. Why go through all this trouble? I can simply turn the ghostly giant into a servant, and he will reveal everything to me. Moreover, the 100,000 ghost coins that Wang Dao has will now belong to me, the master. With that, he smiled at the grotesquely grinning ghostly son. Your master has arrived. Suddenly, all the ghosts and players present witnessed the ghostly son, who had previously wielded a blade imbued with a tetanus buff, drop his weapon to the ground. He then knelt on both knees, weeping profusely, and exclaimed, Master, I, Wang Dao, was truly worthless before, but I vow to reform and serve you dutifully as your loyal ghost. The players were utterly astonished, including the girl with black stockings and pink pupils, by Xiaolin. All gazed at Cao Fei with expressions of sheer incredulity. Could it be that this fellow was a formidable figure here to stir up trouble? Yet, that seemed implausible. The entry requirement for this dungeon was strictly limited to players below level 1. Could he possibly be the son or brother of a top-tier player? But why would he start off by acting like a complete loser? Such eccentricity. It was utterly bewildering. Cao Fei reveled in the complex and awe-filled gazes directed at him, a sensation he had never experienced throughout his life until this very moment. He was intoxicated by it. And then turned to Wang Dao, saying, Rise, young Wang, and tell me who your employer is. Without hesitation, Wang Dao pointed at the girl in black stockings and declared, It is she. She introduced herself as Bai Xiaolin. And she is exceedingly wealthy, offering me 100,000 ghost coins without batting an eye, completely unconcerned. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly leaned closer to Cao Fei and whispered, Master, I will transfer all the money I have to you. Please use it first. The transfer was soon completed. AT 1412, 13 on June 6, 2026. The ghostly bank confirmed that Wang Dao had transferred 125,989 ghost coins to your account 6989. Your current balance, 125. 989 ghost coins. A modest goal achieved. At that moment, Cao Fei was in a daze. He had never been this wealthy before. Previously, he had never seen even 1 million, let alone 100 million. Now he possessed over 100 million. And this was merely the beginning. Surely more would follow. Satisfied, Cao Fei patted Wang Dao on the back. Surprisingly, this ghostly lad was quite astute. He glanced at Bai Xiaolin, who was regarding him with a disdainful and contemptuous expression. Despite her youthful appearance, she was evidently affluent. Cao Fei mused that she must belong to the Bai Tai conglomerate. The pickled vegetable nation housed 3 shelters, and he was in the Sanxing shelter, controlled by the Sanxing financial conglomerate. Additionally, there were the Bai Tai shelter and the Xiandai shelter, each led by their respective financial titans. Thus, if Bai Xiaolin were indeed from the Bai Tai conglomerate, her substantial wealth would not be surprising. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Fei smiled at Bai Xiaolin and proposed, "If you grant me a substantial sum of ghost coins, I might let you off the hook and assist you in clearing the dungeon. What do you think? If a murderer were to fail at your demise and then offer you billions just to absolve him, believe me, even millions would sway many to forgive the assailant. In fact, some might even express their gratitude." At this moment, Cao Fei entertained similar thoughts. If Bai Xiaolin were to provide him with several 100,000 ghost coins, he could overlook her past transgressions and perhaps even forge a friendship. However, Bai Xiaolin wrinkled her nose in distaste and scornfully replied, "I detest being coerced into transactions. Even if you were to kill me, I would not part with my money. Humph, what a pity." Cao Fei raised his blood axe. "Then let it be as you wish." A crimson arc sliced through the air, aimed directly at her neck. Yet, as it descended upon Bai Xiaolin, an astonishing scene unfolded. No blood was shed, no body severed. Instead, her face drained of color as she puffed out her cheeks defiantly, saying, "If you have the guts, strike again." Such a challenge was hard for Cao Fei to resist. Striking at a beautiful girl was oddly satisfying. He swung the axe down once more. This time, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. From within Bai Xiaolin emerged a figure clad in white, her long hair cascading down as she bowed her head. The white-clad girl bore cracks resembling shattered porcelain. In an instant, without any bloodshed, fragments of her form fell to the ground and vanished. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaolin's body began to turn transparent, just before she completely disappeared. She left behind a haughty retort. "Though I do not know your name, I shall remember your face. Do prepare your last words before you exit the dungeon." To this proclamation, Cao Fei merely chuckled nonchalantly and turned to his subordinates. "What was that all about? Do any of you know?" "A substitute ghost." The ghostly steward Jiang He chimed in with clarity. "She possesses an item that allows a substitute ghost to take her place in death. Thus, you did not actually kill her. However, due to game mechanics, her substitute has perished, forcing her to exit the game. This substitute item seemed to be reusable, not a one-time use." Wang Xiangrui remarked, "It's worth at least several million ghost coins." "Wow, what a wealthy individual," Cao Fei mused. He then continued to escort the players on their way. "Noblewoman, please spare me. I can offer you a private deal." "Let me go," she pleaded. "I prefer young ladies, not aunties." Cao Fei shook his head. "You must be over 40, right? I am not fond of someone your age. Sisters and young ladies are merely temporary. Aunties are your true destiny." The noblewoman was sent away. Grumbling, a middle-aged elite begged for mercy. "Young brother, do you have a job? You could come work for us. High salary." Cao Fei replied with a smile. "I absolutely detest working." The elite was swiftly escorted away. And so it continued, one by one, until the last player, a young man with blonde hair clad in a floral shirt, was sent away, leaving only Cao Fei and the red-haired fellow behind. Congratulations on eliminating one player with a villainous identity. Currently, there are 0 players with villainous identities remaining in the dungeon. Congratulations on completing the elimination of all villainous identity players. Rewards are now being distributed. Chapter 5. Hell's Messenger. The scions of the powerful seek to apprentice themselves. Hearing that the game was to reward him, Cao Fei felt a bit dazed. He had already played 2 rounds of the game, with the previous tasks yielding dismal results, leaving him empty-handed and even at the mercy of Zhang Yi and his gang. Now, this was the first time he had received a reward from a game task. "Congratulations, you have received 1 game name change card. Congratulations, your level has increased by 2, granting you 6 attribute points, based on levels gained 3. Note: attribute points can enhance vitality, mental strength, or ghost power." Delighted, Cao Fei opened his attribute panel. noticing a symbol appearing beside vitality, mental strength, and ghost power. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to develop evenly across all three attributes, adding 2 to each. Upon executing this, a warm current surged through his body, electrifying him in a delightful way, making him roll his eyes in pleasure. His body felt lighter and stronger, his mind sharper and clearer, and his ghost power thicker and more potent. The sensation of enhancement was indeed delightful. Following this, Cao Fei cheerfully began examining the description of the name change card. Item: Game name change card. Level requirement: None. Effect: allows you to modify your nickname in the horror game. Quite practical, he thought, nodding in satisfaction at this item. When everyone enters the game, their nickname defaults to their real name. If someone learns your name, it becomes easy for them to retaliate in the real world. Even without enmity, if they discover you possess treasures, they may seek you out for threats or coercion. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Only with an item like the name change card can one alter their in-game nickname, thereby enhancing privacy and providing some identity protection. After some thought, Cao Fei decided to change his nickname to Hell's Messenger. He aspired to become Hell's Messenger, sending Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan into the depths of hell. At that moment, the trembling, red-haired, chubby fellow noticed Cao Fei's seemingly pleasant mood. He cautiously glanced around at the ghosts and, gathering his courage, said tremulously, "Greetings, Great One. My name is Jin Xiao, and I sincerely thank you for sparing my life." Before Cao Fei could respond, he bowed deeply, nearly touching his knees, almost achieving a full 180-degree bend. Blushing, he murmured, "My father is the deputy director of the inspection bureau in the Sanxing shelter. If you need anything, just say the word. I am a man who knows how to repay kindness." Cao Fei was taken aback, a touch of surprise washing over him. This truly was an unexpected boon. The search agency, within the 3 sanctuaries in the land of pickled vegetables, was indeed a monstrous institution endowed with extraordinary privileges. They had the audacity to kick down doors and conduct searches at will. They could arbitrarily detain others. Even in the absence of justification, they had the capacity to execute lethal measures, acting first and justifying later. It seemed more audacious than the ancient Jinui. Previously, Cao Fei had fantasized about joining the search agency. Even as merely an assistant to the investigators, he could wield power, exploiting authority for personal gain. Forget about just the down payment for a single house. With a few connections, beautiful women would come delivering both themselves and contracts. What a delightful prospect, and now he found himself acquainted with the plump son of a deputy director from the search agency. Before his own strength had fully developed, perhaps there would be opportunities to leverage this connection. No need for such formality. Please rise. Cao Fei chuckled. You were the only player who did not point at me just now. I am not one who relishes bloodshed. Haha. Zhen Zhao's expression stiffened at this. You don't relish bloodshed. You just devoured the other players. He was now reeking of blood, resembling a butcher. Was this not indicative of a love for slaughter? Yet he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he said, "Thank you, esteemed one. May I know how to address you? Harbinger of Hell. Harbinger of Hell." Zhen Xiao was momentarily stunned, then reacted with excitement. You actually possess a name-changing item. Such items rarely circulate in the black market due to their scarcity. There are hardly any on the leaderboard. Cao Fei nodded in affirmation. Zhen Xiao, observing Cao Fei's amiable demeanor, suddenly conceived a thought. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. Esteemed one, do you accept disciples? I wish to become your apprentice. Before Cao Fei could respond, Zhen Xiao abruptly knelt before him, gazing up with reverence. Rest assured, our family greatly values teachers and education. Both my grandfather and father have masters, and they have honored them for decades. Moreover, our family is quite powerful. I mentioned my father's esteemed position earlier. My grandfather is also one of the elders of the third sanctuary, so we possess both wealth and influence. You will be more than satisfied with the treatment you receive as my master. All your needs, food, clothing, shelter, and transport, will be meticulously arranged. You can choose from various types of maids. all of whom are healthy and devoid of unpleasant odors, imported, domestically sourced, local, gentle, proud, cold, playful, charming, and seductive, with every conceivable personality type, petite, robust, balanced, exaggerated, various physiques. Flight attendants, secretaries, teachers, nurses, investigators, maids in every conceivable uniform. Regardless of type, they will all be obedient. Chapter 6. The Stinky Sister. Acquiring a disciple, the enigmatic Zhang Yi. Cao Fei felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that he could command such respect. Akin to a protagonist with a regal aura, drawing this second-generation, no, third-generation scion, to bow before him and seek to be his subordinate. Furthermore, the treatment he could expect as a master was indeed remarkable. Was this what the so-called mundane yet tedious daily life of the elite entailed? What bliss, to Zhen Shao, the harbinger of hell, appeared to be a divine being. Such treatment was hardly an exaggeration. He had encountered many high-ranking figures before, yet he had never heard of anyone capable of effortlessly transforming a dungeon's boss into a servant, let alone 3 bosses. This was utterly fantastical from the perspective of apprenticeship. Their close ages would foster a bond, and even if he learned little, he could still cling to the harbinger's coattails and fish in the dungeons. This won't do. I must sweeten the deal. Zhen Shao continued to enhance the apprenticeship benefits. I can introduce you to my mother's good friend, or perhaps my sister's close companion. They are all stunningly beautiful, living lives of luxury with splendid figures, ideal for companionship. Your sister is married, right? Otherwise, your insistence on introducing her friends rather than her seems rather odd. She is unmarried and quite lovely, but Zhen Shao paused, feeling a bit awkward. She has a fatal flaw. She has an extremely foul foot odor. The kind that is particularly pungent. How bad is it? So bad that each time she removes her shoes, steam rises and a white mist envelopes the area. Impressive. Cao Fei was taken aback, then chuckled. No need to elaborate further. I shall accept you as my disciple. Cao Fei could not deny the allure of the proposition. It was not merely the prospect of beauty that tempted him, but rather the powerful background that accepting this disciple would afford him. This was immensely gratifying. It would facilitate his revenge and the expansion of his influence. Moreover, he could leverage Zhen Zhao's resources to seek information on Zhang Yan and Zhang Yi, that nest of scoundrels. Reflecting on this, he recalled a sorrowful tale. After dying in the initial dungeon and returning to reality, he quickly lost track of his ex-wife. He had visited Zhang Yan's parents' residence only to find they had moved. Neighbors had no knowledge of the family's new whereabouts, yet with Zhen Zhao's powerful family and the backing of the search agency, finding them would be a trivial matter. Upon hearing Cao Fei's affirmative response, Zhen Shao was overjoyed. He excitedly prostrated himself 3 times, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Cao Fei, equally pleased, helped his new disciple to his feet. After a moment's thought, he decided to share his true name with Zhen Shao. Otherwise, even without divulging it, Zhen Shao could easily glean much information about him through his network. At this point, there was no need for secrecy. Zhen Shao then promptly transferred all his ghost coins, 62,000, to Cao Fei. This is a small token of respect for you, esteemed one. Once we exit, there will be even more surprises in store. In the chilling game bank, Zhen Shao transferred 62,000 ghost coins to your account 6989 at 1441, 20 on June 6, 2026. Your current balance, 187,989 ghost coins. Cao Fei, satisfied, ruffled Zhen Zhao's red hair. For some reason, the more he looked at this lad, the more he found him agreeable. Nearby, the ghost patriarch, old Wang, with high emotional intelligence, observed the affectionate interaction between master and disciple and suggested, "Master, acquiring a disciple is a momentous occasion. Let us host a grand banquet." "That sounds splendid," chimed in young Wang, the ghost heir. "We have plenty of exquisite delicacies at home. Originally intended for my adoptive father's birthday, it would be perfect for the occasion." Cao Fei pondered for a moment. since he needed to remain here for 3 days and the first day was not yet over. There was ample time ahead. He had already completed Side Quest 2 and Side Quest 1. Exploring the dungeon was truly a piece of cake. With Old Wang, Young Wang, and Jiang He under his command, he wielded the pinnacle of power in this dungeon. Exploration would be as simple as taking a stroll. As long as he had legs, he could proceed. Thus, there was plenty of time for feasting and revelry, with a cheerful wave of his hand. Cao Fei declared, "Let us get this party started." Absolutely. Under the organization of the 3 ghost bosses, a flurry of activity commenced among the multitude of ghosts. This scene left Jin Xiao utterly dazed. Was this truly the terrifying and chaotic dungeon of a horror game? Did this resemble the perilous world of ghosts where casualties were frequent, if one overlooked the non-human aspects of some of the ghosts? This resembled a grand family banquet in the real world. Master is truly extraordinary, Jin Xiao mused inwardly. Meanwhile, in the real world, at the 3rd sanctuary, in a somewhat secluded area of a tall apartment, Zhang Yi was smashing things in a fit of rage, his face contorted in fury. The room was in disarray. Having just died in the game, he appeared pale and weak, trembling as he vented his impotent wrath. Cao Fei, I will kill you. I will kill you. Originally a victim of his own exploitative ways, Cao Fei had the audacity to take his life. He could not fathom this reality. Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of anger and humiliation. Cao Fei, I will crush you. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He could enlist the help of the formidable black magnate he idolized to deal with Cao Fei. If necessary, he could even sacrifice his sister. Zhang Yan, the black magnate he referred to as Base, the general manager of a lending company under the auspices of the 3rd Sanctuary Group. Base not only had a multitude of henchmen at his disposal, but was also a fortunate player in the horror game. As Zhang Yi understood, Base had entered the game during the 3rd round of public testing. With innate physical talents and a stroke of luck, he had already become a 2nd-tier ghost master. Astonishingly contracting 2 black female ghosts, it was worth noting that many 2nd-tier ghost masters had not even managed to contract a single ghost. Yet, Base had succeeded in binding 2. Thus, he was quite renowned among high-ranking players within the 3rd Sanctuary. Under the fervent adulation of Zhang Yi, he ultimately became Base's sycophant, a fact that filled him with immense pride and inflated his ego in his eyes. Being a subordinate to a high-ranking black individual was a supreme honor. A clear indication that his ancestors were smiling down from the afterlife. The excessively obsequious Zhang Yi suddenly seized the only mobile phone that had not been smashed and called Base. Beep, beep, beep. Pick up, Daddy Base. Hearing the commotion in Zhang Ye's room, his aunt, Lu Ruoyun, hurried over. She was a captivatingly elegant woman. Chapter 7. Zhang Yi plans to betray his aunt. Cao Fei relishes, reluctant to part with Jiang He. Lu Ruoyun, adorned in a white floral dress and black stockings, teetered on metallic stiletto heels that enhanced her allure. The dress clung to her exaggerated curves, resembling a second skin. A trace of crow's feet on her oval face added a mature femininity to her appearance. However, her expression bore an air of coldness, melancholy, and disdain, creating an impression of being unapproachable. Upon witnessing the disarray in Zhang Ye's room and his pitiful state, Lu Ruoyun gasped in shock. Xiao Yi, what happened to you? Are you all right? As Zhang Ye's aunt, who had never had children, she regarded him as her own. Moreover, with Zhang Ye's mother having passed away early, Lu Ruoyun doted on him like a cherished child. Just as Zhang Yi was about to feign indifference, Base's call connected. He promptly shoved his aunt out of the room. With a startled cry, Lu Ruoyun landed abruptly on the floor, yet Zhang Yi paid her no heed and slammed the door shut. However, her deep affection for him meant she bore him no grudge, instead dusting herself off to prepare a nutritious meal for him. Surely, Xiao Yi must have faced setbacks in his game. He needed proper nourishment. Hello, Brother Base. It's Zhang Yi, he said, bowing and scraping over the phone, ingratiatingly. Oh, it's Xiao Yi. What can I do for you? Base, clad in dark attire, was in his office, tearing at the secretary's pantyhose. I need you to take care of someone for me. Cao Fei. It should be a trivial matter for you. Base waved a piece of fabric dismissively at the secretary, who looked both furious and helpless. Cao Fei, that's your unfortunate brother-in-law, right? He asked, repaying a debt. And you want to kill him? TSK, what's in it for me? I could have my sister, Zhang Yan, come work for you as a secretary. She's attractive, graduated from a prestigious university, and extremely capable. Zhang Yi exclaimed excitedly. You must have seen her when she was waiting for me in the corridor. Those two beauties are my sister and aunt. The younger one is Zhang Yan. Truth be told, Zhang Yi was quite eager for Base to take his sister under his wing. This would make them relatives, solidifying their connection. With Base as his brother-in-law, he could walk with swagger in the shelter. Oh, so that's your sister and your aunt. Base shivered with excitement, then burst into laughter. Then this matter is settled. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Base. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. I'll work on convincing my sister to go to you. She listens to me the most. No, just have your aunt come over. Huh. Zhang Yi was taken aback. Isn't my aunt a bit too old? She's already 41, young man. You're still naive. There are things you haven't experienced. It's settled. I'll take care of it in the next couple of days. And once we find Cao Fei, he'll simply vanish. With that, Base hung up, waving for the secretary to leave. Remember to change the color tomorrow. He had no concerns about whether Zhang Yi would comply. He had long perceived Zhang Yi's deep admiration for him, knowing he would do anything for his favor. Even if Zhang Yi had other intentions, to Base, a second-tier ghost master with a social standing. He was merely an insect, easily crushed at any moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before shouting, Aunt, come here. I found you a great job in the instance of the dungeon, Wang family ghost house. A lavish array of delicacies crafted from ghostly ingredients lay before Cao Fei and his disciple, Jin Xiao, as they feasted heartily. You consumed ghost ants on trees. Mental limit 0.3. Do you drank ghost tiger wine? Ghost power limit 0.5. Vitality limit 0.4. Do you consumed ghost sheep kidneys? Vitality limit 0.2. You consumed ghost deer antlers, vitality limit 0.3. My goodness. Zhen Xiao blushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp as he leapt about. I can't eat anymore. The nutrients are overwhelming. I'll explode. Cao Fei paid him no mind, cradling the snake ghost Jiang He, who resembled a cooling mat, as he continued to gorge himself. He couldn't stop. The sensation of his body becoming increasingly robust and powerful was exhilarating. His vitality, ghost power, and mental acuity were all on the rise, and the horror game provided constant feedback on his progress. This feeling of tangible improvement was utterly delightful. As he chewed vigorously, he clutched the pleasantly plump Jiang He closer to him for better cooling. Thank goodness for Jiang He. Not only did she help him cool down, but she also seemed to have some method for aiding his digestion and absorption. Otherwise, he would have been in the same predicament as his disciple. Zhen Xiao, unable to eat any longer. Zhen Xiao managed to endure the feast for only 5 minutes, while Cao Fei devoured for a full hour. His vitality surged by 14 points, his mental acuity increased by 3 points. His ghost power soared by 18 points. Currently, his attributes stood as follows. Name, Cao Fei. Game nickname, Hell Messenger. Vitality, 30. Human limit, 10. Mental acuity, 20. Human limit, 10. Ghost power, 50. Cao Fei felt that if he were to encounter his brother-in-law, Zhang Yi, now, the latter wouldn't even have time to react before he was seized by the neck and crushed. The surge of energy instilled him with confidence. In the next 2 days, Cao Fei truly experienced a life of luxury. Although the weather was stifling, it did not affect him. For Jiang He was always by his side. He walked with her wrapped around him, ate with her in his arms, and slept with his head resting on her long tail. The faint scent of snake was inconsequential, adding an intriguing charm to his experience. In summary, he was utterly unwilling to part with Jiang He. Simultaneously, the degree of exploration within this dungeon was steadily increasing. The relationships, structural layouts, and hidden histories of the ghost house were thoroughly elucidated by Jiang He, Old Wang, and Young Wang. Finally, just before the dungeon concluded, the exploration level reached a remarkable 100. Zhen Xiao, riding on his master's coattails. Beamed with excitement as he turned to Cao Fei, grinning widely, "Master, thanks to you, I feel I can achieve an A rating for this dungeon. I've seen that the best historical score for this dungeon is only a B rating." Weary about to break the record, Cao Fei, however, merely responded with indifference, his mind preoccupied with anxiety. He desperately needed the reward of a contract scroll that would allow him to bring Jiang He back to the real world. Chapter 8. Contract Jiang He, Return, External Currency. Truth be told, he had grown accustomed to Jiang He accompanying him for meals, games, and sleep, and just 3 short days, their bond had deepened to an extraordinary degree. The thought of potentially parting ways left him feeling despondent, uncertain if he would ever have the chance to see her again. As time passed, the moment to conclude the dungeon arrived. The system notifications began to chime in. "Congratulations, you have completed the main quest, survived for 3 days, successfully navigated the 0-tier dungeon. Wang Family Ghost House. Additionally, your exploration level has reached an unprecedented 100, astonishing even the ghosts. Moreover, you have eliminated all malevolent players." Showcasing remarkable prowess. After a comprehensive evaluation, your rating for this dungeon is S tier. While he knew that you might deem it low, it was indeed the highest rating for a 0-tier dungeon. The rewards were now being calculated and generated. "Please hold on, wow. Master, I received an A rating," Jin Xiao exclaimed excitedly, glancing at Cao Fei. "Did you really get an S rating?" Cao Fei nodded perfunctorily. "Wow, you actually achieved an S rating," Jin Xiao, filled with astonishment, hurriedly called up the ranking list of the Kimchi Kingdom, exclaiming, "Master, come quickly and take a look. You've made the list." "This is exhilarating," with a hint of envy, Jin Xiao added. "Even if you don't apply to the Ghost Exorcism Bureau, they would undoubtedly come to you with eager faces, offering the most generous benefits to ensure your employment. If Longguo were to learn of this, they might extend an invitation as well. After all, they're the sovereign nation of our Kimchi Kingdom, one of the 4 strongest nations of Blue Star. If they were to invite me, I would be so elated I could wake up smiling in my sleep." Cao Fei felt somewhat flustered. "Jin Xiao, please hold your tongue." His thoughts were currently not focused on these matters. He was anxiously awaiting his rewards. "I must receive the contract scroll. Your dungeon rewards have been generated. As detailed below, Reward 1, Level 5, your level has reached 8, and with this increase, you have gained 15 attribute points. Reward 2, 1 entry ticket for a Level 1 dungeon. Reward 3, 2 mandatory invitation cards for a Level 1 dungeon. Reward 4, 1 contract scroll for a great ghost." Upon seeing Reward 4, Cao Fei suddenly erupted in joyous exclamation. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" Not knowing when the next dungeon would be triggered, he quickly reviewed the usage of the contract scroll. Item: Contract Scroll, Great Ghost, Effect. Allows an attempt to contract with a Great Ghost, level 3 to 4. Reminder: if your strength is insufficient, do not overreach. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Cao Fei swiftly directed the contract scroll towards Jiang He, urging, "Jiang He, do not resist, just agree." He had come across tragic tales online of failed contracts leading to death. Contracting a ghost was no simple task. First, one needed to possess the corresponding level of contract scroll. Generally, one also needed sufficient strength to subdue the ghost. Of course, there were instances where one had a certain affinity with a ghost, in which case possessing lesser strength could suffice, but such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Failure to meet these conditions would result in being killed by the ghost. However, Cao Fei did not need to ponder these matters, as Jiang He was his obedient servant, utterly compliant. Seeing Cao Fei's urgency, Jiang He quickly nodded, her alluring, rosy lips parting to reveal a playful, pink tongue. Agreed. As she finished speaking, she swiftly merged into Cao Fei's body. A small snake rune appeared on Cao Fei's left forearm, glowing briefly before vanishing. "Jiang He has agreed to become your contracted ghost. Congratulations, you have acquired your first ghost. Your contracted ghost module has been activated and is available for viewing." Before Cao Fei could revel in his joy or inspect the details, the game prompt sounded, commencing a 10-second countdown to exit point 10. Zhen Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Master, I'll be there to pick you up shortly. Cao Fei, in a splendid mood, replied with a smile. Sounds great. Zhen Xiao had promised to collect him the moment he emerged from the dungeon. They would then settle into a luxurious apartment near the inner city. Although Zhen Xiao's family owned some properties within the inner city, obtaining the necessary permits was quite troublesome, so they decided to accommodate Cao Fei in the central city for the time being. Moreover, Cao Fei anticipated that he would be too exhilarated to sleep tonight, so it would be better to have some fun. He also intended to discuss with Zhen Xiao their quest for vengeance against the Zhang family, as well as the matter of the nominal search bureau. Suddenly, Cao Fei's vision darkened. He found himself back in reality. It was midnight, 0:00, within a dilapidated top-floor studio apartment in the outer city. Known as the Three Fragrant Sanctuary, Cao Fei materialized on the bed of his bedroom. The first thing he did was sense Jiang He's presence. Yes, she was within him, and he felt he could release her at any moment. With a mere thought, Jiang He elegantly manifested from his arm, wrapping herself around him, her long tail coiling around his lower abdomen. Wonderful, this isn't dream. Cao Fei beamed with a silly grin. Just then, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered a friend request from Zhen Xiao. Accepting it, he received a message from Zhen Xiao. Master, I'll be there to pick you up in about half an hour. Cao Fei replied, all right. He then embraced Jiang He like an octopus, relishing the soft, smooth sensation while planning to review his rewards and the newly activated contracted ghost module. Suddenly, 2 lines of text appeared before him. Congratulations on completing your first dungeon. Your system panel has now been generated and can be displayed or closed with a thought. Cao Fei excitedly grasped the base of Jiang He's long tail. In fact, during the dungeon, he had attempted several times to summon the system, as after selecting a cheat at the beginning, the system fell silent, leaving him anxious and worried that it might be non-functional. Now, he felt reassured. The system was still operational. This meant that he could select cheats for the next dungeon as well. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. System level. Level 1. 210000. Current function. Upon entering a dungeon, you may select 1 cheat from 3 options. Historical cheats. Your master has arrived. Currently available cheats. None. Cheat coins. 2. Level 1 system. Upgradable. Cheat coins. 2. As he caressed Jiang He's silky tail, he mused. System. Could you please introduce yourself in detail? 3 minutes later, while applying nourishing oil to Jiang He's tail and awaiting a response from the system, Cao Fei noted the awkward silence that filled the air. Aside from Jiang He's refreshing and alluring fragrance, despite his attempts to communicate multiple times, there was no reply. With a resigned nod, he confirmed, this is a mute system. IT only provided a few hints at critical junctures, such as when entering a dungeon to select cheats and upon completing his first dungeon, prompting him to bring up the system panel. Cao Fei pondered. Firstly, it was evident that this system could be upgraded. The limit of 10,000 likely referred to cheat coins, as the value before 10,000 equaled the number of cheat coins. Secondly, upgrading the system should unlock new functions. One question remained. How could cheat coins be obtained? Reflecting on his experiences, he speculated that they might be acquired by defeating ghosts. During the dungeon, he had eliminated a substitute for by Xiaolin, increasing the likelihood of this being true, of course. It was also possible to receive cheat coins for completing dungeons. However, receiving only 2 cheat coins for an S-level evaluation seemed quite harsh and improbable. Cao Fei was eager for a ghost to appear so he could test whether defeating it would yield more cheat coins. From what he had gathered online, both the contracted ghosts of exorcists, like Jiang He, and wild ghosts that inexplicably appeared in the real world meant that some ghosts existed within Blue Star. Though not in abundance, even if wild ghosts emerged, they would typically be swiftly dealt with by the Ghost Exorcism Bureau. Cao Fei shook his head in frustration, realizing he might have to wait until he entered another dungeon to test this further. Dungeon, right. He suddenly remembered he still had 2 rewards to check, the dungeon entry ticket and the mandatory invitation card, both related to dungeons. Item: Dungeon entry ticket, level 1, dungeon name, Sinful Mansion level requirement. Level 1 and below. Level 19 and below. Opening time: 27 hours and 40 minutes from now. Reservation method: can be reserved by tearing it up. Cancellation is impossible in 27 hours and 40 minutes. This dungeon would commence at 4 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Cao Fei took the entry ticket and tore it in half, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the trash can. Just as the paper ball was about to enter the trash, it vanished into thin air. The reservation prompt sounded. You have reserved the Level 1 dungeon, Sinful Mansion. Current number of reservations: 12. 100. When the number of reservations falls below 100, players will be randomly summoned to fill the slots. Cao Fei then proceeded to examine how to use the mandatory invitation card. Item: mandatory invitation card. Level 1. Level requirement: Level 1 and below. Level 19 and below. Effect: can forcibly invite one player to participate in the dungeon you have reserved. Usage: fill in the real name of the player you wish to invite on the card, and upon recalling their face, the invitation will be completed. Invalidation method 1. Tear up the card. The forced invitation is immediately voided. Invalidation method 2. The cardholder's death. The forced invitation is immediately voided. Cao Fei did not hesitate. He swiftly filled in his former brother-in-law Zhang Yi and his father Zhang Daqiang. Targeting these two would be the most satisfying form of revenge. Old Zhang Daqiang had been the first to falsely accuse him in the initial dungeon, leading to Zhang Yi taking the blame for him and being swiftly eliminated by the ghost police. Just thinking about that old fool's twisted face made him seethe with rage. He longed to rip that disgusting face apart and flush it down the toilet. Soon, within a minute, Cao Fei's phone began to vibrate incessantly. He looked at it and found it amusing. Zhang Daqiang: I'll kill you, you little brat. You think you can get away with this? Hurry and cancel it. Otherwise, you won't live to see the dungeon start. Zhang Ye's aunt Lurin: please, stop targeting my dear Xiaoyi. He is such a wonderful child. Why must you persistently harass him? Just cancel the invitation card already. Zhang Yan: Cao Fei, why can't you let go? Take a step back and you'll find a vast horizon. Stop being so melodramatic, will you? Quickly revoke the mandatory invitations for my father and brother. Zhang Yi: mandatory invitations? Soon, you'll be nothing. Just wait for the automatic cancellation notification. Haha, how amusing it is to see you all, a bunch of rabid beasts, in such a frenzy. Your impotent rage on full display. Cao Fei glanced at the history of messages exchanged with them. It was predominantly him expressing his thoughts, while these creatures either ignored him or responded with mocking jests and sarcastic expressions, driving him to the brink of fury. Upon reflection, it was absurd to engage in conversation with a wild dog. It could never empathize with you. Instead, it would perceive you as an annoyance, barking in disdain. Now, however, the situation had reversed, and it was the wild dogs that were frantically seeking communication with him. Finally, it was his turn to revel in the chaos. Just as Cao Fei was about to send Zhang Yan a sarcastic emoji, he heard a commotion outside. West 8, intending to visit a wellness center, was unexpectedly summoned for a midnight killing spree. It seemed to be calling for Cao Fei. I'm going to shred this scoundrel who has disturbed our night. Can't West 8 just keep his mouth shut? We don't want to attract the attention of the search and ghost hunting agencies. He scoffed. Oh, dear leader, in such a rundown place, those two groups would surely avoid it. Indeed, those types prefer to operate in nightclubs and wellness centers. They would never come to a place as desolate as this. The voices outside were not particularly loud, but Cao Fei's enhanced blood and mental fortitude made his hearing exceptionally acute. They were coming to kill him. Excitement surged within him. Just moments ago, Zhang Yi claimed he would soon be non-existent. Could this be the group Zhang Yi summoned? Jiang He, who lay atop Cao Fei, had also heard the sounds. Her alluring visage turned cold. She closed her eyes for a moment, and the corners of her crimson lips curled slightly. Just a bunch of trash. Trash that you can handle yourself, my master. Chapter 10. Jiang He's pendant, external currency acquired. Hearing Jiang He's words, Cao Fei felt entirely at ease. Yet, he suddenly pondered the peculiar tone of her statement. Did it imply that she considered him trash as well? Jiang He blinked her beautiful eyes, feigning innocence and confusion. That moment, the door was gently pried open. Adrenaline surged through Cao Fei, igniting a thrill within him. He trembled with excitement and, after a moment of contemplation, eagerly said, "Jiang He, enter my body. I want to resolve this personally and hone my skills." "All right." Jiang He winked at Cao Fei before merging into his body. Listening to the soft footsteps approaching, Cao Fei drew forth his blood axe. He even took a moment to glance at the horror game panel's Contract Ghost module. Contract Ghost number 1 name. Jiang He classification. Serpent Ghost shared ability. Dark vision. Consumes ghost power. Allowing one to see in darkness without light. The more ghost power consumed, the further and clearer the vision. Attribute bonus. Ghost power limit 150. 30 from Jiang He's base ghost power. Explanation 1. Base ghost power refers to the ghost power of the contract ghost itself, excluding any equipment or other bonuses. Explanation 2. Bonus ratio. The higher the rank of the ghost master, the higher the bonus ratio. Instantly, Cao Fei felt the surging ghost power within him. A comforting sensation. The sudden surplus of ghost energy not only provided him with a sense of security, but also ignited a desire for destruction. Moreover, the shared ability was quite advantageous. The streetlights in this old, decrepit neighborhood had long been vandalized, and there was no property management to oversee it. This moment, Cao Fei's room was cloaked in darkness, rendering it impossible to see a thing. However, with the aid of his dark vision ability, he infused a bit of ghost power into his eyes, granting him visibility of a small bedroom. As he added more ghost power, the clarity of the room increased. That moment, he spotted a figure with a hood, holding a knife, stealthily approaching. The figure, with their skin dark as night, seemed to blend into the shadows, save for their striking yellow hair. Cao Fei, wielding his blood axe, moved with remarkable swiftness and, in the blink of an eye, was beside the intruder. The figure barely sensed a gust of wind before Cao Fei's axe cleaved them in two. "Os!" The dying scream echoed in despair. "Turn on the lights." Hearing their companion's agonizing cry, the others hurriedly flicked the lights on. But before the illumination could fully manifest, Cao Fei had already assessed the enemy's ranks, 4 men and 2 women, aside from 1 woman in a suit. The rest were clad in various tattoos and flamboyant shirts, embodying the look of ruffians. West 8. Attack together, finish him off. Cao Fei scoffed, preparing to deliver a sweeping strike that would instill blood rage upon them. Just then, a voice cried out, "Save me, master." Before the words had fully escaped, there was a resounding crash. 2 armed men in black burst through the wall. They quickly surveyed the scene and positioned themselves in front of Cao Fei. Cao Fei sensed the extraordinary prowess of these 2 men. When they had crashed through the wall, he felt the fluctuation of their ghost power, only slightly inferior to his own. Their strength was not to be underestimated. The 2 men, dressed in coordinated combat uniforms and equipped with infrared goggles, looked particularly impressive. Their attire bore a distinctive logo. Since the 2 men had their backs turned to Cao Fei, he couldn't see the logo. But those who came to kill him certainly could. "They're from the Zhen family," the woman in the suit exclaimed in terror. "Retreat, retreat." The 2 men swiftly began intercepting the attackers upon hearing Cao Fei's command. They possessed enough intelligence to recognize that as long as Jin Xiao deemed Cao Fei as his master, they had no option but to assist him, to leave a good impression on Cao Fei. They exerted themselves to help. They unleashed their ghost powers, 2 dazzling ghost rings appearing beneath them, and began to incapacitate the enemies one by one, akin to eagles snatching up chicks. West 8. Spare us. The ruffians found themselves unable to withstand even a single blow. Some had their arms broken, others had their legs shattered, while some had their feet severed, all collapsing in a heap of pain. Only the lead woman in the suit, possessing some skills, managed to summon a colossal, fleshy orb over 2 meters tall, which emerged from her body. This monstrous orb had a single eye and an exaggerated mouth. Bellowing as a ghost ring appeared beneath it, though it had only 1 ring, the ghost power emanating from it surpassed that of the 2 black-clad bodyguards. This was entirely normal. Ghosts of the same rank could easily overpower human players. And many could even defeat higher-ranked human players with lower-tier abilities. The ghostly orb's power surged, shattering the surrounding tiles and furniture, causing a chain reaction of destruction. The lights exploded. The room was plunged into an impenetrable darkness. Once more, the two black-clad men quickly retreated to Cao Fei's side, shielding him. They understood that their primary objective was not to eliminate foes, but to protect their master's mentor. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. However, for others, visibility was severely limited. Even with the black-clad men possessing infrared vision, they struggled. But for Cao Fei, the scene was as clear as day, before the monstrous orb could complete its dramatic entrance. Cao Fei hurled his blood-red axe with precision, targeting its eye. The axe, propelled with tremendous speed and infused with abundant ghost power, held immense destructive potential. The ghostly orb barely had time to react before it emitted a shrill scream, its body exploding into fragments. The two black-clad men hastily produced large shields resembling riot shields to protect Cao Fei from the debris and blood splatter. Their eyes were wide with astonishment. When Cao Fei unleashed his ghost power, he did not manifest a single ghost ring, indicating he remained at the 0 tier. Yet, his ghost power was nearly double that of their Tier 2. Truly astonishing, a player of such terrifying caliber. No wonder he could become the master of the young master. Even at a lower level, his extraordinary ghost power spoke volumes. Remarkable. At that moment, Zhen Xiao hurried over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Lacking the capability of a bodyguard, he ascended the building floor by floor. Rather than leaping to the 6th floor in a few bounds, he produced a tactical flashlight, illuminating the room, and swiftly searched for the figure of Cao Fei. Upon confirming that his master was unharmed, he let out a deep sigh of relief and hurried to Cao Fei's side. Confessing with embarrassment, "Master, I apologize for my tardiness. It's quite all right. Your two bodyguards performed admirably and were of great assistance to me." "Thank you," Cao Fei replied. This commendation filled the two black-clad bodyguards with immense gratitude as they exchanged glances with Cao Fei. Just this single remark ensured their prospects for promotion, and a raise were well within reach. Yet, Cao Fei remained oblivious to their fervent gazes, fixated instead on the system panel. I have acquired auxiliary currency. Chapter 11. The final round of public testing, official version teaser system level 1.122100000. Current function. Upon entering a dungeon, one may select one auxiliary option from 3 available choices. Historical auxiliary. Your master has arrived. Current available auxiliary. None. Auxiliary currency 122. After vanquishing the yellow-haired thug, not a single auxiliary coin was granted. However, upon defeating the large, spherical demon, a substantial 120 auxiliary coins were awarded. Cao Fei concluded that killing demons is indeed necessary to earn auxiliary currency. Moreover, he pondered a critical observation. The auxiliary currency obtained in the real world seems to significantly exceed that in the game. The substitute victim slain in the dungeon was likely of a low tier, thereby yielding only 2 auxiliary coins. In contrast, the previous spherical demon was of the 1st tier. Judging by their levels, they appeared not too dissimilar. Had it been in the dungeon, it would have probably rewarded him with just a few dozen auxiliary coins. Yet in reality, it had granted him over 100. Cao Fei resolved to pay attention in the next dungeon, curious to see how many auxiliary coins would be awarded for slaying a demon of similar level to the spherical one. This would provide insight into the ratio of auxiliary currency acquisition between the two realms. Meanwhile, Zhen Xiao and his 2 bodyguards were not idle. Once assured that the environment posed no danger, Zhen Xiao directed the bodyguards to interrogate the surviving assassin regarding his identity and background. The recent explosion caused by the spherical demon had claimed the lives of several thugs, leaving only 2 groaning on the ground. The woman in the suit, however, had vanished without a trace. One of the black-clad men questioned the thug. "Who sent you?" The thug moaned in pain, failing to respond. The black-clad man's gaze turned icy as he effortlessly snapped the thug's arm like a twig.
"Ah!"
The thug screamed in anguish. The other thug, quick-witted, hastily replied, "It was BS. BAS sent us. He wants us to kill Cao Fei, BAS. Jin Xiao mused. Is he the one associated with the Cui family, the one tasked with the dirty work? Yes, yes. That's the one, the thug nodded fervently. Why does he want to kill me? Cao Fei approached, axe still dripping with blood, and gazed down at the thug with a piercing glare. I know, the injured thug stammered. I overheard someone mention a man named Zhang Yi, who intends to hire Boss Ba to eliminate you. Good. You know where BS is, correct? Cao Fei smiled. Lead the way. We shall pay BS a visit. Zhun Xiao contemplated for a moment. Should we rest first? I can bring the search team in the morning to apprehend him, or shall we go now? Cao Fei twisted his neck. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep. All right. Zhun Xiao made a call. I'll gather 2 more search team members to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. A T1, 44 a.m. at the Sanqing Sanctuary, within an opulent villa community in the city center. On the 3rd floor of a 4-story mansion, Ba was secretly adding a substance to the water cup of Zhang Ye's aunt, Lu Ruiyun. Once Lu Ruiyun consumed it, it would ignite primal urges within her. Suddenly, an important notification blared. The 9th round of public testing for the horror game has concluded, terminated by Longhua player, 990,000 White Silk Lolita's chief instructor. The 10th round of public testing is now underway. This is the final round of public testing, starting now. The first 2 players to achieve S-rank evaluations in this round will conclude the public testing and unlock the official version of the horror game. Official version 1.0 teasers. Teaser 1. Introduction of World Rules. Teaser 2. Opening of International Dungeons. BAS grew increasingly excited. The end of public testing was finally in sight, and he fantasized about being the first to secure 2 S-rank evaluations. This was because the player who concludes public testing first would receive extraordinary rewards. Dismissing his daydreams, BAS gazed at the captivating mature woman on the sofa, nervously fidgeting with her skirt, her face flushed with embarrassment. And a satisfied smirk crept across his lips. Truly voluptuous and curvaceous. Zhang Ye's little brat is quite impressive. Just so you know, I won't allow you to lay a finger on me, Lu Ruiyun said, her voice trembling. Have you heard of Zhang Xuan? Oh, you mean that girl who, despite merely being a 2nd-tier demon tamer, absurdly contracted a 4th-tier angel demon and was whisked away by Longhua. Indeed, she is the daughter of my younger sister. Lu Ruiyun said proudly, frowning at Boss's coarse language. If you harm me, she will not let you off. BAS chuckled inwardly. The girl has already gone to Longhua, who could possibly intervene on your behalf. He plastered a false smile on his face. Well then, I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for you. First, put on this secretary outfit. You will only need to serve as my personal secretary for 1 year. BAS tossed Lu Ruiyun a JK uniform and patted his chest. Then your nephew's debt of 100 million Blue Star coins will be wiped clean. BAS felt that a year of playing with her would be more than sufficient. 100 million. Lu Ruiyun was taken aback by this staggering figure. Had it not been for Zhang Yi kneeling and weeping over the insurmountable debt owed to this black man, amounting to tens of millions of Blue Star coins, she would never have come here. She had even contemplated borrowing from her estranged father or her sister, with whom she currently had a strained relationship, to scrape together some funds. Yet, she never anticipated the debt would be 100 million. This was an amount too shameful for her to even utter. Little Yi, are you intent on destroying our family? BAS silently laughed. Zhang Ye's debts had long been settled with Cao Fei's funds. The so-called 100 million debt was merely a ruse concocted by Zhang Yi to ensnare this alluring mature woman. Zhang Yi was truly a genius in this regard. BAS handed the cup of water to Lu Ruiyun. Here, Ms. Lu, have a drink. I shall need some water too. Lu Ruiyun, still reeling from the figure of 100 million, unconsciously accepted the cup, her ruby lips pressed against the rim as she began to drink. The show was about to commence. Ba grinned wickedly, whistling leisurely as he headed to the shower. Stripping off his clothes, he turned on the water. Bang, 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 search team. We are conducting an operation. Chapter 12. Mature woman in school uniform. Is that not Aunt Lu? The elite members of the search team, along with Cao Fei, hardly needed to pass through the villa's front door. Utilizing the power of the demon, they leaped directly to the floor where BAS resided. The destructive force of the demon made the villa's walls crumble like tofu, easily punctured. Meanwhile, in the villa's first-floor hall, Boss's underlings were engaged in drinking and playing cards. They were stunned to see a large contingent of search team personnel in uniforms storm in with grim expressions. Do not resist. However, the underlings heard Boss's furious roar from upstairs. Kill them. Shiba, come save me. If anything goes wrong, it's on me. Instantly, the underlings grabbed their weapons and began to clash with the search team. Just moments ago, upstairs, Cao Fei, under the protection of the search team, looked at the bare BAS and chuckled. With skin as dark as yours, why do you lack the assets to match it? Surely, you are a weakling in that regard. Are you? Ha ha ha, Cao Fei, how are you still alive? BAS fumbled to cover himself and then turned to the search team with a sycophantic smile. Gentlemen, I am BS, of the Sanqing faction. We are on the same side. Yet the leading captain, Zhen Shi, merely scoffed. Although the search team was predominantly composed of members from various financial conglomerates, these factions were not necessarily united. Even some factions aligned with the Sanqing group were often at odds. Engaging in power struggles as commonplace as dining, moreover, as a member of the Jin family, Zhen Shi knew precisely whom to heed. Thus, he turned to Cao Fei, respectfully stating, Mr. Cao, I await your orders. Boss's pupils dilated in shock. According to Zhang Yi, Cao Fei was nothing but a 3-no garbage. No background, no wealth, no combat prowess. How could he possibly be so closely aligned with the influential Jin family? Moreover, it was evident that the Jin family held great respect for Cao Fei. Damn it, Zhang Yi, you've put me in a perilous situation. Then, BAS heard Cao Fei's chilling words. Kill him, if possible. Leave his contracted demon alive. I have use for it. Understood. Upon witnessing the situation, Ba relinquished any remaining illusions. He pressed the button on the bathroom wall with considerable force. This was an alarm device. Once activated, his ally, the Cui family, would be notified and come to his rescue. Kill them and save me, he bellowed. Just as his furious words faded, the agents of the search bureau began firing at him. Bullets were far cheaper than his ghostly energy, and they could deplete it as well. That moment. 2 black rings composed of ghostly energy radiated from beneath Boss's feet, enveloping him like a garment. Some bullets struck the ghostly aura, causing it to shimmer. Each attack that hit BAS diminished his ghostly energy. Yet the sheer density of his power made him temporarily impervious. Unable to resolve the situation swiftly, BAS retrieved a submachine gun from the bathroom cabinet, and both sides commenced a fierce exchange of fire. Simultaneously, he discreetly released his contracted ghost, casting a sly grin towards the figure of Cao Fei, positioned just behind the search team. With the strength of his contracted ghost, eliminating Cao Fei would require little time. And he could return to protect himself afterward. In his view, dispatching the one giving orders, Cao Fei, would surely dissuade the search bureau agents from further harassment. They would undoubtedly retreat. That moment, Cao Fei did not rush forward to confront BAS. He believed it wise to utilize others to expend their energy rather than entering the fray himself, much like a company leader delegating dirty work to subordinates. However, he reveled in the sensation of command. It was an intoxicating experience, the delightful taste of power. Cao Fei strolled leisurely, surveying the expansive room of several hundred square meters. 2 ghost tamers from the search team closely flanked him, ensuring no surprises arose. This decor resembles a KTV, he mused suddenly. Cao Fei was taken aback, his eyes lighting up. Oh, isn't that Aunt Lu? There, beside a long row of sofas. Lu Ruoyan was clad in a JK uniform paired with beige thigh-high socks. The socks tightly embraced her plump, fair thighs, leaving a ring of red marks. The fullness of her thighs seemed broader than her waist. Unlike a youthful girl in a JK outfit, Lu Ruoyan's figure resembled a ripe peach. Straining against the uniform, presenting a striking juxtaposition of youthful charm and mature voluptuousness. One had to admit, BAS truly knew how to play the game. Yet, Why was Lu Ruoyun here? Cao Fei quickly conjectured a possibility, after Zhang Yi was killed by him in the instance. Perhaps out of rage, he had sacrificed his aunt to have BAS send someone to eliminate him. Zhang Yi, you fool, what lengths will you go to for revenge? After being conned by Zhang Yan and Zhang Yi regarding housing funds. Cao Fei learned that the money had been funneled to a loan company under the Sanqing Group, with BAS as the manager. Zhang Yi was indeed a simpleton, getting swindled, and then offering up his aunt. How despicable! Oh, Aunt Lu, why are you silent? He teased, only to witness Lu Ruoyun's body trembling uncontrollably, beads of fragrant sweat trickling down her form, exuding a potent allure that could ensnare any man. What the hell? Is she electrified? Cao Fei gasped. Could it be Ba has already taken control of her? That would be utterly corrupted. He approached her, and the search team members intuitively closed the door to the room. Standing guard outside, suddenly, Lu Ruoyun turned to face Cao Fei directly. He was struck by her flower-like visage, her eyes sparkling with a yearning akin to a heart eager for affection. Good heavens, is this the same Lu Ruoyun who used to regard me with disdain before my divorce from Zhang Yan? The same haughty woman who accused me in the instance to save Zhang Yi. Just as he was taken aback, Lu Ruoyun lunged at him. Cao Fei's eyes widened in terror. Why am I reacting so sluggishly? As if under control. Is this how I am to be subdued? No, I have no interest in mature women. But wait, Aunt Lu, you smell divine. Suddenly, the floor shattered. Two shadowy figures erupted from the ground. Two dark female ghosts materialized, one resembling a black Spider-Man, the other possessing 4 arms and a sinister expression. One bore a single ghost ring, the other, 2, they surged towards Cao Fei, wielding ghostly energy akin to crashing waves, seeing Cao Fei seemingly frozen in shock. Their dark faces twisted into mocking, ghastly grins. Dare to threaten Boss's master, you shall die. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Cao Fei, pinned beneath Lu Ruoyun, smirked. Jiang He, activate. Boom. The 2 female ghosts widened their eyes in terror at the sudden emergence of a third ghost, one whose aura approached the 3rd or even 4th tier of power. In an instant, her overwhelming ghostly energy blasted them away. As they were flung aside, their forms began to disintegrate, exploding into fragments. Cao Fei was elated. Jiang He's power was terrifyingly immense. However, his joy quickly turned to confusion. As he eagerly checked his external currency, he found it had not increased. Motherfucker, what is going on? Cao Fei was bewildered. Does killing with a contracted ghost not count as my own kill? Fine. I must do it myself then. Meanwhile, the battles on the 2 lower floors had concluded. Jin Xiao, under the cover of the search team, arrived at Cao Fei's floor. Approaching the door, he heard the sound of Jiang He's recent explosion. In a panic, Jin Xiao kicked open the already cracked door, rushing inside while calling out, Master, you haven tea. Then, upon seeing something, he hurriedly retreated. Master, I saw nothing. You seem quite starved. Chapter 13. The Hospital Mansion, sending photos to Zhang Yi, preparing for a duo Q. Jin Xiao shook his head vigorously, though he had seen nothing explicit. Something felt amiss. The air was thick with tension. He glimpsed his master pinned beneath a beautiful woman in a JK uniform, one typically worn by high school girls, while Jiang He, the alluring serpent spirit, crouched nearby, seemingly assisting. Jiang He, Cao Fei felt as though he were being submerged in a vat of milk, struggling to surface for air. I didn't ask you to help me like this. I wanted you to get her off me, not this. Oh, right. Nearby, BAS had been riddled with bullets and finally succumbed. Having waited in vain for his allies to rescue him, he felt the demise of both his contracted ghosts, and in a fit of rage, was swiftly beaten to death. Subsequently, in the underground 99th level of the Chui family residential district in the sanctuary, a chilling room adorned with photographs of human faces was revealed, each framed picture accompanied by a coffin-like box beneath it. Strangely, all the eyes in the photographs were closed. Suddenly, the eyes in Boss's photograph snapped open, filled with malice. Cao Fei, just you wait, and you too. Zhang Yi, you bastard. Half an hour later, At the Sanqing Sanctuary, located near the inner city, the towering Zhenxingfu Hospital building reached into the clouds, standing at least 100 stories high, even in the dead of night. It was brightly lit, with the sounds of ambulances echoing continuously on the 66th floor. Before a floor-to-ceiling window, Zhen Xiao remarked, "Master, what do you think of this place? Below us is the second-best hospital in the sanctuary. Just after Sanqing Hospital. In between is a shopping mall, and above are luxurious flats. I'm quite satisfied, very satisfied," Cao Fei replied, surveying the expansive mansion, which exceeded 500 square meters and spanned 2 interconnected levels. He clinked his beer with Jiang He and Zhen Xiao. "I particularly enjoy the feeling of living above a hospital. IT provides a great sense of security, as long as you're satisfied." Zhen Xiao grinned. "By the way, how is Lu Ruyan?" Cao Fei was selecting photos to send to Zhang Yi, all featuring Lu Ruyan. Many were candid shots of the two of them together. And several photos. Cao Fei had guided Lu Ruyan's hand to form a yed gesture toward the camera, complemented by her enchanting expression. Perfectly delightful, he thought. After selecting 9 images, he sent them to Zhang Yi. Anticipating the fury that would ensue upon his viewing, once Zhang Yi sees these, he'll be livid. "How amusing," Zhen Xiao responded. "She's still unconscious. That dark ghost must have administered a powerful sedative. She's stabilized now and is receiving 4 fluids. Alright, by the way, Master, shall we duo Q for the sinister mansion instance?" Zhen Xiao proposed, recalling that Cao Fei had mentioned his intent to enter that very instance. The horror game supported teams of 2 to 5 players, and he hoped to cling to his master's coattails for a favorable rating. And oh problem. Cao Fei stifled a yawn, expressing his desire to have a good sleep before preparing to enter the dungeon. "All right then, I'll head over to the neighboring room," he declared. Zhen Xiao, brimming with excitement, suddenly laughed and said, "If you need an injection, just ring the bell on the wall, and a nurse clad in a bikini will come to your service." With only a day left before entering the dungeon, it was time to conserve energy. Good night, good night. Cao Fei, Jiang He, and the others bid their farewells as they drifted off to sleep. However, Zhang Yi found himself unable to say good night. He had been staying up late, eagerly awaiting the news of Cao Fei's demise, only to receive dreadful tidings. He had seen the photos of Maida E that Cao Fei sent him. Although none of them were suggestive, they felt oddly unsettling. Rage surged within him, his blood boiling. Moments later, Zhang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ah, Cao Fei, you truly are a beast. Aunt Lu Ruyan, how could Cao Fei have laid his hands on you?" He frantically dialed Ba. "Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." A foreboding sense of dread washed over him, fear creeping from the depths of his heart straight to his mind. Could it be that Cao Fei had killed Ba or gravely injured him, and in the process, snatched Aunt Lu? Considering the photos Cao Fei had sent and Ba's dead phone, it seemed he had no choice but to accept this outcome. How could this be? Bas, that dark figure, had 2 contract ghosts and countless underlings. How could a mere trash like Cao Fei achieve this? "I will kill him. I will rescue my beloved Aunt May." Zhang Yi screamed in a fit of rage. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, inspiration struck. At the last family gathering, his third Aunt Lu Runan's eldest daughter, his cousin Zhang Shuang, had mentioned that she had a few fans who were heads of their own. One of them was the heir of the Cui family conglomerate, a person of immense power. He recalled how she had fearfully whispered that if she were not known as the innate ghost master, already registered in Long Country, she would have been utterly ruined by a wealthy heir like Cui Yi. At that time, Zhang Ye's mother was still alive, and their relationship with his third aunt's family was quite good. Zhang Yi had asked his cousin for Cui Yinha's contact information, although now, due to his foolishness that led to his mother's death, his ties with his third aunt's family and grandfather's side had frayed. His cousin's fan, Cui Yinha, was the most viable lifeline he could think of. At 4 a.m., in the inner city of the sanctuary, within a grand villa in the Cui family residential area, you were supposed to kill that wretched Cao Fei. Yet the Jin family's Zhen Xiao sent the search team to raid your hideout and ended up killing you. Yes, young Master Cui, I apologize for the trouble, the emaciated BAS, having returned from the dead. Knelt before a peculiar man clad in a black bathrobe. Cui Inha yawned and scoffed. You really have the worst luck. I was busy playing games with my sister-in-law when you called for help, and I didn't hear you. Chapter 14. The innate ghost master, my eccentric friend, enters the dungeon. Seeing Cui Inha regard him as lesser than a mere dog, BAS lowered his head, his eyes filled with resentment. While I was taking gunfire. You were playing games. Sooner or later, BAS would rise and take his rightful place, personally delivering a barrage of gunfire to him. Beep, beep, beep. Which bastard is calling me in the middle of the night? Cui Inha cursed as he picked up the phone. Hello? A sycophantic voice responded. Young Master Cui, you're still awake. This is Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi? Who the hell is that? Cui Inha was about to hang up when the next words made him perk up instantly. I am Zhang Shuang and Zhang Na's cousin. Cui Inha exclaimed in delight. You are the cousin of the two sisters, known amongst fans as the innate ghost master, although Zhang Shuang and Zhang Na only entered the game in the 5th round of the public test. Their ghost mastery talent was incredibly formidable. First, Sister Zhang Shuang contracted an angel ghost several tiers above her, causing a sensation in the Kimchi country and drawing the attention of the Long country officials. Just recently, there was news that Sister Zhang Na, despite having a 2nd-tier capability, had contracted a 5th-tier fierce ghost, a Taoist female ghost. Moreover, this was Zhang Na's 2nd contracted ghost. Her first, while not 5th tier, was still a formidable 3rd-tier ghost. Thus, Zhang Na's current ghost mastery achievements surpassed those of her sister. Such high talent, particularly in combat strength, had led to them being summoned by the Long country on an official plane overnight. After being spotted by fans, they made headlines again. With their identical looks, sweet demeanor, youthful appearance, and long legs, even the esteemed Cui Inha was a fervent fanboy. He was the type who was so desperate to curry favor that he had no chance to do so. Yes, I am their cousin. Zhang Yi just saw the trending news and felt incredibly unlucky. Mom, why did you have to die? If only you were alive, I wouldn't need to beg that useless sister for the millions from Cao Fei. If you were alive and spoke a word, my 3rd aunt's family would have readily given it. I could have directly contacted the star players Zhang Shuang and Zhang Na, appearing far more impressive. Why all these troubles? Why did I need to go through their fans? Zhang Yi lamented about his mother. Auntie is also useless. Had she maintained a good relationship with my 3rd aunt, it wouldn't have been such a hassle. Cui Inha sighed. I truly envy you for having blood ties to 2 goddesses. Zhang Yi, from now on, we will be good brothers. Cui Inha patted his chest. If there's anything you need from your older brother, just say the word. Zhang Yi eagerly replied. That's wonderful. Cui Ge, could you help me eliminate Cao Fei? That little bastard is incredibly malicious, forcing me to a dungeon at 4 a.m. tomorrow. If I die again, I will have only 1 life left, no problem. Although he is within the Zhen family's influence, I can easily deal with him in the dungeon. Once this call ends, I will recruit a few experts for this dungeon. Just follow my lead. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. Thank you, Cui Ge. Thank you, Cui Ge. It's a small matter. Cui Inha waved his hand, then pondered for a moment. However, little Yi, you must do me a small favor. Zhang Yi immediately replied. Cui Ge, just say the word. I would brave mountains and seas for you without a second thought. Not necessary, not necessary. Cui Inha licked his lips. I know Zhang Shuang has arrived in Long country, and Zhang Na was taken there overnight. So, I can't ask you to arrange a private meeting with them now. Here's the deal. Over the next few days, get me some personal belongings of your 2 cousins. The more intimate, the better. They ask for what kind of items. You know what I mean? I have an eccentric friend who has been yearning for them for a long time. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. Huh. That eccentric friend. It can't be you, can it? Cui Ge. In the inner city of the sanctuary, the Ghost Hunting Bureau's office building remained brightly lit even in the dead of night, with numerous figures bustling about. Bai Piao, the deputy director of the Ghost Hunting Bureau, pressed his fingers against his temples, processing documents while asking without looking up, Have you found that player known as the Hell S Messenger with an S rank evaluation? He felt utterly drained. Players like Zhang Shuang and Zhang Na, possessing top-tier talent and astonishing combat capabilities, had been recruited by Long Country, a subordinate nation. They had to stifle even the slightest sound. Fearing it would suggest they were uncooperative, the player known as the Hell S Messenger had just received an S rank evaluation, ranking 9th among players in the Qinchi country. He was the 9th player in Qinchi country to achieve an S rank or higher. While Long Country had many S-rank players, the officials wouldn't pay special attention. However, in Kimchi country, he was undoubtedly a genius, and Bai Piao was determined to have him on their team for proper training. If there were inter-country competitions in the future, they would be prepared. One of his subordinates glanced at the muscular deputy director, bowing slightly. We haven't found him yet. We're doing our best to. Bai Piao interrupted, impatiently saying, just trace the phone records and information logs. The subordinate hesitated, but isn't that a bit irregular? If those conglomerates find out, I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Just do as I say and ensure you bring him to me within 3 days. Understood. As the subordinate was about to leave, Bai Piao recalled something. By the way, I heard that the Evil Mansion dungeon is opening tomorrow morning. Didn't we just recruit a batch of arrogant geniuses? Let them enter for training. While the mortality rate in that dungeon is average, it's challenging to achieve high scores. We can use it as their entrance exam. The subordinate saluted. I will arrange that immediately. At 1 a.m. the next day, with 3 hours remaining until the Evil Mansion dungeon opened, Cao Fei finally awoke leisurely. Upon checking the time, he was astonished. Goodness, I've slept for almost a whole day. In the same bed, Jiang He was watching a variety show on the tablet that Jin Xiao had given him. Seeing Cao Fei awake, she removed her headphones and smiled brightly. Master, it seems you had a good rest. Jin Xiao said to wait for you to wake up, so we can have a nutritious meal before entering the dungeon. Cao Fei lovingly patted Jiang He's large tail and replied with a grin. Let us go. Let us go. Time for a meal. After becoming a spirit tamer, Cao Fei discovered that his appetite and digestive capacity were remarkably heightened. He indulged for over 2 hours before finally feeling satiated. Beside him, Jin Xiao, who appeared somewhat anxious as he glanced at the time, began the countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Cao Fei, Jiang He, and Jin Xiao, 2 humans and 1 spirit, vanished. Chapter 15. The Sinister Mansion, Option 2 for the game enhancement. Boom, crash, a peculiar 77-story building, tilted at a 45-degree angle, stood ominously as torrents of blood rain cascaded down, washing over the building's glass like a turbulent river. Crimson lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder. At that moment, in a dimly lit corridor on one of the floors, the lights flickered an eerie green, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The horrifying scenes both inside and outside left some female players, and even a few male players, trembling in fear. Jin Xiao gulped nervously and instinctively pressed close to his mentor, Cao Fei. Upon feeling Cao Fei's body and warmth, he felt a sense of reassurance. However, Cao Fei's expression darkened. It was not due to the strange surroundings or his disciples' closeness, but rather because he had attempted to summon Jiang He and found himself unable to do so. Could it be that there were restrictions in place? At that moment, a chilling notification from the horror game echoed. Dungeon name: Sinister Mansion, Tier 1, Dungeon type, quest-based player count, 100 dungeon duration, 7 days. Main quest 1, obtain a residency permit for an apartment. Main quest 2, acquire a confirmation notice from one of the 4 major corporations. Side quest 1, sinister task, randomly assigned to each player, details available in your task module. Side quest 2, promotion, higher positions yield better rewards and evaluations. Restriction 1, no firearms or weapons from the real world may be used. Restriction 2, spirit tamers cannot summon contracted spirits of a higher rank than themselves. Failure penalty, players who fail to complete the main quests within the dungeon duration will meet their demise. Cao Fei suddenly realized that due to Restriction 2, he was incapable of summoning Jiang He. The silver lining, however, was that Jiang He's attribute enhancements and shared abilities remained intact. Curiously, he opened his sinister task. Sinister task: eliminate all male players except those in your team. Difficulty: extremely high current male player count, 6,060, excluding yourself and Zhen Xiao. Number of male players eliminated, 0 reward. Based on completion status. At that moment, a system panel appeared. Please select an enhancement to use in this dungeon. Only one can be chosen. Enhancement 1. Your wife is my responsibility. When you utter your wife is my responsibility to a dying being, regardless of your relationship, they will entrust their wife to your care and transfer all their possessions to you. Enhancement 2. All rise. When you shout all rise, all beings who hear it will be compelled to stand for 5 minutes. Enhancement 3. A blessing in disguise. When misfortune befalls you, it will trigger a fortunate event that will at least ensure your survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Fei chose Enhancement 3, a blessing in disguise. With only one life remaining, the 3 most important things to him were to survive, and to damn well survive. As long as he remained alive, with the system's existence, he was destined for greatness. Therefore, the assurance of survival mentioned in Enhancement 3 was of utmost necessity for him. At that moment, after the horror game had delivered its prompt, there was no further action, and monsters emerged to guide them. It seemed the players were to interpret the tasks freely based on their understanding. Many players unfamiliar with this dungeon felt somewhat lost, unsure of their next steps. However, among the players, 3 groups began to spring into action. The first group consisted of players clad in the ostentatious uniforms of the Spirit Exorcism Bureau. They were a mix of young men and women, all around 20 years old, with fresh and youthful appearances. Their distinguishing trait was their apparent genius, as many of them walked with their heads held high, looking down their noses at others. This group moved with practiced efficiency, soon disappearing into the corridors of this floor. Suggesting it was not their first time in this dungeon, the second group appeared to be players from affluent backgrounds. They were also quite young, easily identifiable by their possession of several game items. It was known that obtaining game equipment was quite challenging, indicating their wealth and influence. Leading them was a haughty girl with pink short hair, flanked by her sycophantic entourage, and they too departed swiftly. Many players lacking influence trailed behind these 2 groups, eager to learn how to navigate the game. They had no intention of following the third group, as it resembled a faction of nefarious power. Dying before the game even began would be too tragic. Thus, only Cao Fei, Zhen Xiao, and the third group remained. The third group was none other than Zhang Yi, Zhang Daqiang, and several men and women adorned in flamboyant floral shirts, covered in tattoos. Cao Fei, did you ever imagine this? Haha, Zhang Yi bellowed with a ferocious expression. You force me and my father into this, which is equivalent to digging your own grave. Speak, you haven't had any unsavory encounters with my aunt, have you? I want to hear the truth. Zhang Ye's anguished cries betrayed his fear of hearing Cao Fei utter something like, I've already sampled her. And it was rather delightful. Little Yi, don't waste your breath on this wretch, Zhang Daqiang said, ingratiating himself to the tattooed men and women beside him. Esteemed members of the Cui family, please restrain Cao Fei. I wish to give him 10 slaps, beat him half to death, and then torment him daily. Zhang Daqiang's heart boiled with rage. You bastard Cao Fei, I've long desired Lu Ruyin. Finally, her sister, who happens to be my wife, has passed away, marking one of the 3 great fortunes of middle age. Yet you, that filthy dog, snatched her away. He yearned to extract Lu Ruiyun's whereabouts from Cao Fei's lips, hoping to escape the dungeon quickly to rescue what could potentially be his second wife. Zhen Xiao grimaced. Seriously, is our luck this abysmal right from the start? I should have brought a team of bodyguards. Zhen Xiao contemplated using a random teleportation item card he had obtained from Mei Ma. Upon use, it would allow him and his mentor to randomly arrive at a safer location within the dungeon. Just then, a few of the Cui family's henchmen behind Zhang Daqiang nodded, preparing to strike Cao Fei. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. They were currently in the corridor, flanked by rooms. Suddenly, one of the doors burst open, revealing a hulking, muscle-bound bald man, a ghost. Shut the hell up. With a surge of ghostly power, 3 massive ghost rings ignited beneath his feet. He wielded a bizarre, wicked-looking cleaver, infused with ghostly energy, and swung it toward the nearest Chui family female henchman. The unfortunate woman barely had time to react before she was cleaved in two. Her severed body and blood were instantly absorbed by the gaping mouth that appeared on the cleaver, leaving not even a bone behind. But that was not the end. The bald ghost licked his lips and turned his attention toward Zhang Daqiang. Swinging the cleaver once more, Zhang Daqiang, paralyzed with terror, did not move an inch. A strong man from the Chui family quickly activated an item, casting a group acceleration spell, and yanked Zhang Daqiang away as they fled. They stumbled and rolled, pursued by the bald ghost, leaving behind only Cao Fei and the dazed Jin Shao. In his heart, Cao Fei exclaimed, "This enhancement, a blessing in disguise, truly is a divine gift." Chapter 16. The Girl in Blue and White Jeans, the Flag of the Undead. "Goodness, Master," Zhen Shao exclaimed, watching the vanishing figures of the bald ghost and Zhang Yi and Zhang Daqiang, struggling to suppress his voice in shock. "Our luck is absolutely atrocious. Just moments ago, I lamented our misfortune, and now we find ourselves in peril." Zhen Shao reflected quietly, but who would have guessed that a bald ghost would suddenly appear and save us from danger? However, I must say, those two were indeed quite loud, barking like wild dogs. Zhen Shao tugged at Cao Fei, leading him toward a safe passage. "Let us move. Let us change floors." He still feared that the bald ghost might return and cleave them both in twain. They stealthily made their way down several floors through the safety passage, arriving at the 58th floor. Cao Fei pondered for a moment, deciding to first complete main quest 1, which involved finding a room where they could legally reside. Following that, he intended to investigate how to accomplish main quest 2. At that point, they noticed several players in the corridor attempting to communicate with the game's residents. Among them were 2 beautiful young women clad in tight jeans. One in white and the other in blue, radiating youthful exuberance and vitality. These 2 university-aged girls squatted down, playfully chatting with a small boy who had a round, cherubic face. The little boy was utterly adorable. The girl in white jeans pulled out a lollipop and smiled. "Can I ask you a question, little one?" "Sure. Ask away," the boy replied eagerly, snatching the lollipop while gazing innocently at the girl's curvaceous figures. Licking the candy as he stared, "We have a task to complete. We need to obtain a residency permit for an apartment." The girl in blue jeans smiled at a charming little boy and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Indeed, I do. If 2 beautiful sisters could stay at my house, that would be perfect." The little boy then gazed intently at the girl in white jeans, pointing towards the door behind him. "This is my home." The 2 girls exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. Who would have thought the task would be so simple? It could be accomplished with ease. The first gaming experience had gone remarkably smoothly. Knock, knock, knock. The little boy rapped on the door. "Dad, open up quickly. I've brought back 2 humans, and they're very pretty. Coming soon." A refined-looking man opened the door. His complexion was pallid, and as he lowered his gaze, a sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. He smiled, saying, come in. My house is quite spacious." "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you," the 2 girls in jeans replied, twisting their slender waists and ample legs as they entered the apartment. Bang! The door closed behind them. It seemed that task 1 posed no challenge. It was rather straightforward. Zhen Shao stood beside Cao Fei, smiling as he glanced at the numerous apartments, with so many places. "We should be able to," before he could finish his sentence. 2 sharp screams echoed. The sounds were both adorable and familiar, unmistakably the voices of the 2 girls in jeans. Moments later, the little boy emerged once more, grinning widely as he continued to lick the lollipop handed to him by the girls. However, Cao Fei and Jin Shao distinctly noticed that the lollipop had transformed into a deep crimson hue. The boy's mouth was dripping with saliva, tinged with blood, an eerie sight indeed. "Hey, big brothers." The little boy suddenly fixed his gaze on Cao Fei and Jin Shao, grinning mischievously. "Do you want to stay at my house?" No, no, Zhen Xiao exclaimed, a chill running down his spine as he grabbed Cao Fei, ready to flee. Yet, he quickly realized that his master remained unmoved. To Zhen Zhao's astonishment, Cao Fei, with a smile, declared, "Sure, little brother, I'll stay at your house." He then turned to Zhen Xiao, saying, "Wait here for me, all right?" "Master, please," Zhen Xiao urged anxiously, tugging at his hair, then hurriedly whispered in Cao Fei's ear, "Why are you jumping into the fire pit? No worries, I have a plan." Cao Fei reassured him, gently ruffling Zhen Zhao's red hair before walking over to the little boy. The boy then knocked on the door once more, and the pallid gentleman opened it again with a sinister smile. "Please come in, all right," Cao Fei replied, an eye in the distance. A male player from the Ghost Exorcism Bureau scoffed as he observed Cao Fei entering the room, disdainfully remarking, "What a fool. He not only lacks experience, but is also a Na'vi rookie." In apartments with children and elderly, the likelihood of it being a haunted house is exceedingly high. Another player from the Bureau shook his head, pondering, perhaps he's employing reverse psychology, thinking that the ghost has just had its fill, thus making it safe to enter. "Cut it out. That's impossible." Moments later, a scream of agony erupted from within the room. "Master!" Zhen Xiao cried out in terror. Zhen Xiao then realized with delight that's not Master's voice. He murmured, "It sounds like the voice of that gentleman who opened the door earlier, just moments ago." After Cao Fei entered the room, the little boy and his father had transformed into ghostly forms, their backs sprouting shark tails, revealing their true power. They were two shark ghosts, the little shark ghost at level 1 and the old shark ghost at level 3, without uttering a word. The old shark ghost brandished a peculiar flag resembling a long spear made of white bones, nearly 2 meters in length. The flag's surface was blood red, prominently displaying the faces of the two girls in jeans. Albeit in a shrunken form, it was exceedingly bizarre. "Gah, after dedicating 30 years of my life to this, the corpse flag I've just crafted is finally ready to shine." The old shark ghost forcefully plunged the flag into the floor, causing it to flutter ominously despite the absence of wind. A chilling breeze swept through, and the previously vibrant girls in jeans appeared before Cao Fei. Now devoid of color, the old shark ghost pointed at Cao Fei, and the two girls abruptly raised their heads, their beautiful eyes narrowing, resembling two frenzied fawns as they lunged towards him. Simultaneously, a swirling gust of wind rushed towards Cao Fei. The speed was so incredible that he had no time to evade. Unfortunately, he was engulfed by the foul-smelling wind, reminiscent of the sea breeze, hitting him squarely. Chapter 17. The corpse flag in hand, the beautiful yet timid shark mother Cao Fei was enveloped by the sinister wind. Instantly feeling a chill coursing through his body, his mind becoming foggy, and his blood beginning to drain, the old shark ghost revealed its sharp teeth, silently grinning menacingly. This corpse flag could transform living beings into his mindless minions. For the transformation to succeed, he needed to possess a higher spiritual power than his target, and his spiritual power had to surpass the total of all the corpses and the target being transformed. Only then would he avoid backlash. However, the two beautiful schoolgirls were barely at level 1, possessing minuscule spiritual power. Thus, he assumed this batch of players were not much different from each other, leading him to believe that this boy was not particularly strong. He would soon be enslaved into a zombie. However, just 3 seconds later, a piercing scream echoed from inside, filled with excruciating pain and disbelief. How is this possible? How can this boy possess such overwhelming spiritual power? He felt a disconcerting sensation, as if this player's spiritual power was nearing his own level 3. Consequently, he unexpectedly suffered backlash. As Cao Fei broke free from the control, he witnessed the old shark ghost rolling on the ground, clutching its head. Simultaneously, the two girls in jeans collapsed at Cao Fei's feet, no longer under control. Cao Fei was baffled, yet he sensed that this was likely the effect of a cheat, and it was the perfect opportunity to strike the old shark ghost. He brandished his blood axe, channeling his ghostly power, and swung it with all his might towards the old shark ghost's head. The little shark ghost wailed in a high-pitched scream, attempting to obstruct him and buy time for its father to recover. "Shut it, you annoying little brat." Cao Fei had no intention of indulging this little pest. As he ran, he continued to build momentum, delivering a powerful blow to the little shark ghost's head, cleaving it in two as if it were a watermelon. The little shark ghost stared in disbelief as it was swiftly defeated by Cao Fei. Fueled by the ghostly power bestowed by Jiang He, Cao Fei's explosive strength was formidable. Thus, he easily dispatched this level 1 nuisance. Cao Fei was overjoyed. Killing the little shark ghost activated the blood rage effect of his blood axe. Stacking the bleeding buff to maximum, he then unleashed a devastating downward strike on the rolling old shark ghost. With tremendous force, the axe embedded deep into the old shark ghost's skull. The old shark ghost's eye popped out in agony. Howling in torment, Cao Fei stepped onto the old shark ghost's body, exerting all his strength to pull the axe free. He continued his assault. I strike, and I strike again. Creating the corpse flag required the creator's substantial life force, resulting in the old shark ghost having relatively low vitality. Thus, after Cao Fei's 12th strike, the level 3 old shark ghost was slain. Your level has increased by 2. Your level is now 10. As your level rises, you gain 6 attribute points. Cao Fei, drenched in sweat, plopped down, inadvertently sitting on the 2 volleyballs of the white jeans-clad corpse. Facing down, surprisingly, the sensation was quite pleasant. Moreover, upon hearing that he had reached level 10, Cao Fei felt a surge of excitement. He had finally ascended to a new tier. With a thought, a ghostly ring appeared beneath his feet. This ghostly ring was wider and larger than those he had encountered among level 1 players and ghosts. A testament to Jiang He's ghostly power enhancement, it was spectacular. Cao Fei admired his ghostly ring for several moments before retracting his ghostly powered. He then evenly distributed his attribute points among vitality, ghostly power, and spiritual power. Pulling up his attribute page, name, Cao Fei, age, 22, game profession, none level, level 1, level 10, 3 experience, vitality, 37, human limit, 10, spiritual power, 27, human limit, 10, ghostly power, 207 ghost coins, 300,005. His ghost coins had reached 300,000. Due to the spirits in the Wang family's haunted house voluntarily offering some before he left the previous instance, coupled with a gift of 100,000 from his apprentice, Cao Fei nodded in satisfaction. Oh, and what about the cheat coins? He nearly forgot again. Hastily, he began to check the status of the auxiliary currency. System level, level 1, 16,010,000. Current function, upon entering a dungeon, one may select one out of 3 auxiliary options for use. Historical auxiliaries, your master has arrived. Currently available auxiliary, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Auxiliary currency, 160. Cao Fei discovered that he had accrued a total of 38 auxiliary coins this time. As anticipated, the auxiliary coins earned from slaying ghosts in the game were far fewer than those in the real world. Take that meatball ghost, for instance. Being merely level 1, it bestowed over 100 auxiliary coins. Yet now, after vanquishing both a level 1 and a level 3 ghost, he had only amassed 38, an astonishing disparity. Regrettably, in his eagerness to dispatch the old shark ghost, he had neglected to check how many coins he earned from the little shark ghost. Otherwise, he could have derived a rough ratio of auxiliary coins between the 2 realms. Never mind, he would analyze it next time. Regaining his focus, Cao Fei approached the eerie flag belonging to the old shark ghost. After much effort, he finally pulled it free. Upon extraction, he received a game notification. Congratulations, you have acquired a level 3 item. Zombie flag, 1 piece. Item, zombie flag, level 3. Quality, A. Level requirement, level 1 or higher. Attributes, maximum spirit power 100, current zombie count. 2. Maximum zombie limit, 20. Effect 1, conversion, converts targets with spirit power lower than yours into zombies. The worse their condition and the lower their spirit power, the higher the success rate. Effect 2, reclaim or release the converted zombies from the zombie flag space. Effect 3, command, Direct your zombies through thought, gestures, or voice. Effect 4. Evolution. Zombies can evolve through consumption and killing. Effect 5. Repair and revive. Consume health points, ghost power, or spirit power to repair or revive zombies. Note 1. Forcibly converting a target with higher spirit power than yours will result in backlash. Note 2. If all zombies possess higher spirit power than you, backlash will ensue. Wow, how impressive, Cao Fei exclaimed, gazing at the zombie flag in awe, truly terrifying. He was utterly enamored with this treasure. Thank you, Old Shark Ghost, for your 30 years of effort. He patted the voluminous volleyball of his white jeans and, with a thought, retrieved the 2 jean zombies back into the flag. Cao Fei noticed something odd, despite all this. Why did it not count as completing task 1? At that moment, a soft sound echoed. With keen ears, Cao Fei discerned it. Who is it? He turned towards the source of the noise and soon spotted an unmistakable, plump and luscious shark tail protruding from behind a nearby table. His gaze sharpened. Come here. He was about to stride over when an astonishing scene unfolded. The owner of the tail, a stunning shark woman clad in a black apron and sheer stockings, rolled out, tears glistening in her eyes, cradling her grand tail. The shark woman kept rolling towards him, clutching her tail tightly. Cao Fei. Chapter 18. The shark woman is quite amusing as the shark woman. Sobbing as she rolled closer, Cao Fei's confusion only deepened. Wait, I told you to roll, and you really did. Such obedience. Too easy to bully. At a loss for words, he was unsure how to respond, before Cao Fei could issue any further commands. The shark woman obediently curled up before him, crying softly, too afraid to make a loud noise. This made Cao Fei feel a bit embarrassed. With a clap, he beckoned her to sit beside him on the sofa. Come, take a seat on the sofa. The shark woman stood up, trembling, her enchanting, tear-streaked eyes glancing at her slightly soiled outer pants from rolling. After hesitating, she began to remove them. Cao Fei was taken aback. What are you doing? He was so shocked that he forgot to stop her. Perhaps due to the shark woman's ample posterior, it seemed as if 2 basketballs were stuffed in her pants, making it quite a struggle for her to remove them. Finally, she revealed the sheer body stocking beneath. The shark woman pulled her pants down to her knees, cradled her voluptuous tail, and then sat down on the opposite side of the sofa where Cao Fei was seated. Sitting rigidly, perhaps out of fear, she averted her gaze from him, her eyes darting about. This peculiar demeanor struck Cao Fei as both adorable and captivating, tugging at his heartstrings. Suddenly, sob. The shark woman felt herself being lifted into the air. She instinctively let out a cry, but quickly covered her mouth. Cao Fei placed her on his lap, and after a couple of touches, he sensed something was amiss. Logically, the smoothness of the stockings against his thighs should have felt double the smoothness. Yet beneath the smooth stockings, something felt rather rough. With a ripping sound, Cao Fei discarded the flesh-colored fabric in shock. To his astonishment, he saw several scars and whip marks adorning the shark woman's thighs. Had she been abused, it seemed he had struck a sensitive chord. The shark woman, who had just stopped crying, burst into tears again, quickly covering her mouth once more. Her pitiful appearance tugged at Cao Fei's heart, and he consoled her for a long while holding her on his lap. Only after Cao Fei inquired did the shark woman, through her sobs, narrate her tale. Her name was Shiwang, a level 0 shark ghost. The old shark ghost and the little shark ghost she had just slain were neither her husband nor her son, but rather her relatives, upon learning of her parents' demise. They had not only killed her newlywed husband but also taken over her home. Though they hadn't violated her in that sense, those 2 brutes had frequently beaten and berated her, all while depleting her family's savings to create that cursed zombie flag. Initially, she had been too afraid to voice her anger, but eventually, terror silenced her. After several failed poison attempts, they continued to thrive, leaving her despondent and contemplating suicide. However, she feared that it would only benefit them, as her death might make her a mere material for crafting the zombie flag. Thus, she had endured until this day. Such a tragic tale. Dear shark woman, Cao Fei lamented, stroking her gently. He then gestured to the corpses of the two shark ghosts. You mentioned your innate talent is consumption. Then consume them. Can I really? The shark woman pointed to herself, incredulous. Why are you being so kind to me? If you don't eat them, I might just eat you. Cao Fei teased mischievously. Chapter 19. Zhang Zhao's fateful encounter. The crooked-mouthed guy. The auxiliary strikes again upon hearing Cao Fei's playful threat. The shark woman trembled. I'll eat. I'll eat. She obediently rushed over. Muttering incantations, placing one hand on the large shark ghost and the other on the small shark ghost. Soon, Cao Fei visibly witnessed the flesh and blood of the two shark ghosts flowing away. Nourishing the shark woman, gradually, her aura grew stronger, and her scars began to heal, returning to their original smoothness. Drink up, the shark woman cried out, her ghostly power surging forth. Two ghostly rings appeared beneath her feet. Not bad, not bad, Cao Fei remarked with a hint of envy. He was truly covetous of this talent. The shark woman blushed at the compliment, feeling flustered after years of neglect. She then covered her mouth and began to cry again. Stop crying, Cao Fei sighed. May I stay here with you? The shark woman nodded, still covering her mouth. Congratulations, you have obtained a residence permit for an apartment, completing main quest 1. It seems I've forgotten something. Cao Fei scratched his head. Outside, Zhen Xiao could no longer contain himself. He wondered what his master was doing, having taken so long. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a familiar, malevolent voice rang out. Isn't this Zhen Xiao? Zhen Xiao turned to see a familiar adversary, a crooked smile adorning the face of Han Hailu from the Han family of the Bai Tai Sanctuary. Flanked by a group of ghostly allies, Han Hailu, you're also in this dungeon? Indeed, haha. Han Hailu, adorned with a black metal necklace and holding a silver case, grinned wickedly. I was in such a rush to undertake task 2 that I didn't notice you at first. Kill him. Zhen Xiao felt a surge of dread. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming and their strength formidable. He did not wish to bring calamity upon his master, so he turned to flee. Catch him. Don't let him escape. Understood, young Master Han. The sounds reached Cao Fei, who was separated by a mere wall. During a casual conversation with Zhen Xiao, he had heard his disciple mention that the Han family, sheltered by the Bai Tai Sanctuary, was sworn enemies with Zhen Zhao's clan. Thus, it was only natural that Zhen Xiao and his contemporary, Han Hailu from the Han family, were adversaries. Zhen Xiao had even mocked Han Hailu for his crooked mouth during their chat. Cao Fei began to observe through the peephole, witnessing a flurry of figures swiftly glide past the door. Moments later, a player approached his room, walking with an air of indifference. It was the crooked-mouthed Han Hailu. What an opportune moment to strike. Cao Fei flung open the door and forcefully pulled the crooked-mouthed fellow inside, swiftly covering his mouth to stifle any sound. He then kicked the door shut. Han Hailu, trapped in Cao Fei's embrace, was initially taken aback, but his eyes soon glinted with malice as he prepared to retaliate. He drew forth a dagger that gleamed with a ghastly green hue, adorned with a mouth that bore a sinister smile, stitched together with crimson thread, an eerie sight indeed. With his first-tier ghostly power unleashed, Han Hailu, facing away from Cao Fei, lunged savagely. This dagger was capable of inducing chaos within the target's mind while steadily diminishing their mental fortitude. Once the target lost their mental clarity, they would be akin to a ship adrift without a captain. What use would even the mightiest ghostly power be then? With the dagger procured through his family's considerable efforts, he had triumphed in numerous instances, you scoundrel. However, the dagger effortlessly pierced through the protective gear on Cao Fei's arm but, astonishingly, failed to breach his flesh. Instead, it found its mark on Han Hailu himself. Chapter 20. An extra undead, surging mental power, and a worthless function. What the heck? Han Hailu was stunned by the unprecedented dual agony of mind and body. How could he have inflicted harm upon himself? Such a grossly negligent blunder had never befallen him before. Meanwhile, the extent of Cao Fei's joy was proportionate to Han Hailu's despair. Despite the unfortunate tear in his protective gear, he was fortunate enough to have the enemy injure himself instead. The cheat was truly remarkable. Seizing the moment of Han He Lu's mental disarray, Cao Fei planted the undead flag into the ground and began to convert him. Simultaneously, he commanded the two cowgirl-like undead in white and blue jeans to restrain Han He Lu. Already disoriented from his own dagger, Han He Lu attempted to flee but was ensnared by the two girls. Soon, a gust from the undead flag enveloped him, and he rapidly lost consciousness, under 10 seconds. Cao Fei had successfully transformed Han He Lu into one of the undead. Instantly, Cao Fei sensed his mind swelling with newfound power, indicating that he could now control these three undead. Cao Fei recalled the three undead into the undead flag. Feeling considerably relieved, he mused that he needed to find ways to enhance his mental power quickly. Controlling the undead was quite exhilarating. He envisioned the prospect of commanding a horde of them in the future. What a delightful thought. He even entertained the idea of dressing them up, particularly the two girls with their curvaceous figures and youthful faces, imagining them in short skirts, lettered stockings, and long boots. It would be quite the sight. If fortune smiled upon him and he encountered these two girls in their corporeal forms, releasing their undead counterparts would create an amusing scene reminiscent of a pair of yin-yang twins from the underworld. Returning to reality, Cao Fei glanced down and noticed two items dropped by Han He Lu, a striking, deep green dagger and a silver box. The box was locked with a code, so Cao Fei released Han He Lu and instructed him to unlock it. He also noticed a necklace around Han He Lu's neck, which, upon inspection, turned out to be non-equipment, so he returned it to him. However, Han He Lu, upon receiving the command to unlock the code, appeared bewildered and at a loss. Cao Fei was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the undead had no memory? He gestured for Han He Lu to speak, but he remained equally confused. All right, I won't push you. Cao Fei relented. Recalling Han He Lu, with a swift blow, he shattered the lock on the box and eagerly opened it. Wow. Potions! Cao Fei's eyes widened in delight as he beheld 10 bottles of potions neatly arranged within the box. What wondrous effects might they possess? Excitedly, he reached for one and received a notification. Congratulations! You have acquired a second-tier potion. Mental Power Enhancement Potion, 1 bottle. Item: Mental Power Enhancement Potion, second tier, quality, B effect. Consuming this potion increases your mental power cap by 30. Note: the effect of this potion diminishes with increased consumption. Goodness! Cao Fei exclaimed, brimming with joy. This was precisely the boost he had been seeking. As for the note, he found the notion of developing resistance to it quite reasonable. Otherwise, the manufacturer could indefinitely amplify their own mental power. Cao Fei opened and consumed one potion after another. Your mental power 30, your mental power 30, your mental power 25, your mental power 10. Your mental power 10. The more he drank, the clearer and stronger his mind felt, and his perception heightened in total. He gained a staggering 200 points in mental power, bringing his total to 227, with the undead flag equipped. He could gain an additional 100 points. Incredible. Following this, Cao Fei picked up the crooked-mouthed man's green dagger. Congratulations, you have obtained a third-tier equipment. Ghostly dagger. Item: Ghostly dagger. Third tier, quality, level requirement. First tier or above attributes. Attack speed 50, effect 1, fright. Consumes ghostly power to deliver a powerful blow that plunges the target into a state of confusion. Duration dependent on the target's mental power. Cooldown 1 hour. Effect 2, Spirit Drain. The struck target will have their mental power continuously weakened, losing 3 mental power per second, lasting 3 seconds. What a splendid item. Handsome and effective. Thank you. Crooked mouth, Cao Fei thought as he wielded the blood axe in one hand and the green dagger in the other, feeling remarkably dapper. He was immensely grateful for the existence of cheats. Otherwise, he might have been slain by Han He Lu. Yet, without cheats, he would not have dared to engage in such reckless close combat with a player. Cao Fei now intended to locate Jin Xiao swiftly, while seeking an opportunity to eliminate the male players. All the while figuring out how to secure a position to undertake task 2, to be frank, the team mode was poorly designed. At the very least, there should be some form of remote voice or text communication among team players. Currently, he had no means to contact Zhen Xiao. Truly, what a regrettable feature. Point 1 could only hope for improvements in the official release. Chapter 21. Masked, Bounty Hunters, and a serendipitous encounter with the ghostly servant Xiaowang. Before setting off, Cao Fei needed to don some disguise. Afterward, if he were to cross paths with the foolish Zhang Yi and Zhang Daqiang, he would be less likely to be recognized. First, a mask was required. Cao Fei rummaged through Shark Girl's collection and selected a sleek black one. Upon wearing it, he found it to be a perfect fit. Wait, that's been used. It's dirty, Shark Girl exclaimed, horrified at the increasingly bizarre behavior of Cao Fei. I suggest you mind your own business, Cao Fei threatened, or you'll be the one in trouble. Shark Girl's tail quivered in fear, and she fell silent. Cao Fei then retrieved a pair of sunglasses from a spatial ring and donned a hooded sweatshirt over his protective gear. Satisfied with his reflection in the mirror, he nodded approvingly. Stay home and behave, he instructed, contemplating that bringing Shark Girl along might be unsafe, and no one but me is allowed to open the door. Shark Girl nodded vigorously. I'll hide at home. Cao Fei replied, do as you wish at home. Stepping out and closing the door, he glanced around and found no players in sight. He entered the elevator and randomly pressed the button for the 17th floor. From Shark Girl, he had learned that the upper levels of the building were residential apartments, while the middle floors housed various companies, including the 4 largest firms in the building: the Mall Management Company, the Apartment Management Company, the Security Company, and Green Vine Hospital. These were likely the 4 major companies where he needed to secure employment for his quest. Notably, Green Vine Hospital was quite renowned in the area. Known for its high standards, according to Shark Girl, even patients from other regions would travel specifically for treatment. The 1st to 16th floors of the building were filled with shops, restaurants, clubs, KTVs, and everything one could imagine. At that moment, several ghosts in suits entered the elevator. They paid Cao Fei no mind. One of them complained. After waiting so long for the security company's recruitment, they canceled it because the chairman's son was killed. Can you believe our bad luck? Oh, Cao Fei perked up, listening intently. Another ghost responded, indeed. What's even more absurd is that the security company let the assassin escape. It's utterly laughable. Who would have thought that a ghost, weary of existence, would resort to assassination within the premises of a security company? The chairman of the security firm has issued a bounty. A substantial reward awaits anyone who can capture or eliminate the murderer. TSK, I have heard that the killer is gravely injured. I sincerely hope that luck smiles upon my companions and me. Ding! We have arrived at the 17th floor. Cao Fei, pondering the words spoken by the ghosts earlier, stepped out with a contemplative expression. That moment, he felt a pressing need to relieve himself, prompting him to search for a restroom. Upon locating a men's toilet, Cao Fei entered and began to ease himself at a nearby urinal. Just then, a man clad in a white mask and hood approached and began to do the same. The hooded figure cast a casual glance at Cao Fei's stature, his eyes widening in surprise. A fleeting comparison with his own physique revealed a stark contrast. Jealousy surged within him. He detested overly confident men. Initially planning to quietly exit through the restroom window after finishing, he resolved instead to eliminate this human before leaving. This young man bore a striking resemblance to a player, and it was evident to the hooded figure that the evil mansion instance only permitted entry to first-tier players. Therefore, dispatching this insignificant fool would be a mere trifle. He covertly unleashed a mental attack, intending to silently obliterate this arrogant individual. Suddenly, Cao Fei felt a resounding buzz in his brain. The world spun around him, and he collapsed onto the floor. However, due to a recent significant enhancement of his mental fortitude, he did not succumb outright. Instead, he transitioned from unconsciousness to a dazed state, instinctively bracing himself with his hands as he attempted to rise. The hooded ghost was taken aback. "Wei, how are you still alive? Since when did first-tier human players possess such formidable mental strength? Even some mediocre third-tier players would struggle to match this one's prowess. Could he be a genius? Excellent, did I relish the prospect of eliminating geniuses." The hooded ghost revealed a sinister grin, preparing to deliver a full-force mental assault upon Cao Fei. Just then, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, a familiar ghost emerged, hastily adjusting his pants. He instantly spotted the fallen Cao Fei, his pupils dilating in alarm. "Master, what are you doing here?" Cao Fei, still in a fog, could only vaguely register the familiar voice. However, Wang Dao, having quickly grasped the situation, drew forth a rusted blade and swiftly positioned himself beside the hooded ghost. With the ferocity of a near fourth-tier player, Wang Dao's face twisted in rage as he struck at the hooded ghost. "Die, you scoundrel!" in the terrified and trembling gaze of the hooded ghost. The blade loomed larger. Though he had not yet met his demise, he was on the verge of apoplexy. Chapter 22. The undead Zhangdaqiang, the overbearing ghost, is overthrown. The hooded ghost was nearing his breaking point. How could such a trivial first-tier player be addressed as master by a third-tier, nearly fourth-tier ghost? And how unfortunate he was to encounter such an absurdly powerful ghost servant in a first-tier instance. Had he known, he would have simply slipped away. No, had he known, he should never have accepted the contract to eliminate the chairman's son from the security company. He should never have left home today. In an instant, his mind raced with thoughts. Severely injured and facing Wang Dao's fierce and rapid strike, he had no time to evade. Boom. He was cleaved in two. The fourth-tier hooded ghost met his end in this manner. Your level has increased by 3. Your level is now 13. With your level increase, you have gained 9 attribute points. Master, are you all right? Wang Dao supported Cao Fei, persistently calling out to him. Huff, huff, huff. Cao Fei gasped for breath. Feeling as though he had plunged into water without knowing how to swim, on the brink of drowning. It's all right. After several minutes, Cao Fei finally regained his composure. He looked at Wang Dao with immense gratitude and disbelief. "Xiao Wang, how did you end up here?" Just before the previous instance concluded, Xiao Wang consoled himself with the thought that they might meet again in the next instance. At that moment, he had dismissed it as mere wishful thinking. Yet here they were, unexpectedly reunited. How absurd, ah! If I were to elaborate, it would take quite a while, so I will keep it brief. Wang Dao sighed and began to recount the tale. Upon hearing Xiao Wang's account, Cao Fei nodded in understanding. It turned out that old Wang had damaged his heart through excessive training and was now on the verge of collapse. Consequently, he had entered the city and made his way to the renowned Green Vine Hospital, located nearby, in search of a heart transplant. The surgical area of Green Vine Hospital happened to be on this very floor. Currently, old Wang was undergoing surgery, and Wang Dao mentioned that it would soon be completed. Xiao Wang, unable to contain himself, had stepped out for a moment. "Is there enough money?" Cao Fei asked, filled with concern. Wang Dao quickly waved his hand. "There's more than enough. We just received a payment for a business deal. You need not worry about us, that's good to hear." Cao Fei then turned his gaze to the severed body of the hooded ghost, which had been cleaved in two by Xiao Wang. After defeating a ghost, there is a small probability of obtaining items. For instance, the undead flag that had just appeared could be considered a drop. Otherwise, it would vanish without a trace. Moreover, items that are dropped tend to be prominently displayed, akin to the way certain games showcase loot around a boss's corpse. Unfortunately, the hooded ghost had yielded nothing. Cao Fei withdrew his gaze and waved his hand. "Let's go see old Wang," before he could finish his sentence. A loud voice erupted from outside. "I can't believe it. Even the restrooms in this instance are under repair and off-limits. I will use it regardless." Bang! Zhangdaqiang kicked aside the maintenance sign previously placed by Wang Dao and swaggered into the restroom, followed by 3 burly members of the Cui family. All 4 of these male players urgently needed to relieve themselves and each entered a stall. Zhangdaqiang squatted down, finally able to relax. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind seeped into his stall, and in an instant, Zhangdaqiang lost consciousness. Within seconds, the mentally drained Zhangdaqiang became Cao Fei's undead servant. Simultaneously, Cao Fei heard a game notification. "Congratulations. You have killed 1 male player. Progress on the evil quest has increased." No, no, no. Hiss. The other three members of the Cui family were only first-tier players. No match for the nearly fourth-tier Wang Dao. Xiao Wang merely exerted a slight amount of force and swiftly knocked them unconscious. Like carrying chicks, he lifted one in each hand, stacking the others on top, awaiting his master's finishing blow, following Zhang Daqiang's visit to the restroom. Cao Fei commanded him to complete his business. In one hand, he wielded a blood axe, and in the other, a green dagger. The sensation of striking and stabbing was utterly invincible. Congratulations, you have killed 3 male players. Progress on the evil quest has increased. Cao Fei twisted his neck, reveling in the experience, leaning back with closed eyes. What a thrill! He realized just how much he relished the exhilaration of killing. It seemed he truly was a bit twisted. The 3 members of the Cui family had not dropped any equipment, and Cao Fei shook his head. The drop rates are truly abysmal just then. Zhang Daqiang finished his business and, under Cao Fei's command, approached with a vacant expression. Slap. Cao Fei delivered a resounding slap to the face of this old servant. Old Deng, your face feels surprisingly good to hit. Why aren't you bragging now? Keep it up. Slap, slap, slap. Cao Fei landed 8 consecutive slaps, but inadvertently knocked Zhang Daqiang's head clean off. With a thought, he activated the repair function of the undead flag. It consumed only a small amount of ghostly energy, mental power, and vitality, and Zhang Daqiang's head reattached itself as if drawn by a magnet, seamlessly merging back onto his body. Now fully restored, Zhang Daqiang stood before Cao Fei once more. Then, Cao Fei commanded Zhang Daqiang to strike himself. Slap, slap, slap. This was delightful, truly delightful. Cao Fei laughed heartily, satisfied. With the undead flag, he could unleash his frustrations however he pleased. Even if he killed Zhang Daqiang, he could simply repair him, as long as the undead flag remained intact. Zhang Daqiang could be subjected to his whims at any time. What a thrill following this! Cao Fei planned to join Xiao Wang in visiting Old Wang. He recalled the bounty issued by the chairman of the security company. He instructed Wang Dao to bring along the hooded ghost. Wang Dao produced a burlap sack and skillfully stuffed the hooded ghost's 2 severed halves inside. Clearly accustomed to such tasks, the master and servant then made their way toward the hospital. After walking for approximately 3 minutes, Cao Fei spotted the sign for Green Vine Hospital. Inside, the atmosphere was bright, bustling with doctors and nurses clad in white coats. Just then, get out of my way. Cao Fei was shoved from behind by a ghost, stumbling a few steps back. Chapter 23. Saving Jin Xiao. Surrounded. Halt. Master. Wang Dao hurriedly rushed to support the staggered Cao Fei. They then witnessed 4 ghosts hurriedly pushing a stretcher into the hospital. The ghost who had pushed Cao Fei aside turned back, looking down on him. You pathetic human player, in the future, walk close to the wall and stay out of the way, got it? You Wang Dao, filled with righteous indignation, drew his knife and directed his gaze towards the retreating figure of the arrogant medical spectre. He exclaimed angrily to Cao Fei, Master, shall we seize an opportunity when he is alone and dispatch him to relieve your frustrations? At that moment, he caught sight of the astonished expression on Cao Fei's face. Quickly, follow them. Cao Fei, having recognized a familiar figure on the stretcher, forsook his initial desire for vengeance against those who had shoved and insulted him, and hurriedly urged, Xiao Wang, come on. Oh, right, Xiao Wang replied, that Jin Xiao. Cao Fei murmured as he chased after Wang Dao. It seems like Jin Xiao is on that stretcher, just moments ago, after being maliciously bumped by the medical spectre. He had inadvertently glimpsed the figure on the stretcher and realized it was indeed Jin Xiao. Moreover, Jin Xiao's eyes were tightly closed, his face haggard and contorted, as if he were trapped in a terrible nightmare. What on earth was happening? They soon found themselves behind the stretcher. As Cao Fei prepared to intervene, he overheard one of the specters pushing the stretcher laughing. Those bastards at the security company are remarkably efficient in their misdeeds. Our esteemed guest just requested a fresh pair of human kidneys, and they've already delivered one. Enough talk. While he's still alive, hurry to the operating room and retrieve the fresh kidneys for our guest. Cao Fei was taken aback, a mix of shock and fury flooding him. In a sudden fit of rage, He launched a surprise attack, thrusting a green knife forcefully into the back of the specter who had shoved him earlier. Then kicked him away. The blood-spurting specter was sent flying several meters. Ouch! Damn it, my back, my rear. Ruckus. We have troublemakers. Simultaneously, Xiao Wang swiftly incapacitated the other 3 medical specters with his hands and feet. However, this sudden commotion drew the attention of numerous doctors, nurses, patients, and security personnel nearby. Many specters and players clad in hospital and security uniforms rushed towards them with an imposing demeanor. Cao Fei urgently shook Zhen Xiao. "Zhen Xiao, wake up." Yet, Zhen Xiao remained in a state of unconsciousness. Wang Daod, sensing the precarious situation, unsheathed his large knife, his expression menacing. Meanwhile, Lao Wang had just emerged from surgery, looking vigorous and without the need for hospitalization. He had been expressing his gratitude to the doctor who had operated on him when he heard the commotion from afar. Upon spotting Wang Daod and, especially, Cao Fei, he was taken aback. "Master, what brings you here?" Without time for further thought, upon realizing that his master and adopted son were in peril, he hastily approached Wang Daod's side to shield Cao Fei. Xiao Wang and Lao Wang unleashed their full spectral powers, both nearing a breakthrough to the 4th tier, instantly intimidating the throngs of enraged specters surrounding them. Those at the forefront, including Zhang Yi, who had already joined the hospital, furrowed their brows and took a few steps back. Especially Zhang Yi, who shielded his colleagues behind him, retreating to observe from a distance. His mind was filled with questions. Why were these 2 powerful specters protecting the seemingly useless Cao Fei? "The cavalry has arrived." "Excellent, the cavalry is here. This ruckus is over." The captain of the security company stationed at Green Vine Hospital, a towering specter with a horse's head and a muscular build, strode forward. 4 formidable spectral rings radiated from him, instantly suppressing Lao Wang and Xiao Wang. At this moment, Zhen Xiao slowly regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. Simultaneously, he muttered in a fury, "The Cui family and the Ghost Exorcism Bureau dare to harm me? I curse you all." But as soon as Zhen Xiao opened his eyes and beheld the explosive clash of spectral powers, he let out a startled gasp, rolling his eyes back and fainting again. Cao Fei was taken aback. Nevertheless, Zhen Zhao's words revealed to him that it was indeed the players from the Cui family and the Ghost Exorcism Bureau who had wronged him, coupled with what the medical specter had said about the security company delivering the goods. It seemed likely that players from the Cui family and the Ghost Exorcism Bureau had infiltrated the security company, as he prepared to visit the security company later to claim his reward. He seized the opportunity to take vengeance for Zhen Xiao. "Master, what shall we do?" Lao Wang inquired, focusing on the encroaching horse-headed specter. Xiao Wang, equally anxious as he surveyed the throngs of specters surrounding them, urged, "Master, let us prioritize our lives, as long as we breathe. We needn't fear a lack of firewood. We mean no harm to the hospital." Cao Fei raised his voice. "I discovered that my friend was inadvertently kidnapped here, and I have come to rescue him." In a hospital? You dare to speak of kidnapping? Rescue? The horse-headed specter roared. "What do you take this place for? Who the hell gave you the audacity?" A flash of malevolence flickered in Cao Fei's eyes. "Put down your weapons," the horse-headed specter barked at Xiao Wang and Lao Wang. "Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." "What a pretentious fool. You think you can intimidate us." Xiao Wang chuckled derisively. "If you have the guts, come at me. I'll make you regret it." Xiao Wang and Lao Wang maintained their grip on their weapons, shielding Cao Fei as they began to move toward the hospital entrance. "Oh, so this is how you want to play?" The horse-headed specter, realizing he was being publicly humiliated by Wang Daod, scowled even more fiercely. He brandished a 3-meter-long menacing gun, preparing to attack Wang Daod. Stop. Chapter 24. Cao Fei becomes captain, Zhang Yi in dread. Tier 3 Sunlight Battle Armor. Stop. Hearing the voice of the chairman's bodyguard, the horse-headed specter hastily halted, a shadow passing over his eyes as he feigned a respectful smile. "Brother Hu, what an unexpected surprise. What brings you here? What the hell is this dog doing here?" Wang Daod exclaimed in shock and excitement upon recognizing the speaker. "Xiao Hu." Lao Wang also exclaimed. Cao Fei turned to follow the voice. Discovering a fearsome figure, a demon with a tiger's head and a muscular body, Xiao Hu, tiger. It seems Lao Wang and Xiao Wang are acquainted with him. Cao Fei murmured in astonishment. Indeed, Lao Wang nodded. He is our fellow townsman. Our family has taken care of him in the past, Xiao Wang added with nostalgia. I once saved his life, but he moved far away, and we lost contact over the past 2 years. I never expected to find him here, looking quite well. Uncle Wang, Dowd, what brings you here? The tiger-headed demon approached, astonished yet sentimental. Come, let us find a more suitable place to converse. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, observing from a distance, was filled with dread. He felt as though the sky were collapsing. What on earth was happening? Those 2 Tier 3 specters were the bosses from the previous instance. How could they not only appear here but also refer to Cao Fei as their master, risking their lives to protect him? This was utterly absurd. He had been killed by Cao Fei early on and had no idea that Cao Fei had become the master of these 2 bosses. But this naturally led him to connect Cao Fei with the Hell Messenger, who had received an S-rank evaluation at the Wang Family Ghost Hospital. At that time, Zhang Yi had not linked Cao Fei to the Hell Messenger at all. Now, with the appearance of these 2 boss specters, it was highly probable that Cao Fei was indeed the Hell Messenger. What filled him with even more dread was that the horse-headed specter captain, who had intended to kill Cao Fei and the others, was suddenly halted by a tiger-headed specter of even higher status and strength, who seemed to share a close bond with Cao Fei's 2 spectral servants. Greeting him with a smile, I can't go looking for Cao Fei now. That would be tantamount to delivering myself to my own demise. I must not linger in this instance for long. I need to complete my task and get out of here. However, Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, realizing that his father, Zhang Daqiang, was missing. That useless father was truly a source of concern. Never mind, I must prioritize my own safety. Thus, Zhang Yi beckoned to the thugs from the Cui family beside him and stealthily left the scene, hastening to complete his task. Security company, chairman and Quan's office. What? You killed this assassin? And Quan fixed his gaze on the corpse of the hooded specter on the floor. Confirming the truth before looking in astonishment at the human player, Cao Fei, he is indeed a Tier 4 powerhouse. Wang Dowd quickly affirmed, yes, chairman, this assassin was indeed killed by this player. Cao Fei had just instructed them not to call him master for the sake of minimizing other shock. Oh, and Quan turned to Wang Dowd. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Wang Dowd then animatedly recounted the events of that moment, emphasizing several key points. First, the assassin had indeed sustained significant injuries, rendering him less capable in combat. Second, Cao Fei was a genius, possessing mental powers that surpassed others of his tier. Third, the assassin had inadvertently clashed with Cao Fei's strongest attribute, resulting in a backlash that cost him his life. Truly a dragon among men, and Quan marveled, then solemnly and formally bowed deeply to Cao Fei. Mr. Cao, you have avenged my son by eliminating the assassin who caused his death. I am eternally grateful. You are too kind. It was merely a coincidence, Cao Fei replied as he helped Quan to his feet. Internally, he thought, enough of these empty pleasantries. Let's get to the useful rewards if you do not mind. I would like to invite you to serve as the captain of my company's 3rd division, with generous compensation, and Quan proposed with a smile. You would be responsible for patrolling the entire building. And, regardless of whether you accept the position, I have a piece of equipment for you that you might find useful. Quan pondered for a moment before retrieving an item from his spatial ring, the material clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. Cao Fei's heart surged with joy, though he maintained an appearance of composure as he stated, Then I shall humbly accept. I am delighted to join your company. As he simultaneously accepted the equipment from Anchuan's hands, a message echoed. Congratulations, you have obtained a Tier 3 equipment, the Mysterious Sun Battle Garb. Chapter 25. Zhang Yi, am I also a natural demon-slaying sacred body? Congratulations, you have obtained a Tier 3 equipment, the Mysterious Sun Battle Garb. Item, Mysterious Sun Battle Garb. Tier 3, Quality. A level requirement. Tier 1 or above attributes. Health limit 100. Armor 100 reduces damage from non-demonic attacks such as firearms, swords, etc. Effect: Shield of the Mysterious Sun. When receiving damage that would reduce your health to below 20, provides a shield value of 200. Lasting for 6 seconds, cooldown 6 hours. Cao Fei was overjoyed. This equipment was akin to the bloodthirst item from League of Legends, enhancing health and providing a shield at the brink of death. Observing the description, he noted that the armor functioned similarly to physical defense. It seemed plausible that there would also be equipment enhancing demonic defense. After some socializing, at the conclusion, Chairman Anquan instructed the Tiger Head Demon, Mr. Cao will soon take over Mr. Wang's duties. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, you should accompany him for protection. The Tiger Head Demon nodded. Understood, Chairman. He could surmise what potential incidents might arise. The chairman's words were rather understated. Given Wang Chong's nature, it was not a possibility but a certainty that incidents would occur. Soon after, Cao Fei delightedly sought a place to don his new equipment. Instantly, vitality surged within him, and he felt his body grow more robust and agile. The additional 100 health was over double his previous capacity. The exhilarating rush of power was overwhelmingly intense, granting Cao Fei the illusion that he could tear apart anything. Moreover, this equipment resembled undergarments. As he was still clad in a hooded sweatshirt on the outside, he contemplated the possibility of acquiring an outer garment in due course. Cao Fei mused to himself while the Tiger Head Demon remarked, "Team Leader Cao. Let us proceed to hand over responsibilities to the former third team leader." Cao Fei nodded with a smile. "Certainly, but first, let us retrieve a ghost." Presently, with Xiao Wang, Old Wang, and the Tiger Head Demon at his side, he felt empowered to bring along the Shark Lady as well, enabling her to enhance her strength through devouring. Meanwhile, on the 66th floor of an apartment, several bodies of the Cui family's henchmen lay scattered across the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi, terrified, repeatedly bowed to a Tier 4 demon resembling a frog from League of Legends, pleading, "No, please don't kill me. I am bowing to you." He was utterly paralyzed with fear. Just moments ago, he and several henchmen from the Cui family had followed a Tier 1 ghost into this apartment, intending to slay it and seize the premises to complete their first task, to their shock. After the ghost's demise, they received no notification of task completion, only to be confronted by the colossal frog demon that suddenly appeared within the apartment. The frog demon's entrance was equally terrifying. A muddy pit had abruptly formed on the floor, and like a heavy tank, the frog demon jumped out, shattering the floor beneath. Once it emerged, it extended its monstrous tongue, swiftly licking the henchman to death, leaving only Zhang Yi alive. Thus, he found himself in this desperate scenario of incessantly bowing. He simply yearned for survival. Should he perish again, only one life would remain. The sense of insecurity loomed large. As he beheld the frog demon lumbering toward him, Zhang Yi was paralyzed with fear. Yet to his astonishment, the frog demon did not kill him. Instead, he heard a voice, grotesque yet melodious to Zhang Yi's ears. "I possess a Tier 4 contract scroll. You may bind me." This unexpected boon left Zhang Yi in disbelief, trembling as he inquired, "Why are you being so kind to me? I can sense the stench of your inner greed and sin, which resonates with me. Thus I hold a favorable impression of you." The frog demon opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow at least 5 robust men, and the most crucial point is... What is the most crucial point? Zhang Yi, uncertain whether to feel disheartened or elated, instinctively asked. "The demon realm is on the verge of merging with your blue star. I seek to borrow your body to emerge, thereby enabling me to..." The frog demon sinisterly contemplated. "Prepare in advance and grow even stronger," thus seizing a substantial share in the upcoming battle among the myriad races. Chapter 26, A Foul Mouth. Indeed, let's silence it. At the moment Zhang Yi was binding the frog demon and completing his task to exit the game, at the elevator entrance of the Sinful Mansion's 17th floor, Wang Chong descended with his 3 subordinate teams to deliver supplies to the horse demon of the first team. The supplies comprised 3 unconscious female players, as esteemed guests sought individuals to bear children. Leading them to Green Vine Hospital, the hospital then sought the assistance of their strategic partner, the horse team. Wang Chong was promptly assigned to handle the matter, regarding the orders from the horse team, with whom he shared an equal rank. Wang Chong harbored no resentment. Rather, he was eager to comply. The High Commission was secondary. Primarily, he had heard that the horse team was to be promoted to general manager. This was due to the recent passing of the chairman's son, the former general manager, and the horse team's seniority and significant contributions to the company. Therefore, once the horse team completed the necessary procedures in the coming days, he would ascend to the position of general manager. As a result, Wang Chong was even more servile. It is widely acknowledged that those who cater to female ghosts end up with nothing. Yet those who flatter male ghosts reap abundant rewards. Wang Chong was well aware of this truth. At that moment, a subordinate, drenched in sweat, rushed over and whispered urgently in Wang Chong's ear, revealing that Cao Fei had completed the chairman's bounty and replaced Wang Chong as the third team leader. What? Wang Chong's eyes widened as he angrily punched the wall, creating a significant dent. Nearby, Guda, who had recently risen to vice captain through shady dealings, and Cui San from the Cui family, sensed trouble and hurriedly inquired, "Team leader Wang, what has happened?" Wang Chong, feeling aggrieved, replied with a grimace, "I have been dismissed from my position as third team leader and demoted to vice captain." What? The subordinates were all taken aback, especially Guda and Cui San, who were both astonished and furious. Their concern was not for Wang Chong himself, but rather because they had invested considerable effort and resources to become vice captains, all for the sake of the promotion task, hoping for good ratings and rewards. However, with a new team leader, they were likely to lose their positions. At that moment, the subordinate who had brought the news suddenly said, "Team leader Wang, the newly appointed captain, Cao Fei, is merely a human player. I feel he can be easily manipulated. We can pressure him together with the horse team, and then none of the brothers will heed his orders, forcing him to retreat in disgrace." "Indeed, team leader Wang, that makes sense. Team leader, we are all with you." The subordinates were fervent, fearing that with a new team leader, their status and treatment would be jeopardized. "All right, I will rush to find the horse team." Wang Chong's expression twisted with malice as he hastily took the lead. His thoughts were even more ruthless than those of his subordinates. He intended to eliminate Cao Fei directly. Dead men are the most manageable. As for Tiger Brother, while Wang Chong felt he couldn't stand up to him in a one-on-one fight, with the horse team's assistance, Tiger Brother would be powerless. Once Cao Fei was gone, the die would be cast. Even if Tiger Brother and the chairman intervened, what could they do? They would not risk enmity with two esteemed Tier 4 captains over a mere human player. 2 minutes later, Cao Fei and his group caught up with the third team not far ahead. Meanwhile, Zhen Xiao glared furiously at Guda and Cui San, the two who had nearly caused him to lose his kidney. He whispered to his master, "Master, it was those two beasts, Cui San and Guda, who almost had me killed." Observing the two players pointed out by Zhen Xiao, Cao Fei understood. "Rest assured, master, I will definitely avenge you." Zhen Xiao nodded vigorously, shooting daggers at Cui San and Guda with his eyes. "Hello, everyone." Cao Fei approached the third team, composed of players and demons, and brandished a certificate of appointment, proclaiming, "I am Cao Fei, the newly appointed third team leader, former third team leader, now Vice Captain Wang Chong. Step forward." No one stepped forward, and no one complied. The atmosphere was painfully awkward. Among the two vice captains, Guda and Cui San, their jealousy towards the player standing over them was palpable. They led the mockery. "Ha ha ha." Guda looked down his nose at Cao Fei. "Do you not find yourself amusing? You claim to be the team leader. I declare myself the general manager," seeing someone openly challenge and ridicule him. The tiger-head demon narrowed his eyes but refrained from intervening or refuting. The chairman had instructed him to protect and assist, ensuring that Cao Fei would not be harmed before officially assuming his role. However, such a show of intimidation was deemed beyond his purview. It was up to Cao Fei to prove himself. He observed the unfolding spectacle with the same intrigue as a spectator at a performance. The moment he noticed that Hu Ge did not step forward, the members of the 3rd Brigade, who had initially been filled with trepidation, found their fears alleviated. Ha, what a joke! How dare you impersonate the captain? Gagaga. This grand charade will soon come to an end. As he beheld the brothers erupting in laughter, Gouda felt an exhilarating rush, continuing his sarcastic tirade. Surely you don't believe that waving some trivial proof makes you significant. Do you? Let me tell you, we do not believe you. Chui San approached Cao Fei, tilting his head with a mocking smile, extending his finger as if to poke at Cao Fei's chest. What? Pretending to be someone important? Hurry up and scram, or I swear I will. In a moment of sheer horror, Lao Wang coldly extended a tentacle, piercing Chui San's body before pinning him to the wall. Immediately afterward, Cao Fei, with a malevolent grin, produced a green dagger and delivered a finishing blow, thrusting it into Chui San's foul mouth. Then he vigorously stirred it around. Congratulations, you have slain 1 male player. Your malevolent task progress has increased. Notification. You have now killed 24 male players. Current count of male players, 3060, excluding you and Jin Xiao. Earlier on the path, Cao Fei had fortuitously encountered a gathering of male players. Utilizing the strength of Lao Wang and Xiao Wang, he effortlessly secured over 20 finishing kills, reveling in the thrill. Amidst the fearful gazes surrounding him, Cao Fei jabbed at Chui San's foul mouth a few more times. Jin Xiao, witnessing this, felt a surge of satisfaction, stepping forward to deliver a few vicious kicks and slapping Chui San several times. Weren't you so cocky just a moment ago? Jin Xiao sneered. Keep pretending. Then Cao Fei signaled for Jin Xiao to step aside, swinging his green dagger with ferocity, splattering Chui San's blood onto Gouda's pale face. The image of one dog's blood tainting another's face was strikingly vivid and utterly dispiriting, causing Jin Xiao to nearly convulse with excitement. Chapter 27. The ghost has extracted Jiang He. Jin Xiao trembled uncontrollably. The swift vengeance and explosive effects from his master almost left him in a state of euphoria. Cao Fei, reveling in the carnage, pointed at the bloodied Gouda, coldly stating, "Nail him to the wall as well. I intend to ruin his foul mouth." Lao Wang, flicking his robust tentacle, grinned wickedly. "All right." Gouda, far from escaping, was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, losing control of his bowels, just as Lao Wang prepared to pin the now odoriferous Gouda against the wall. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh. A blood-red spear lunged fiercely at Lao Wang. Xiao Wang, witnessing the spear's trajectory, rushed to defend his father. However, despite his intention to deflect it, he found the spear's force so immense that even with his nearly 4th-tier strength, he could not completely shatter it. Bang, clang. Fortunately, Xiao Wang managed to deflect the spear, and with Lao Wang performing a tactical role, they narrowly avoided being pinned to the ground. The assailant, Wang Chong, who had hurled the spear, quickly followed, accompanied by the formidable Captain Ma Tu Gui and a host of other ghosts and players. It's Team Wang. Team Wang has arrived. Captain Ma had also come to their aid, seeing reinforcements. Gouda was overwhelmed with emotion, near tears. Had it not been for Wang Chong's spear, he would have been nailed to the wall and certain to perish. However, the moment he relaxed, his bowels became increasingly uncontrollable, resulting in an even more repugnant stench. Kill that despicable player, Cao Fei, who dares masquerade as captain, Wang Chong bellowed. With the presence of Team Ma and Team Wang providing a backbone, a multitude of players and ghosts from the 1st and 3rd Brigades surged toward Cao Fei. At this juncture, the Tiger Head Ghost decided to intervene, but was restrained by the combined efforts of Team Ma and Team Wang. Meanwhile, Lao Wang and Xiao Wang were preparing to unleash a massacre upon the younger players, only to realize that there were also formidable adversaries among the 1st and 3rd Brigades, particularly several 3rd-tier ghosts within Captain Ma's team. Consequently, Lao Wang and Xiao Wang found themselves similarly hindered. Run! Cao Fei urged Jin Xiao and Shark Girl to flee. With so many 4th-tier and 3rd-tier foes present, their trio was merely a hindrance. Lao Wang and Xiao Wang strived to hold the rear. Yet due to the numerous third-tier ghosts' interference, they were unable to contend with or stop all the adversaries. Several ghosts and players slipped past them, including a third-tier ghost that pursued Cao Fei relentlessly. Haraha, cornered now, are you? So fond of running, are you? I grant you permission to run in circles, cackled a diminutive third-tier ghost, standing about 1.3 meters tall, as he beheld Cao Fei trapped in a corner. Master, I have exhausted my random teleportation scroll, Jin Xiao lamented, on the verge of tears. We should exit the game at once. Having received Cao Fei's assistance, Jin Xiao had completed tasks 1 and 2, qualifying him to exit the game at any time. Although his score might not be exceptional, it was a means to preserve his life. You go ahead, Cao Fei said sternly. I still have a fight left in me. With the presence of external cheats, he was likely to sustain injuries, but not perish. Moreover, there was a significant chance of encountering extraordinary fortune. However, Jin Xiao would find it difficult to protect himself. So Cao Fei urged him to leave first. At this moment, Cao Fei could not exit, yet on one hand, Lao Wang and Xiao Wang were still present, and he could not abandon them. He needed to devise a way to survive and subsequently rescue them. On the other hand, Shark Girl was also there, and he wished to see if he could acquire another contract scroll to whisk away the adorably confused Shark Girl. Lastly, he aspired to attain one more S-grade rating, as he had learned that in this final round of public testing, whoever first secured 2 S-grade ratings would conclude the public testing and earn extraordinary global rewards. The temptation was too great. He had to give it his all. Master, I want to be sentimental. Take care. Jin Xiao understood his master's intentions and capabilities, refraining from further persuasion, and hurriedly exited the game. Thus, only Cao Fei remained, alongside the trembling Shark Girl, who still wished to position herself in front of him. Cao Fei forcefully pushed the Shark Girl behind him. What a tender and juicy little player she was. The third-tier diminutive ghost licked his lips, extending his grotesque hand to snatch at Cao Fei. I intend to feast upon the marrow of one of your arms. He possessed a unique ability to extract parts directly from his target's body. Having stumbled upon such a handsome human lad, he did not intend to kill him outright, but rather wished to toy with him. The diminutive ghost was remarkably swift. Cao Fei could only manage to shift his arm slightly, yet still fell victim to the ghost's grasp. However, to Cao Fei's astonishment and the ghost's horror, a remarkable scene unfolded. The contract ghost residing within Cao Fei, Jiang He, was unexpectedly extracted by the diminutive ghost. Cao Fei's grin widened, nearly splitting his face. According to the dungeon rules, he was unable to summon Jiang He, who was of a higher tier, yet, due to the peculiar abilities of this third-tier ghost, Jiang He had been summoned. Jiang He, spare the male players' lives, but eliminate the rest, Cao Fei commanded, exuding an air of authority. Time is of the essence. Let us conclude this swiftly. Simultaneously, Cao Fei noticed something peculiar. Jiang He's already pale skin appeared even more pallid. At your service. Jiang He, though slightly weakened, responded with vigor upon hearing her beloved master's voice, with her ghostly powers at full throttle, for ghost rings manifested. And the 4th ring's edge sent the diminutive third-tier ghost flying. My goodness, she is now 4th tier? Cao Fei marveled. He had not anticipated Jiang He's ascension to 4th tier in just 2 days. Lao Wang's words proved true. Jiang He was indeed a prodigious talent in cultivation. Moreover, Cao Fei discerned that the upgrade process for ghosts seemed not to require experience points. For instance, Shark Girl leveled up through consumption, while Jiang He advanced to 4th tier through cultivation. This realization filled Cao Fei with envy. In the midst of his admiration, Jiang He, swift as a shadow, effortlessly dispatched all foes on the field, including the diminutive ghost, leaving only 3 male players standing. After easily incapacitating these 3 male players, she unceremoniously tossed them at Cao Fei's feet. Cao Fei licked his lips, ready to deliver the finishing blows. Congratulations, you have slain 3 male players. Your malevolent task progress has increased. Quickly, follow me. Cao Fei urged Jiang He as they sprinted back. We must rescue Lao Wang and Xiao Wang. They are also here, Jiang He exclaimed in awe. Fate truly is marvelous. Chapter 28. The major report from the bowing ghost. Moments after Cao Fei and Jiang He arrived at the chaotic battleground, Cao Fei plunged his dagger into Guda's foul mouth, stirring it viciously until he succumbed to death. Congratulations, you have slain one male player. Your malevolent task progress has increased. Nearby, the Ma Tu Gui was struck by Lao Wang, spewing a mouthful of blood as he lamented. I cannot accept this. Meet your end. Xiao Wang deceitfully delivered a blow below the belt, causing Ma Tu Gui to leap in agony, crashing into the ceiling and creating a hole. Just moments ago, the appearance of the fourth-level Jiang He provided a timely rescue for Xiao Wang and Lao Wang. Under Jiang He's leadership, these three formidable spirits commenced a relentless slaughter and suppression, of course. The male players continued their practice of rendering unconscious foes to deliver finishing blows for their master. As for the obstinate and defiant spirits who refused to surrender under Cao Fei's directive, they were subdued as much as possible to enhance his experience points and external currency. Through Cao Fei's analysis of several kills, it was discovered that the ratio of external currency earned for slaying spirits of the same level in the real world compared to the game world was approximately 10-1. For instance, defeating a level 15 spirit would yield around 150 units of external currency in reality, while in the game, it would only grant 15. The disparity in external currency between the two realms is indeed absurd. Furthermore, in order to avoid standing alone in command, several spirits and players from the first and third teams surrendered during this time, and under Cao Fei's orders, their lives were spared. This was primarily because there were still over 10 male players scattered throughout the building. Cao Fei intended to utilize his subordinates to assist him in gathering the male players. Subsequently, Jiang He and the three powerful spirits went to aid the Tiger Head Ghost, and the four spirits began to engage the Horse Head Ghost and Wang Chang. The Horse Head Ghost and Wang Chang, who had been evenly matched with the Tiger Head Ghost, succumbed remarkably swiftly with the addition of Cao Fei's three ghost servants. First, the Horse Head Ghost met a gruesome end, followed by Wang Chang. Wang Chang immediately knelt before Cao Fei, fervently bowing his head. "My lord, I was wrong. Spare my life." Realization at the brink of death. Too late, Cao Fei commanded the ghost servants to restrain this spirit, and he aimed to deliver the finishing blow. After over 20 axe strikes and 30 knife thrusts, the spirit was finally felled. Truly difficult to kill, coupled with the previous finishing blows dealt to other spirits. Cao Fei leveled up by 2 levels, reaching level 15 simultaneously. He instructed the Shark Lady to continuously consume the corpses. The Shark Lady quickly reached the 3rd tier, and she was still in the process of upgrading. At that moment, as Cao Fei passed by a spirit's corpse, he noticed the spirit feigning death. Just as he was about to strike down with his axe, the spirit rolled away and knelt in submission. "My lord, I have an important report," he exclaimed while bowing. "I possess vital information. Spare my life." Oh, Cao Fei was intrigued. At this point, everyone present, aside from him, had already pledged allegiance to Cao Fei. "You are to search for male players," Cao Fei commanded, "and bring them here alive. For each one captured, you shall receive 500 ghost coins." Understood. A chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted. 500 ghost coins was no small sum, especially during work hours. What else were they to do? They hoped to capture several more for some extra income. His subordinates hurriedly dispersed to seek out the male players, eager not to fall behind. Cao Fei then turned back to the bowing spirit. "Now, speak. What important intelligence do you possess?" "Captain Ma." "Oh, I mean the recently deceased Horse Head Ghost," the bowing spirit said mysteriously. "He hired the assassin who killed the chairman's son, the former general manager."
What?
Before Cao Fei could voice his astonishment, the Tiger Head Ghost interrupted. He glared with eyes as wide as lanterns and demanded, "Do you have evidence?" "Absolutely," the bowing spirit replied, producing a voice recorder. "At 3 a.m. yesterday, I witnessed them conversing and secretly recorded it. The evidence is right here." Cao Fei, standing closest, hastily took it in hand and began to play it. Chapter 29. Game Settlement. Reluctant to part with Shark Lady, the recording revealed a voice. My price is not cheap. Even if we are friends, I can only offer a discount, not a freebie. Cao Fei, Wang Daoed, and the tiger head ghost exchanged glances, recognizing the voice of the assassin, and nodded in agreement. Hiss, the tiger head ghost pondered. That is indeed the assassin's voice. Then the voice of the horse head ghost was heard. Rest assured, the price will satisfy you. Once that chairman's little beast is dead, I will be the general manager. By then, my subordinates will control 3 major teams. The first team will continue organ trading with Green Vine Hospital. The second team will collect protection fees. The third team will engage in high-interest lending. At that point, my brother, I'll be rolling in wealth. Ha ha ha, furious. The tiger head ghost pulverized the horse head ghost, who had been reduced to bones after being devoured by the shark lady. Horse head ghost, you beast. Cao Fei's mind raced. This was a golden opportunity. If he presented this evidence to the chairman, he might just have the chance to become the general manager himself. Thus, suppressing his excitement, Cao Fei spoke solemnly. Let us go find the chairman. 30 minutes later, a delighted Cao Fei emerged from the sorrowful chairman's office. He had just been appointed as the new general manager. Cao Fei mused, wishing Jin Shao were present. With his current power within the security company, he could have arranged for Jin Shao to become a team leader. After leaving the security company, he brought Lao Wang, Xiao Wang, Jiang He, and the shark lady to the 17th floor. It was time for the final touches. He wanted to assess how effectively his subordinates were capturing male players, under the dual allure of monetary gain and the favor of the newly appointed general manager Cao Fei. The workers, both human and spirit, were highly motivated in their search for male players. In a remarkably short time, they managed to bring in a significant number of remaining male players, even if his subordinates lacked the strength to capture them, as long as they had coordinates. Lao Wang, Xiao Wang, and Jiang He could easily handle them upon venturing out. You have completed the defeat of the last male player. Shockingly, you have slain 54 male players, accounting for 90 of the total male player count. Completion degree of the evil task, nearly perfect. Rewards. Reward 1. 1 game life. Reward 2. 100,000 ghost coins. Wow! Cao Fei exclaimed in delight, exhaling deeply in joy. The ghost coins were secondary. This time he had been rewarded with an additional life. With this, he now possessed 2 lives in the game, providing him with a greater sense of security. This joy surpassed that of a rare second chance after failing a major exam by 1,000-fold. Now, Cao Fei had completed main tasks 1 and 2, while side task 1, the evil task, was nearly perfect. Side task 2, his promotion, had elevated him to the position of general manager. It was time to conclude. Cao Fei clicked on game settlement and turned his gaze towards the somewhat dazed and confused shark lady, giving her plump shark tail a firm squeeze, in terms of texture and softness. While Jiang He's tail was already astonishing, the shark lady surpassed it. For Cao Fei, who had a fondness for monster girls, he found it utterly irresistible. The shark lady, sensing Cao Fei's impending departure, felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and reluctance. Although Cao Fei was not a virtuous being, he had treated her well, far better than those previous 2 brutes. This complex mix of emotions led her to develop a certain dependency on Cao Fei. The mere thought of him leaving made her anxious, knowing she would be left alone as a spirit. Before long, Cao Fei began to receive a series of notifications from the game. Chapter 30. The Cursed Talisman Trends. Did Lu Ruoyun become pregnant? Congratulations on completing main tasks 1 and 2 ahead of schedule, successfully clearing the first-tier dungeon, Evil Mansion. Remarkably, you accomplished this in just 1 day and 2 hours, committing heinous acts by slaughtering male players. Deemed exceedingly wicked and guilty, furthermore, you have ascended to the position of general manager of the security company, with your promotion speed being astonishingly swift and unbelievable. Following a comprehensive evaluation, your performance in this dungeon has been rated as S-class. Now, let us settle the rewards for this dungeon. Reward 1. Level 3. Your level has increased to 18, and with this increase, you gain 9 attribute points. Reward 2. 1 3rd tier Cursed Talisman item name. Cursed Talisman. 3rd tier. Quality. effect, can transform non-living objects into eerie items. Usage instructions. Affix this item to the object you wish to curse, then drop a single drop of your blood onto it. Note: a cursed car, a cursed knife, etc. Cao Fei's vision darkened, and he fell silent. Indeed, his fortune was not limitless. He had not received another contract scroll. There was no way to bring the Shark Lady back to the real world. Cao Fei held the Shark Lady tightly. He had arranged for Lao Wang and Xiao Wang to remain here, safeguarding the Shark Lady. Although he could stay for a few more days, he wished to conclude the public beta testing quickly to secure the world-class rewards. Moreover, he realized that the dungeons were interconnected. For instance, the Wang family ghost house dungeon was linked to this evil mansion. He would need to devise a plan to return to retrieve the Shark Lady. As Cao Fei gazed into the Shark Lady's tearful, bewildered eyes, he gently patted her soft, bouncy tail. "Wait for me. I will come back for you." The Shark Lady continued to wipe her tears. Yes, I will wait." Cao Fei then nodded at Lao Wang and Xiao Wang. "Farewell, Master, farewell. We will protect her well. Goodbye, Master." 3 bloody sanctuaries. At 6 a.m. The sun had risen. Phew, I'm back. Cao Fei returned to reality. Embracing Jiang He's slender waist and grabbing 2 bottles of chilled cola. At that moment, Zhen Xiao knocked on the door. Appearing hurried and exceedingly excited, before even entering, he showed Cao Fei his phone. "Master, you've become incredibly famous. Look at the trending topics." Cao Fei first gulped down a chilled cola before turning his gaze towards Zhen Zhao's phone screen. Displayed on the screen was the trending search list from the land of pickled vegetables, featuring multiple entries about him. Explosive news. Another S-grade rating elevates him to 5th on the evaluation chart. Who exactly is this hell's messenger? Explosion. Zhang's family unveils another innate ghost master. Explosion. Securing 2 consecutive S-grade evaluations. Will the Hell's Messenger be the first to conclude this round of public testing? Cao Fei found himself in a daze. The cheat had utterly transformed his life. A person like him, once obscure and unremarkable, would have struggled to garner attention even within the confines of his school. Yet now, he was trending nationally in the land of pickled vegetables, and not just once, but multiple times. Cao Fei mused curiously. Zhang's family reveals another ghost master. Who is this? Let us take a look. As Jin Xiao tapped on the trending topic, his expression grew peculiar as he remarked, "Master, you are familiar with this individual." It's that Zhang Yi, that insufferable brat. He expressed his envy and resentment. Just moments ago, in the evil tower dungeon, this brat stumbled upon some fortuitous luck and managed to contract a frog demon of 4th grade. Nearing 5th grade. My goodness, let us not even talk about 4th grade. If I could contract a 3rd grade demon, I'd wake up laughing every day. And Zhang's family revealing another. This refers to Zhang Shuang and Zhang Na, who, prior to Zhang Yi, also possessed remarkable ghost master talents. Zhen Xiao pondered. It seems the genetics of the Zhang family are indeed commendable. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Zhen Zhao's face. Why not have Lu Ruoyun bear 2 children and see if they also possess the ghost master physique? Let us set that aside. Cao Fei interjected, his expression suddenly animated. What if I could make Zhang Ye's contracted demon rebel or even perish? What would happen then, without considering how to achieve it? He exclaimed, "If it were me, I wouldn't even want to live." Zhen Xiao shivered at the thought, his complexion paling. If it could truly be accomplished, it'd be akin to dragging him from the heavens down to the earth, and then trampling him mercilessly into the ground. With a strong desire for revenge, Cao Fei declared, "Let us wait and see." At that moment, Cao Fei found himself no longer envying Zhang Yi's family genetics or fortuitous encounters. No matter how remarkable the encounters or genetics might be, could they compare to his own cheat? Now that Zhang Yi had grown stronger, the prospect of revenge was all the more exhilarating. However, reflecting on Jin Zhao's earlier suggestions sparked an idea within him. If Lu Ruoyun were to become pregnant, wouldn't Zhang Yi and Zhang Daqiang explode with rage upon discovering it? By the way, Zhang Yi is no longer in the land of pickled vegetables, Jin Xiao suddenly stated. He has already been invited to the Dragon Nation. Zhen Xiao pulled up a video. Look, this is an interview he just had with the Dragon Nation. Chapter 31. Exposure. Enter the dungeon quickly. The Church of Descent. Oh, Zhang Yi has even been interviewed now. Cao Fei felt as if he had learned that a wild dog, often reprimanded by him, had suddenly been adopted by a wealthy family, enjoying fine food and drink, and residing in a luxurious doghouse. He clicked play with an audible click of his tongue. A female reporter in black stockings addressed the camera. Zhang Yi, hello. May I ask how you feel about obtaining Dragon Nation citizenship and becoming a citizen? Zhang Yi maintained his usual cheeky demeanor, joining the dominant nation of the land of pickled vegetables. The Dragon Nation has been a lifelong dream of mine. Now that it has been realized, I feel immensely proud and happy. Just as the reporter was about to pose a second question, Zhang Yi unexpectedly took the initiative to speak. Raising a finger towards the screen, he declared arrogantly, I am no longer the same person who once stood as a mere lackey. Those who bullied me shall pay me back tenfold. He fixed his gaze on the camera, enunciating each word. Cao Fei, stop hiding. I'm here to lay it all on the table. You are the Hell's Messenger, and I will certainly be the first to secure 2 S-grade evaluations, conclude the public testing, and claim the super rewards. Oh no, Master. Zhen Xiao sighed with a bitter smile. This little villain has exposed your nickname. Look, he returned to the trending page, pointing at a hot search topic. Now the trending searches in the land of pickled vegetables reveal your true identity. Shocking news. The one who secured 2 S evaluations, Cao Fei, was once a tragic divorced man. It doesn't matter. Cao Fei shook his head. As long as Zhang Yi isn't an idiot, he will realize who the Hell's Messenger is just by noticing Old Wang and Little Wang beside him in the evil tower, along with my performance. Yet, an idea struck Cao Fei suddenly. Wait, what about Zhang Yan and Zhang Daqiang? Have they also gone to the Dragon Nation? Zhen Xiao nodded. Indeed, they all traveled with Zhang Yi on a special flight to the Dragon Nation. A cold smile crept onto Cao Fei's face. Let them enjoy their comfortable days for a few more days. The most pressing matter is to enter another dungeon as soon as possible and secure 1 more S-grade evaluation to conclude the public testing. Exactly, Master. This is of utmost importance. Zhen Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. The beasts from Zhang Yi's group will be dealt with eventually, but this opportunity to conclude the public testing is singular. Only one player in the world can achieve this honor and reward. And, Master, you have a significant chance. Cao Fei nodded. Disciple, use your connections to quickly find out if there's an available dungeon to enter, ideally one of 1st or 2nd grade, as I can handle those easily. I don't mind paying extra to gain entry. I've already been inquiring. Zhen Xiao smiled. I'll inform you as soon as there's news. Without needing to be prompted, Zhen Xiao was particularly invested in this matter. The player who concludes the final public testing, a unique figure destined to be recorded in history, and he, as the eldest disciple, would naturally share in that glory. He could flaunt it every day. Cao Fei gave Zhen Xiao a thumbs up. Well done, I'll go make some inquiries. Zhen Xiao stood to leave, but then a thought struck him, and with a sly grin, he said, Master, Lu Ruiyun has recovered. I've instructed my subordinates to keep an eye on her to prevent her from escaping. You can summon her at any time. Oh, Cao Fei smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. I almost forgot. You go on with your business. I'll entertain myself for a bit. Last time, he sent Zhang Yi a photo. This time, Cao Fei planned to send him a video featuring Zhang Yan and Zhang Daqiang. Meanwhile, in Zhen Zhao's spacious apartment next door, only 2 young maids were tidying up. Has the church given notice on when we will act? One maid, wearing thigh-high white stockings, licked her luscious lips, whispering wickedly, I can hardly wait for everything before us to transform into our paradise. The priest has spoken. The other maid, dressed in black pantyhose and resembling a bunny, murmured with a sinister smile, once the horror game announces the conclusion of public testing, that will be our signal to strike. I've been itching to get started. The old era was about to end. The maid in white stockings gazed out at the thriving scene beyond the window. Only the Church of Descent possesses the vessel to the new era. Chapter 32. Lu Ruiyun. Master. Call from the Dragon Nation in Cao Fei's room. Zhen Zhao's subordinates had brought Lu Ruoyun here. Observing the mature and coldly elegant Lu Ruoyun, still clad in her youthful and vibrant JK school uniform, Cao Fei smiled brightly. "Aunt Lu, good morning, what a joke," Lu Ruoyun retorted, her hands bound, glaring at him with furrowed brows. "Cao Fei, you scoundrel, release me at once. Is this how you treat your savior?" Cao Fei's expression shifted. "Had I not saved you, you would have been utterly disgraced by that old black man. Do you understand?" He spoke meaningfully. "A complete and utter disgrace." Lu Ruoyun's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with fear as she evidently recalled her previous predicament and the potential consequences of being drugged. "Here, take this and kneel on the ground to wipe the floor." Cao Fei tossed her a pack of wet wipes. He had witnessed the maids here cleaning by kneeling and wiping the floor. Initially, he intended to find a cloth, but upon failing to locate one, he settled for wet wipes. "You," Lu Ruoyun felt humiliated. "What do you mean, you?" Cao Fei approached her side, inhaling the overwhelming scent of her femininity, which was warm and inviting. He whispered in her ear, "You wouldn't want me to capture Zhang Yi and make him suffer, would you? My current strength and influence allow me to handle Zhang Yi as easily as squashing a bug." Lu Ruoyun had been isolated for the past few days, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Naturally, she was oblivious to Zhang Ye's recent fortuitous opportunities in the Dragon Nation. Therefore, upon hearing Cao Fei's words, she felt a wave of fear wash over her, her body going limp, her eyes glistening with moisture as she pleaded, "Cao Fei, please don't do this, I'll listen to you, I promise. Then call me master so I can hear it." Cao Fei teased. "What?" Lu Ruoyun exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just hearing such words made her cheeks burn. Quickly, Cao Fei urged, in a voice barely above a whisper. Lu Ruoyun stammered, "And master, louder, I didn't hear that." Cao Fei insisted playfully, "Master." Lu Ruoyun gritted her teeth, seething with anger. With a swift motion, Cao Fei smacked her backside, causing her to stiffen. "You, what a delightful sensation. Simply exquisite. What do you mean, you? Get down on the ground and start wiping." Lu Ruoyun felt a sense of frustration. Though resigned to her fate, she had no choice but to lie on the ground and begin her awkward cleaning. As she sprawled there, her form resembled certain yoga poses. The alluring curves and contours of her body were undeniably provocative, igniting a fire within Cao Fei. If it weren't for the impending entrance to the next dungeon, he would have surely made Lu Ruoyun look splendid. After much effort, he managed to capture a video without any revealing moments and sent it to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yan, and Zhang Deqiang. It wasn't long before he was met with a barrage of their impotent rage. Zhang Yi even threatened, "Cao Fei, don't get too cocky. I'll have someone from Longwu deal with you." Cao Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter, resembling a pig squealed. He refrained from replying to any messages. Relishing the sight of Zhang Yi and the others in a fit of frustration, that moment, Cao Fei felt a pang of thirst. "Hey, Lu," he called. Lu Ruoyun turned her head. "I'm here." Cao Fei nodded. "Go downstairs and buy me 2 large cups of silk stocking milk tea and 2 large cups of sparkling water." He then glanced at Jiang He, who was giving him a massage. "Sheba, do you want ice?" Jiang He raised her hand. "Yes, lots of ice. Make it overflowing." "Did you hear that, Xiao Lu? All 4 drinks need extra ice. Make it overflowing and go now." Lu Ruoyun replied reluctantly, "All right, I got it. You forgot 2 words." "Xiao Lu." Lu Ruoyun shot a glare at Cao Fei. "All right, I got it, master." Cao Fei responded with satisfaction. "Off you go." Strangely enough, he rather enjoyed the sight of Lu Ruoyun's face, one that seemed to want to refuse, but was compelled to comply with a pinched nose. It was quite amusing on her way to make the purchase. Lu Ruoyun clenched her fists, wishing for some form of retribution against Cao Fei. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes gleamed mischievously. "So, you enjoy silk stocking milk tea, do you? Then I'll add a little something special." Meanwhile, Cao Fei's phone rang unexpectedly. Assuming it was news from Jinshao, he was taken aback to find the caller was from Longwu. "Hello," Cao Fei answered, puzzled. "Is this Cao Fei?" An arrogant voice came through. Chapter 33. The Superior, Zhenlinger's Inevitable Defeat. Upon hearing the condescending tone, Cao Fei felt irked. Tone it down. Speak to me properly. He felt he had been quite polite to the stranger, with his underlying message clearly indicating, "Who do you think you are to address me in such a manner, acting all high and mighty?" It's amusing how player who merely secured 2S ratings thinks they're exceptional. The arrogance of a local genius is quite pronounced. On the other end, Lu Weimin was taken aback by Cao Fei's retort, his typically privileged demeanor flushed with embarrassment, and he responded with a sarcastic tone. Listen carefully. You're the one seeking assistance from Longwa, not the other way around, understood? Recently, Lu Weimin had been in a foul mood. Longwa aimed to utilize players who might potentially conclude this final round of public testing, especially to reserve the super rewards for themselves. Hence, they established a genius training camp to widely recruit S-rated players, particularly those who had achieved S ratings in this round of testing. Such players would be granted various resources and privileges, along with Longwa citizenship. Among them, there was a special training camp with astonishing benefits, and Lu Weimin had initially intended to secure a backdoor entry for his sister-in-law. Yet, the last available slot was prioritized for this kimchi Cao Fei. Solely due to his consecutive acquisition of 2S ratings, this truly infuriated the already narrow-minded Lu Weimin. His superiors were individuals he wouldn't dare cross, but making things difficult for a so-called genius with no real background was certainly within his capabilities. Listen well, I'm being magnanimous here. You simply need to pay 1 million ghost coins, Lu Weimin stated casually, and then you can enter the special training camp and obtain Longwa citizenship. Act quickly, or you might miss out. Cao Fei chuckled in disbelief, interrupting, "If it weren't for my curiosity about what nonsense you're about to say, I would have hung up already. Enough with the rambling." Click, he hung up, leaving Lu Weimin seething with rage, almost tempted to throw his phone. His intention was to vex Cao Fei into not registering. There was never any mention of 1 million ghost coins. In fact, Longwa would offer substantial payments to those entering the camp. Ultimately, Cao Fei didn't register, yet Lu Weimin found himself utterly frustrated. Cao Fei, Lu Weimin, will not let this slide. Just you wait, after catching his breath. His superior, Duan Yuzhou, entered the office, eagerly inquiring, "What is the update? When is Cao Fei arriving in Longwa? This young man possesses exceptional talent. He must not be missed, and we can negotiate favorable terms." Lu Weimin, feeling wronged, replied, "Duan, this Cao Fei is ungrateful. He refuses to come to Longwa. He insists on remaining in Kimchi country." Well, to each their own, Duan Yuzhou sighed, shaking his head. Some talented individuals can be quite arrogant, thinking their small country is superior. It's not a big deal. Lu Weimin felt a surge of delight. Duan Yuzhou as subordinate. His leader never doubted his honesty. By the way, your sister-in-law seems to meet the requirements. Since Cao Fei is not coming, let us have her as a backup. While she may not possess the same talent as Zhang Shuang and Zhang Na in spirit taming, she excels in game completion. Thank you, Director, Lu Weimin exclaimed excitedly. Within the confines of the Three Fragrant Shelter, in a certain villa in the inner city, Zhen Xiao faced his elder sister, Zhenlinge, and asked, "Sister, I saw by Hu's post on social media, complaining that you two couples were forcibly summoned by enemies, urgently seeking a powerful ally to rescue you. Indeed, and the situation is even more dire than she dared to reveal." Zhenlinge sighed, crossing her legs and swaying her gray knee-high boots. "We are facing an exceedingly rare punitive force summoning. Oh, Zhen Xiao asked eagerly, "What do you mean?" Zhenlinge explained, "The losing side must either fulfill the other party's demands to exit the game or pay 1 million ghost coins to redeem themselves." "When do we enter the dungeon?" "In approximately 20 minutes. I'm so nervous I keep needing to use the restroom. The opponents are incredibly strong, all at the 3rd tier, with several nearing the 4th tier. Among us 4, only 2 are at the 3rd tier, and they've just reached that level. Even if we had another 3rd tier player, unless they are a super powerhouse, we would inevitably lose." Zhenlinge expressed her despair. "But we don't know anyone capable of defeating 5 opponents at once. Hence, they were currently offering a substantial reward, but she harbored no real hope." Zhen Xiao sighed, feeling a headache coming on. As far as he knew, the soonest they could enter a dungeon was through his sisters, while others would not be available until later that night. However, that could lead to someone securing 2 S ratings. He was hesitant to even mention the guaranteed lost dungeon his sister faced to his master. Nonetheless, considering his master's peculiar abilities, there might be a chance, but it was best not to act presumptuously. Chapter 34. The Great Families, Cao Dog the Beast. Just as Zhen Xiao contemplated introducing his master to his sister's dire situation, an idle Cao Fei had already stumbled upon a post on the horror game forum. Jointly published by Su Baihu, Zhenlinge, Cao Gao, and Weixing, the post was currently trending in the teammate recruiting section. They were urgently seeking a third-tier powerhouse capable of defeating 5 opponents, with just 17 minutes remaining until the dungeon opened. Dungeon name: Endless Realm, 3rd tier, Dungeon Mode. Continuous solo duels player requirements. 1st and 3rd tiers accepted player count. 9 to 10 punishment mode. Special punitive type. The losing side must either fulfill the other party's demands to exit the game or submit 1 million ghost coins to the horror game for redemption. Enemy strength: 5 3rd-tier players, with at least 3 nearing the 4th tier. R strength: 2 2nd-tier, 2 3rd-tier players. Joining reward: upon joining, you will receive a joint reward of 200,000 ghost coins from the 4 of us. If you lead us to victory, you can earn 2 million ghost coins. The comment section was abuzz, with over 100,000 comments. Goodness, the disparity in strength is colossal. Not even a deity could save them. The post was made by the 4 families of Zhen, Su, Cao, and Wei, with their family headquarters located in Longhua, ranking among the top 100 families. Anyone daring to provoke them was not to be underestimated. Indeed, the opposing side likely had branches of the top 100 families of Longhua in Kimchi country. Otherwise, who would dare to challenge these 4 families together? Time to make my exit, although I'm nearly at the 4th tier. Standing at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, this is not something for us common folk to involve ourselves in. Just then, Zhen Xiao called Cao Fei. Master, there's a dungeon my sister is about to enter. But no need to say more. I've already seen it on the forum. Cao Fei was sending a private message to Zhenlinger, expressing his desire to participate in the competition. Zhenlinger promptly replied, inquiring about his level, contract ghosts, and ghost techniques. Cao Fei shared that he was at level 18, possessed a 4th-tier contract ghost, and did not have any ghost techniques, providing the information without exaggeration or concealment. However, Zhenlinger quickly responded, stating, "You are quite strong, but this dungeon does not allow for the summoning of contract ghosts, so I am afraid I must decline." Cao Fei understood immediately. It seemed that Zhenlinger felt her own level was too low and, lacking ghost techniques, she doubted her capabilities. The dungeon allowed players up to level 39 to enter, and indeed, his level was not advantageous. It appeared there was no way forward, since Zhenlinger could not enter on her own. She decided to seek assistance from her disciple. Disciple, please speak to your sister on my behalf, and see if I can join. Of course, Master, I will call my sister right away. Goodbye, goodbye. Cao Fei set down the phone, nervously rubbing his hands together. Zhen Xiao, it's up to you now. At that moment, Lu Ruoyun arrived carrying 4 cups of beverages. She handed Cao Fei a cup of milk tea that had been filtered through her worn, stinky stockings. Master, please enjoy this stocking milk tea. Feeling parched, Cao Fei inserted a straw and took a couple of hearty gulps, exclaiming in astonishment. This made Lu Ruoyun quite anxious. She thought to herself, oh no. Cao Fei can't possibly have noticed something amiss with the flavor, can he? Yet, to her relief, Cao Fei responded with satisfaction. This flavor is quite unique. I've never tasted anything like it before. It's rather distinctive. Lu Ruoyun exhaled in relief and then presented him with a sparkling water, saying, here is your grape sparkling water. Cao Fei intended to deliberately pick at it. He shook the cup, noticing the bubbles were sparse. Before tossing it back to Lu Ruoyun, startled, she thought, if this spills on the ground, I will have to clean it up for ages. She clutched it to her chest, glaring at Cao Fei in anger, wanting to scold him, but then refrained. Lu Ruoyun looked at him with reddened eyes, feeling wronged. I bought you a drink, and if you don't want it, that's fine. But why act like this? Cao Fei took a few more sips of the milk tea and remarked, the bubbles are insufficient. Go and get me a version with more bubbles, all right? Master, Lu Ruyin turned on her heel in fury and walked away. As she walked, tears began to flow. Cao Fei, you truly are a beast. How can you be so disgusting? Whoa, suddenly, an idea struck Lu Ruyin. Chapter 35, Imported Sparkling Water. Entering the dungeon, Lu Ruyin had a clever scheme to vent her frustrations. She opened the cap of the sparkling water that Cao Fei had deemed lacking in bubbles and took several large gulps until her mouth was nearly overflowing. Then paused. Instead of swallowing, she puffed her cheeks and began to swish the beverage vigorously. She rinsed and rinsed, determinedly, until her cheeks ached from the effort, before finally spitting the drink back into the sparkling water cup. Sealing it up and shaking it vigorously, instantly, the cup was filled with an abundance of bubbles. Heart racing with excitement yet tinged with apprehension, Lu Ruyin scurried back to Cao Fei and presented him with the cup. Master, I exchanged it for a sparkling water with plenty of bubbles. Please enjoy. Cao Fei was taken aback, impressed by Lu Ruyin's initiative. He inserted a straw and took a sip. It was tangy and sweet. Indeed more refreshing than the milk tea. He regarded Lu Ruyin with approval and said, Little Lu, you've done well. Go wash up, change your clothes, and take a rest on my bed. Lu Ruyin felt a thrill of triumph. As if she had successfully pulled off a mischievous act without being caught. She beamed with happiness, but soon her expression froze. Wait a moment. Rest on your bed, my goodness. That's my master. Who is particularly formidable, you know. Zhen Xiao, on the other end of the phone, spoke urgently. Although his level is indeed lower, his strength is truly formidable, and he possesses unpredictable abilities. All right, little brother, it's not that I underestimate your master. Zhen Linga replied helplessly. However, this dungeon permits players up to level 39, and since you cannot summon contract ghosts, your master's greatest advantages cannot be utilized. Those level 30 players are not your average folks. Their attributes are high, and they likely have ghost techniques. Zhenlinger patiently advised. In this situation, your level 18 master entering would truly be a matter of life and death. The worst part is, should he perish, he would either be humiliated and toyed with by the opponents or be forced to pay 1 million ghost coins. Zhen Xiao quickly responded, I thought of that. I was just gathering the 1 million ghost coins. And I've already managed to collect it. I was about to transfer it to him. Goodness, I feel like you care for your master more than you do for our father, Zhenlinger said. Feeling exhausted, enough of this. I'm hanging up. How can my brother and his master be so stubborn? I genuinely want what's best for them. At that moment, only 3 minutes remained until the dungeon opened. Zhenlinger pinched her foot sealed in her long boots, glancing at her 3 teammates, who were also on the phone not far away, and said weakly, What is the situation, my friends? Is there anyone signed up? Su Baihu replied, No, sweetheart. Cao Gao shook his head, Nope, sigh. What a shame, aren't they usually all bravado and talk big? Wei Xing cursed, but now that they've heard about our dungeon and the enemy situation, they too scared to even make a peep. Cao Gao nodded. If we lose, we owe 1 million ghost coins, a sum that a small family would have to scrape together, and we'd have to borrow from our elders to gather that amount. I can understand. Time ticked by. All right, fine. It looks like it's you. Zhenlinger slumped onto the sofa, dialing Cao Fei's number, feeling defeated. Do you still want to enter the dungeon? Cao Fei chuckled on the other end of the line. Absolutely. Get ready. We are about to enter the dungeon. All right. The 3 teammates immediately gathered around in curiosity. Su Baihu raised an eyebrow. Sister, which big shot did you manage to reel in with your charms? Oh, Baihu, don't tease. Cao Gao looked at his girlfriend excitedly. Which big shot, Ling, do we know him? My brother Zhenjiao's master. Zhenlinger found it hard to articulate. An 18-level player? What? They were momentarily taken aback. They entered the dungeon, and after a brief disorientation, Zhenlinger, Cao Fei, and the others found themselves standing in an oval competition arena, vastly larger than a football field. Towering above them were several massive screens, each larger than a football field. The dungeon was currently shrouded in night, but the raucous cheers, cacophony, and myriad of flickering lights revealed that this competition had a multitude of unusual spectators, countless ghostly onlookers. As the players, including Cao Fei, appeared, the audience erupted in excitement. "I'm definitely betting right this time. I'm going to win big, and I'll rake in a fortune. I'll let the slaughter begin. Human pests. I want to see your blood splatter and hear your wretched cries. Haha, hey, bring me another barrel of beer with ice." In the center of the arena, a path illuminated by hundreds of beams from two towering lighthouse-like defense towers beckoned. Curiously, these towers displayed long red lines, resembling health bars. Moreover, Cao Fei was astonished to discover that his teammates, including Zhenlinger and Su Baihu, each had their own health bars. The thickness and length varied among them, with Cao Fei's being the shortest and thinnest. Aside from this illuminated path, the arena was engulfed in darkness and mist, obscuring its contents. However, the sounds of growls and eerie noises indicated that wild monsters lurked within. Just then, game prompts began to sound. Chapter 36, a new cheating mechanism. Dungeon name: Endless Land, 3rd tier, dungeon mode. Continuous solo confrontation. Player requirements: 1st and 3rd tiers. Permissible player count: 10. Main quest: your side must secure more victories than the enemy. The conditions for victory in each match are as follows. 1 must choose one to win. Victory condition 1: be the first to slay 50 enemy specters. Victory condition 2: be the first to destroy the enemy's lighthouse. Victory condition 3: be the first to eliminate the opponent. Hint 1: chests and wild creatures exist in the darkness, offering opportunities to acquire buffs, equipment, and items. Hint 2: killing specters and wild creatures will yield gold, which can be used to purchase equipment. For this instance, when enough gold is accumulated, purchasable equipment will automatically pop up. Restriction 1: no firearms or weapons from the real world may be used. Restriction 2: summoning contract spirits is prohibited. Restriction 3: equipment, items, potions, or contract spirit enhancements not found within this instance are not permitted. Failure penalty: pay a fine of 1 million ghost coins to the horror game or fulfill the demands of the opposing side. Otherwise, lose 1 life. Cao Fei nodded. Although he had never played this instance before, he was well-versed in similar games. In his view, this was akin to a one-on-one match in League of Legends. He had played many such matches with his classmates before. This time, however, it had transformed into a real-life scenario. At that moment, his system panel also popped up. Please select the cheat you wish to use in this instance. Only one may be chosen. Cheat 1: the side effects of proliferation. Each time you have an additional child, you will receive a reward, and the higher the child's cultivation, the greater the enhancement to your own. However, the side effect is that your brothers and friends are prone to untimely deaths. Cheat 2: the god within the worm. When you reside within a family or sect, as long as you behave like a parasite, you will reap abundant rewards and blessings. Cheat 3: Master Enhancer with side effects. Significantly enhance the equipment within the instance. Each item may be enhanced only once and cannot be taken out of the instance, traded, or dropped. However, the side effect is that your actions may occasionally appear comically absurd, potentially leading others to regard you with disdain. Cao Fei rubbed his hands together in excitement. To be honest, all these cheats were quite appealing. Yet, evidently, cheats 1 and 2 were ill-suited to the scenario of this instance, while cheat 3 was rather fitting. As for the side effect, he thought little of it, merely a trifling matter. Thus, he swiftly settled on cheat 3. Meanwhile, Cao Gao, Wei Xing, and others were also observing their surroundings. They did not continuously stare at Cao Fei, nor did they utter complaints or disdainful remarks. Having entered the fray, there was no point in lamenting. Expressing negative emotions would only disrupt team harmony and prove counterproductive. Moreover, their spirits were already at a low ebb, devoid of hope for victory. They were merely contemplating how they might take down a few opponents, thus sparing themselves the painful expense of 1 million ghost coins. Additionally, the Endless Realm features a multitude of modes, and this solo mode was their first experience. However, they had diligently studied numerous guides in advance, and were therefore not entirely unfamiliar with this instance. At that moment, Zhenling approached Cao Fei and said, "Although you are my brother's master and possess considerable strength, this instance does not allow you to showcase your full potential, so you must heed my counsel." "What the hell?" Cao Gao exclaimed from a distance by say, "Xiao Chao, you are actually Jin Zhao's master. Surely this is some sort of jest, Xiao Chao." "Heh, you look quite young. You really dare to call yourself that?" Cao Fei did not respond to them, but abruptly turned his head to the right. "Enough chatter. The opponents are watching us." Cao Gao and the others were startled and hurriedly turned around, only to discover the silhouettes of their 5 opponents had appeared beside their transparent chamber without their notice. The opposing 5 were also in a similarly transparent and luminous small room. Among them were the brothers Cui Yinhe and Cui Yinch, hailing from the Cui family, the siblings Jian Li and Jian Ji from the Jian family, and Zhu Nijian from the Zhu family. The opposing players took note. Zhu Nijian's voice, somewhat effeminate and reminiscent of a eunuch, declared, "We summoned you forcefully because we desire Zhenlinger and Su Baihu. If you, Cao Gao and Wei Xing, sever your ties with them on the spot and insult them to eliminate any chance of retreat, then after your defeat, you can leave without spending a penny. Moreover, if you possess the ability to persuade them to let me and Jian brothers have a little fun, there's a bounty of ghost coins to be earned. Just name your price." Zhu Nijian chuckled sinisterly. "Perhaps if we tire of the game, we might even reward you. You two desire to forge alliances with the Zhen and Su families. Don to you? Haha, I relish the taste of well-fermented stinky feet." Jian Li fixed his gaze on Zhenlinga's feet, licking his lips. "Cao Gao, Wei Xing, do you want face or do you want substance? Or would you rather have neither? Think carefully." Chapter 37. Cao Fei versus Cui Yinch. Zhen Xiao bets all. Faced with the nauseating and perverse Zhu Nijian and Jian Li, Su Baihu and Zhenlinger were instantly incensed. "You shameless! A bunch of perverts!" Cao Gao shouted angrily. "Shut up!" Wei Xing also retorted furiously. "Zhu Nijian and Jian Li, you two scoundrels, are truly repulsive." However, under Cao Fei's curious and meticulous observation, it became apparent that, despite their verbal rebuttals and anger, the expressions of Cao Gao and Wei Xing were somewhat complex and flickering. "What does this mean? Are you two actually moved?" Cao Fei shook his head. That moment, the game prompt chimed once more. "The first match is about to commence. Please decide on the first combatant within 3 minutes." Cao Gao laughed. "I'll go first. Let me test the waters for you." Zhenlinger shook her head. "You will undoubtedly die first." "I shall go first." She gritted her teeth. "The enemy has insulted me and Baihu so grievously. Even if I must die, I shall take one with me." Su Baihu was equally furious, raising her hand. I'll go first. Meanwhile, Cao Gao and Wei Xing were greatly swayed by Cao Fei's suggestion, although Cao Fei's overwhelming strength was curtailed, rendering him little more than a mere pawn in this instance. He could still glean insights into the tactics of the opposing player. Perhaps he could even inflict some damage on the opponent, according to the guides from players who had previously tackled this instance. A winning player would automatically advance to the next round without the option to switch out, unless they were eliminated. Furthermore, in the subsequent round, all gold, equipment, and other resources would be reset, but health would not be restored. Thus, when it came time for them to enter the fray, they would be at a distinct advantage. Consequently, Cao Gao and Wei Xing remarked, "I believe Xiao Chao's suggestion is sound. He can help us test the waters." Indeed. Perhaps Cao Fei is exceptionally strong and can take on all 5. As they conversed, laughter escaped their lips, and they raised their hands in unison. "We agree that Cao Fei should go first." With 3 votes in favor of Cao Fei's participation, the majority ruled, granting him the opportunity to enter the fray. In the blink of an eye, Cao Fei found himself beneath the lighthouse, momentarily disoriented, only to behold 6 fully armed and towering specters before him, for wielding swords and 2 archers. These were his side's minions. Seizing the moment before the battle commenced, Cao Fei attempted to grasp one of the minions' swords, but found it utterly unattainable. He then tried to retrieve a bow but was similarly unsuccessful, prompting him to abandon the effort. Meanwhile, within the waiting chamber of the opposing 5, Cui Yinch laughed heartily. Shall I take the lead? I feel you all need not participate. I alone could easily cut through the 5 of them. The others dismissed as bravado. They were not present in this instance for the sake of scoring. The opponents were of a lower level, and even if it were a 1-on-5 situation, they would not achieve an S rank. Thus, it mattered not who took the stage. Jianli grinned. All right, Chui brother. You go. Chui Inha patted Chui Yinch on the back. Swiftly resolve it. Deliver them a high-stake shock. Zhu Nijian chuckled dismissively. This Cao Fei has recently gained quite the notoriety, having achieved 2 S ranks consecutively. But in this instance, he is nothing but trash. Chui Yinch burst into a boisterous laugh. I relish tormenting such trending geniuses. It is the most satisfying. Ha ha. The participants for the first match have been selected. Cao Fei will face Chui Yinch. Both sides will commence their battle in 3 minutes. The audience eagerly observed the two, quickly forming their judgments. Look at that hell envoy. His level is only 18. And his health bar is short and thin. A mediocre underdog. I bet on the victory of the 37-level Chui Yinch. To call him an underdog is to overrate the hell envoy. He is merely a sacrificial pawn. The opposing side need not exert themselves. They can simply seize a couple of opportunities to approach Cao Fei and obliterate him. I too shall bet on Chui Yinch. Players were also allowed to place their bets. Not only did Chui Yinch's teammates wager on his victory, but Cao Gao and Wei Xing discreetly placed their bets on Chui Yinch as well. Zhenlinga and Su Baihu placed bets on both sides. However, on Cao Fei's behalf, they merely symbolically wagered 100 ghost coins as a gesture of support. Meanwhile, Zhen Xiao, for reasons unbeknownst to him, was unexpectedly present among the audience. He had just transferred the 1,000,000 ghost coins he painstakingly gathered to his master, and upon receipt, Cao Fei returned 200,000 to him. Consequently, Zhen Xiao found himself with 200,000 ghost coins. He was unsure of his own motivations. Perhaps it was blind confidence in his master that led him to wager all 200,000 ghost coins on Cao Fei's victory. Cao Fei and Chui Yinchi stood nearly 200 meters apart, gazing at each other from a distance. Cao Fei was acutely aware that with his current basic attributes, he stood no chance against Chui Yinchi, a third-tier player. A mere brush with Chui Yinchi could spell his doom. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, amass gold coins, purchase equipment, enhance that equipment, and then strike. Meanwhile, Chui Yinchi was fixated on a swift resolution. To him, it was akin to a great cat and a small mouse inhabiting a space where only one could survive. Would the cat coexist peacefully with the mouse? No. It would pounce, pin the mouse down with a paw, and deliver a fatal bite. Simple as that. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards Cao Fei. Before the troops were deployed, eliminating Cao Fei was the easiest task. If Cao Fei dared to underestimate him and engage him for even a moment, it would be the end for him. Chui Yinchi sprinted like thunder, bellowing, "Cao Fei, I've heard you're quite the genius. Let us exchange a few blows." Cao Fei, perceiving the danger, retreated a few steps, intending to fall back behind the defensive tower and the soon-to-be-released ghost soldiers that in the audience. A cacophony of laughter erupted as Cao Fei stumbled, tripping over an unseen object. If not for his hands bracing against the ground, he would have fallen flat. The Hell's Messenger is utterly pathetic, tripping before the fight even begins. The tension was palpable. It must have been overwhelming nerves. How comical. Consequently, the crowd's bets heavily favored Chui Yinchi. In stark contrast, Cao Fei placed his faith in himself. With the funds transferred to him by Zhen Xiaozheng, he possessed 1,000,000 ghost coins. He wagered 100,000 ghost coins, reserving 1,000,000 to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Chui Yinchi, standing at the edge of Cao Fei's defensive tower's attack range, laughed heartily at Cao Fei's comically anxious demeanor. Further underestimating him, so pathetic, I bet he'll be easier to kill than a pig, soon. Both sides deployed their troops. Within the confines of his tower, Cao Fei observed the horrifying minions from the game, which were far more formidable than those in League of Legends. Each bore 2 ghost rings, indicating a second-tier strength. These second-tier ghosts were far superior to their human counterparts of the same level. A few hits from the minions could easily spell his end. Thus, he resolved to avoid attracting their ire, opting instead to play it safe and farm for gold, thanks to the unique health bar display of this dungeon. Last hitting would be significantly more manageable. Cui Yin-chi, seasoned and skillful, maneuvered among the minions of both sides, striking subtly. The strength of the minions was identical for both sides, making the movement of the lanes and the remaining numbers highly dependent on the player's skills and performances. Having prior experience in this dungeon, Cui Yin-chi skillfully managed to reduce the health of the enemy minions without drawing their attacks. Over time, when the enemy's wave of minions was vanquished, several of his own would remain, granting him a substantial advantage with the next wave. This would swiftly allow him to push down the enemy's tower. However, he couldn't help but curse Cao Fei for being excessively cautious. Cao Fei showed no intent to deplete his minions, instead opting to do nothing. Terrified that advancing his minions would lead to his demise, it seemed Cao Fei's sole strategy was to wait until his minions were weak, ready to explode with gold. Cui Yin-chi, exasperated, shouted, "Could you stop with a slow suicide? Let me finish you off quickly. Let us not waste time." Ignoring him, Cao Fei seized the moment and rhythm, launching a ghostly power-infused projectile at a wounded enemy minion. Gold 100. He had now slain 2 minions, earning 200 gold. In truth, he had a chance to kill another, but the distance was too great, and he risked being ambushed by Cui Yin-chi. So, he prudently chose to play it safe. Moments later, he managed to finish off another minion, gaining another 100 gold, yet still received no prompts for equipment purchases. He reassured himself that patience was key. The next wave should suffice. That moment, all 6 of Cao Fei's minions had perished, while Cui Yin-chi still had 2 remaining, pushing the lane towards Cao Fei. Just as he was about to secure another last hit, Cui Yin-chi smirked. He suddenly drew a knife. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of ghostly energy hurtling towards Cao Fei. With all his minions dead, there was nothing left to shield him. This was Cui Yin-chi's golden opportunity. Cao Fei, ever vigilant for Cui Yin-chi's ambush, immediately recognized the incoming attack. Previously, he had used his minions to block Cui Yin-chi's 3 assaults, but this time, his only option was to flee behind the defensive tower. Moreover, the critical information was that Cui Yin-chi now had enough gold to purchase equipment. He had bought a knife. Cao Fei dashed as quickly as he could, but the ghostly blade was faster. It was poised to strike his back. He lunged for the tower, rolling behind it to avoid most of the attack, but still felt a glancing blow. Instantly, his health bar dropped by 14. The audience erupted in gasps and commotion. In the player room, Cao Gao shook his head. Just a glancing blow, and he lost so much health. If he gets struck with a close-range attack, he'll be finished. Wei Xing chuckled. Not just finished, but absolutely done for. Zhenlinger, hands on her hips, scolded them both. Can we refrain from making sarcastic remarks? Cao Gao shrugged. I'm merely stating the facts. It's not sarcasm, is it? Wei Xing echoed. Indeed. Su Baihu, exasperated, suggested. All right, let us decide who will be the second to face Cui Yin-chi. At this, when the topic of who would enter next arose, Cao Gao and Wei Xing fell silent, exchanging glances towards the match. Both aspired to be heroes, but neither wished to be mere stepping stones. They were both aware that whoever faced Cui Yin-chi would likely not emerge victorious. Hence, they both hoped to be the third or fourth to enter, allowing the preceding rounds to weaken Cui Yin-chi before they took their shot, a chance to secure what might be the only victory in this dungeon. Under the defensive tower, a new wave of minions appeared. Finally, Cao Fei had accumulated enough kills, having slain 6 minions and earned 600 gold. The game then revealed the equipment he could purchase in this dungeon. There were 3 items available. Item: unremarkable long knife. Price: 600 gold. Attributes: attack power 30. Skill: blade chi slash. Unleashes a blade of energy for a ranged attack, dealing 50 to 200 damage based on your attack power. The shorter the distance, the greater the damage. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Item, mediocre staff price, 600 gold attributes. Ghost power penetration 20 skill. Fireball. Casts a large fireball causing 50 to 200 ghost power damage. The shorter the distance, the greater the damage. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Item, inferior shoes price, 600 gold attributes. Movement speed 40 skill. Blink. Allows a single blink within 300 meters. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Cao Fei quickly dismissed the shoes from consideration. He pondered between the long knife and the staff for a moment before ultimately choosing the staff. His reasoning was simple, even if the blade chi slash was enhanced. If he missed, he would be forced into close combat with Cui Yinchi. Although the enhanced knife would indeed be powerful, without any defensive or health boosts, he would remain exceedingly vulnerable if Cui Yinchi managed to trade blows with him. His teammates might see value in that, but he would be at a tremendous loss. His singular objective was to defeat the opposing 5 players and achieve an S rating. Thus, ranged attacks were the way to go. Cao Fei was concerned that the spotlight on him during the staff S enhancement might attract unwanted attention. Consequently, he dashed towards the shadows beside the defensive tower, intending to complete the enhancement while skirting the darkness before re-emerging. Upon witnessing Cao Fei's retreat into the shadows, Cui Yinchi felt a modicum of respect for him. Rather than suffer at his hands or be forced to dismantle towers, it was wiser to seek fortune in the darkness. Though defeating the wild monsters would be challenging, the chance of uncovering a treasure chest and acquiring equipment and buffs could potentially turn the tide in his favor. Yet, he remained unperturbed, fully prepared to enjoy the spectacle. For the odds of surviving to claim a treasure were exceedingly slim. Cui Yinchi, it was akin to waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. In the waiting area, Su Baihu clenched her fists, puffing her cheeks as she wished. I hope Cao Fei can evade the wild monsters and find a treasure chest to turn the tide. Zhenlinga nodded vigorously. That's his only chance to win the match. In stark contrast, Cao Gao and Wei Xing did not wish for Cao Fei to succeed. They had wagered a significant amount of money on Cui Yinchi, and a loss would be devastating. Thus, they internally hoped Cao Fei hurry up and perish. As Cao Fei ventured into the abyss, he discerned a faint blood bar ahead, likely indicative of a wild beast. While surveying his surroundings, he commenced the enhancement of his weapon. In an instant, the weapon was fortified. Upon examining its attributes, Cao Fei was left astounded. Item: Hellfire Staff attributes. Maximum Ghost Power 500. Ghost Power Penetration Effect 100 skill. Summon Hellfire. Conjures a massive boulder to strike a designated location, inflicting damage equivalent to 200 of your ghost power upon enemies. Upon impact, the boulder transforms into a level 4 Hellfire Demon, persisting for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. My goodness, this is utterly remarkable, he exclaimed. With an explosive increase in ghost power, a penetration of 100, and the ability to summon monsters, the exhilaration was overwhelming. However, the staff's appearance remained unassuming and plain. This, in fact, was a blessing in disguise. During his spellcasting, others would merely perceive him as wielding an impressive artifact. At that moment, Cao Fei noticed a blood bar rushing towards him, prompting him to hastily step forth from the shadows. Meanwhile, Cui Yinchi, witnessing Cao Fei's sudden emergence, mocked, I initially thought you possessed some courage, but to my surprise, you fled in such a short span. You're nothing but a waste, before he could finish his taunt. Cao Fei unleashed the staff skill, Summon Hellfire. A streak of green light zipped across the darkened sky, radiating a searing heat as it hurtled towards Cui Yinchi. Not only Cui Yinchi, but the tens of thousands of spectators present, along with other players awaiting their turn, were left utterly astonished. How can there be meteors in this dungeon? What sorcery is this? Cui Yinchi, however, quickly regained his composure and activated his ghostly technique, augmenting his attack and movement speed by 100. He narrowly evaded the core impact zone of the boulder. Yet, He was still scorched by the surrounding intense heat, causing his health bar to plummet by 13. Cui Yinchi was aghast. He was renowned for his high vitality, combined with formidable defensive capabilities. How could a mere graze result in such significant damage? What followed was even more horrifying. The colossal stone that had crashed down, creating a massive crater, swiftly morphed into a towering fire demon standing over 4 meters tall. The fiery giant raised its colossal fist and swung it towards him. In a panic, he sought refuge behind his minions, narrowly escaping calamity. Yet the fire demon was relentless, leaping to pounce upon him. This time, Cui Yinchi could not evade. In his widening pupils, the green flames of the demon loomed larger until they consumed him. The first match concluded, and Cao Fei emerged victorious. The next match would commence in 5 minutes. The audience erupted in chaos. The vast majority who had bet on Cui Yinchi's victory were infuriated, unable to fathom such a dramatic turn of events. Who would have guessed that Cao Fei would fortuitously acquire such a powerful spell scroll, effectively obliterating the previously arrogant Cui Yinchi? Conversely, the few who had wagered on Cao Fei's triumph were initially elated, only to be gripped by regret afterward. Had they known, they would have wagered even more on Cao Fei. Zheng Xiao was overjoyed, laughing heartily. This victory brought him a staggering 30-fold return. His 200,000 ghost coins transformed into 6 million. Meanwhile, Cao Fei also profited significantly, with 100,000 ghost coins growing to 3 million, raising his total to 4 million ghost coins. Chapter 40. A War of Words, red hot. The necromancer at this moment. In the waiting room for Cao Fei, a transparent cylindrical prison had materialized in the corner, within which Cui Yinchi, having lost in the competition, was confined. Due to the rules, he had been revived and awaited Cao Fei's decision after all matches concluded, or he could forfeit 1 million ghost coins to exit the game. Clearly, he had not resolved to spend that amount, thus remaining in prison. At present, he could neither hear nor speak, only watch. Cui Yinchi stared at Cao Fei in shock. Zhenlinger and the other teammates were equally astonished by Cao Fei's performance. The two women, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced him, one on each side, leaving him quite flustered. Su Baihu, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Cao Fei, how did you manage that?" Coughing slightly, Cao Fei glanced at the 4 individuals in the opposing room, who seemed intent on killing him with their gaze, and replied with a smile, "What I achieved in the darkness was merely a stroke of luck." Cao Gao chuckled. "Cao Fei, you are indeed fortunate. You haven't brought shame to our family." Cao Fei's expression turned icy. "Cao Gao, are you incapable of speaking plainly, or are you intentionally being sarcastic? What do you mean by not bringing shame to our family? You read just an insufferable fool." Ignoring him, Cao Fei closed his eyes to rest. Cao Gao, slightly irritated, thought, "I am a scion of a prestigious family, here to commend you, yet you choose to act aloof." However, under Zhenlinger's persuasion, he relented after a couple of huffs, refraining from disturbing Cao Fei further. In the opposing waiting room, Cui Yinchi seethed, "I can't believe Cao Fei got so lucky, but I refuse to believe he can maintain such fortune next time. I shall take my turn. I will avenge my brother." "All right." The others agreed to let Cui Yinchi's brother, Cui Yinho, enter the fray. The participants for the second match were selected. Cao Fei versus Cui Yinho would commence in 3 minutes. The audience began placing their bets once more. The situation mirrored the previous match. Despite Cao Fei's miraculous victory, few believed his luck would hold. Thus, many still wagered on the level 38 Cui Yinho. Zheng Xiao wasted no time, placing all 6 million ghost coins on Cao Fei. Meanwhile, Cao Fei reserved 1 million ghost coins, betting 3 million on himself. Beneath the 2 defensive towers, Cao Fei and Cui Yinho exchanged glances from afar. Cui Yinho squinted at Cao Fei with a look of disdain and declared, "Cao Fei, kneel and beg for mercy now. Call me father, and I promise to lessen your suffering. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to leave this game." Cao Fei retorted vehemently, "Cui, you wretched fool, spare me your nonsense. Your mouth is as annoying as a croaking toad. He continued to berate. Even if you regret your words now, it's too late. Let me make this clear. Even if you kneel and call me father, I would still refuse to acknowledge you. You worthless spawn, what a laughable joke. Cui Inho trembled at Cao Fei's relentless tirade. He had never been insulted so fiercely before, let alone by someone as formidable as Cao Fei. His frustration boiled over. And he struggled to find words to retaliate, feeling as though he had a lump in his throat that he couldn't expel or swallow, causing immense discomfort. Cui Inho's face flushed to the brink of explosion. In a fit of rage, he raised his hands, causing white bones to erupt from the earth. Cao Fei gasped, peering closely to realize they were bony hands. Soon, two skeletal warriors, each around 1.8 meters tall, emerged, their eye sockets ablaze with ghostly fire. Ah, a necromancer, is it? Cao Fei mused, feeling a pang of envy. He had often fantasized about being a necromancer commanding an army of the undead while reading novels. It appeared that Cui Inho had acquired the ability to summon skeletal warriors through some dark sorcery. The minions soon engaged in battle, and both sides began to clash. Cao Fei found himself increasingly vexed by Cui Inho's tactics. The latter was simultaneously attacking minions, tossing ghostly orbs, and commanding the skeletal warriors to assault him. This made things far more arduous for Cao Fei than at the beginning of the game. Cui Inho, witnessing Cao Fei's predicament, wore a triumphant grin. He intended to torment Cao Fei until he let his guard down, at which point he would deliver the fatal blow. Cao Fei took refuge behind the defensive tower to farm gold. 100 gold coins. 200 gold coins. Cui Inho, noticing Cao Fei attempting to hide, remained unhurried, opting instead to use his minions to dismantle the tower. The two skeletal warriors he had summoned earlier had already perished. Otherwise, he would have sent them to attempt a forceful kill on Cao Fei beneath the tower. He decided to wait for the cooldown of his ghostly techniques. The next time, he could use the corpses of his fallen ghost soldiers to summon more skeletal warriors. The attack would be devastating. At that moment, Cao Fei amassed 600 gold coins, planning to purchase another staff and unleash hellfire to obliterate Cui Inho. However, just as he was about to click to buy, he noticed the staff interface lacked a sign. Startled, he quickly retracted his intention to purchase. The enhancement feature required that sign to complete the upgrade. Without it, any purchase would yield subpar equipment. He shifted his gaze to the sword and shoes. Sighing in relief, both items bore the sign. It seemed that even when purchasing the same equipment in different matches, one could only accumulate enhancements once, precluding any repetitions. Given this revelation, Cao Fei opted not to rush into buying the shoes or sword. Acquiring a sword was still a melee endeavor, and he was not yet stable against level 3 close combat. Shoes were hardly useful either. Therefore, he decided to gather more gold, noting that a few low-health minions were present. Soon, as he accumulated 800 gold coins, 3 new items appeared. Chapter 41. Does the little brat believe in light? Item: exquisite longbow. Price: 800 gold coins. Attributes: attack power 50, attack speed 30. Skill: barrage. Simultaneously fires 5 arrows in a fan-shaped area ahead, inflicting damage between 100 to 200 based on your attack power. The shorter the distance, the higher the damage. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Item: exquisite armor. Price: 800 gold coins. Attributes: armor 40, ghost power defense 40. Skill: defense. Gain 100 armor and ghost power defense for 3 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Item: damaged elven amulet. Price: 800 gold coins. Attributes: ghost power recovery 100. Skill: recovery. Instantly recover 50 points of ghost power. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Cao Fei pondered for a moment before purchasing a longbow. He then ventured back into the darkness. The audience erupted into a cacophony once more. The Hellbringer had entered again, occupying the same position as before. The treasure chests refresh unpredictably each round, and they are scarce. Often guarded by wild beasts, it is improbable that he will enjoy good fortune each time. Indeed, if he were to acquire treasures again, I would strip down and let one rip right here. Cao Fei once more skirted the edges of darkness, the kind of movement that could be executed with a single step. He then began to enhance his equipment, and the attributes underwent a significant transformation. Item: Arrow of Light. Attributes: Attack Power 300, Attack Speed 200, Skill: Rain of Arrows. Shoot a barrage of arrows in a designated area ahead, inflicting damage equal to your 100 attack power on enemies. If they are of the dark or undead type, the damage increases to 200 attack power, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Cao Fei was overjoyed. Incredible. This equipment is exceptionally effective against necromancers. He stepped out of the darkness. Meanwhile, Cui Inha had been closely monitoring Cao Fei's movements. He had summoned skeleton warriors from the corpses of ghost soldiers, proving to be quite formidable. If Cao Fei managed to survive, he would eliminate him under the tower. Upon seeing Cao Fei emerge, he was momentarily taken aback. He made it out alive. Cui Inha soon relax. To emerge so quickly and find another treasure chest would indeed be a stroke of luck. As the minion wave remained under Cao Fei's tower, he planned to command the skeleton warriors to eliminate him. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, his pupils dilated in shock. After Cao Fei emerged, he unleashed what appeared to be an extraordinary ultimate skill. Instantly, numerous beams of light converged around him. These beams rained down towards Cui Inha. "Hey, you little brat," Cao Fei laughed heartily. "Do you believe in light?" Cui Inha gasped in horror. "Cao." He realized he had no time to utter another word. He hurriedly commanded the recently summoned skeleton warriors to spread out and then cast his second ghost technique. Life Share. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Cao Fei was astonished, but quickly discerned that one of the skeleton warriors had transformed in an unusual manner. The skeletal face of this warrior twisted for a moment, morphing into Cui Inha's visage. At that moment, the rain of arrows began to fall. The coverage area was vast, engulfing the fleeing skeleton warriors of Cui Inha, after just 2 waves of arrows had fallen. Cui Inha's skeleton warriors were reduced to bone fragments and ashes. Only after the last skeleton warrior perished did Cui Inha reveal himself. With a snarl, Cui Inha hurled a bone spear at Cao Fei. The speed was incredible. Cao Fei intended to evade, but perhaps due to the side effects of his cheat, his foot slipped, and he was unable to dodge completely, resulting in a significant loss of health from the bone spear. Cao Fei's health plummeted, leaving him with only 13 points. Meanwhile, Cui Inha, shrieking in agony amidst the rain of arrows, was slain. Cao Fei triumphed once more. The second match concluded, and Cao Fei secured victory again. The next match would commence in 5 minutes. The spectators erupted into a frenzy. What luck this Hellbringer has, to stumble upon another treasure chest and acquire an outrageous item. Unbelievable. I refuse to believe he can continue this stroke of luck. I shall bet against him again. Ha ha, I've profited immensely betting against the Hellbringer twice. Jin Xiao trembled as he gazed at his account. 12 million ghost coins. It had doubled, an astonishing fortune, although the multiplier was lower due to the high stakes. The amount had genuinely increased by 6 million once again. He profited immensely. On the other hand, Cao Fei also reaped considerable gains, with his account now totaling 7 million ghost coins. Returning to the waiting room, he was once again met with the ecstatic screams of Su Baihu and Jin Linger, who embraced their victorious teammate with uncontainable fervor, leaving Cao Fei feeling quite overwhelmed. Truly substantial. So soft. Meanwhile, the boyfriends of the 2 women looked on from the side, experiencing a twinge of jealousy, especially for Cao Gao, who had just been irritated by Cao Fei. Now watching him embrace his girlfriend, regardless of his feelings, it was quite satisfying. This time, Cao Gao and Wei Xing were so stunned that they didn't immediately make sarcastic remarks. They stood there, dazed, their gazes vacantly directed toward Cao Fei. Chapter 42. If only my feet didn't stink. I am the adjacent waiting room, Zhu Nijian muttered. Could it be that this dungeon has an unusually high number of treasure chests? Cao Fei, that useless player, has managed to turn the tide in 2 consecutive rounds thanks to treasure chests. In that case, I shall participate in the next match. Jian Li licked his lips. My luck has always been good. I shall seek my own treasures. Jianji looked at Jianli with concern. Brother, don't be careless. Good luck. Rest assured, I'll do my best soon. Both sides entered the match once more. The competitors for the third match were selected. Cao Fei against Jianli. Commencing in 3 minutes. As soon as Cao Fei entered the match, he hurriedly hid behind the defensive tower and ghost soldiers, even moving towards the shadows. With just one step, he could immerse himself in darkness. He feared that Jianli might use a blink or other ghost techniques to eliminate him outright. With such low health, it was prudent to play defensively if Jianli dared to approach. He would conceal himself in the shadows. Jianli, observing this, naturally understood Cao Fei's intentions. He scoffed disdainfully, leisurely walking into the darkness. Rather than wait for Cao Fei to search for treasure chests, he would take the initiative and seek them out himself. His strength surpassed that of Cao Fei, ensuring he would find the treasure more swiftly. The audience buzzed with speculation. Jianli abandoning the lane to search for treasure chests. It makes sense. This dungeon seems to have an unusually high number of treasure chests. Otherwise, how could the Hellbringer acquire them so quickly in consecutive rounds? That's a valid point. Meanwhile, Cao Fei was pleased to see this. He focused intently on last-hitting minions, hoping to accumulate over 800 gold coins and discover new equipment options. At the same time, he aimed to avoid any potential gains Jianli might make that could lead to his demise. He positioned himself close to the shadows beside the defensive tower. Subsequently, with uninterrupted last-hitting, Cao Fei's gold continued to rise. Just as he reached 1,000 gold coins, 3 pieces of equipment appeared once more. One was a sniper rifle, another a cloak, and the last was a battle flag. Item: second-hand sniper rifle. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Attributes: attack power 80, skill, powerful shot. Fires an enhanced shot within 1,000 meters. Dealing 250 damage based on your attack power to enemies. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Item: blood-soaked cloak. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Attributes: health cap 50, health recovery 150, skill, revitalization. Instantly recover 100 health points. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Item: battle flag. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Attributes: destruction power against towers 50, skill, inspire. Increases the attack speed and attack power of allied minions by 30 for 30 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Cao Fei raised an eyebrow. He intended to purchase the blood-soaked cloak. This would increase his health and allow for recovery, alleviating his current anxiety over being low on health. As for attack power, he could save up some more gold to buy another item later. Thus, he stepped into the shadows and began to enhance. Item: frenzied blood cloak. Attributes: health cap 500, health recovery 3,000 in non-combat status. Health recovery 300 in combat status. Skill: restoration. Instantly restore full health. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Cao Fei was astonished. He realized that his health bar had become robust and formidable, even without using skills. His health was rapidly regenerating, faster than a super quick charge, even more so than the frenzied armor. In the blink of an eye, he was at full health. Cao Fei laughed heartily, just as he was about to step out of the darkness. He received a game notification. The third match had ended, and Cao Fei had claimed victory once again. The next match would begin in 5 minutes. The audience erupted into frenzied cheers and shouts. What? Jianli fumbled around in the darkness for ages and ended up getting himself killed. This infuriates me. My money. How frustrating. The Hellbringer started with only 13 health. Jianli, you had the chance to eliminate him. Could it be he remained hidden and last-hit minions? Haha, fortune favors the bold. I've profited immensely from betting against the Hellbringer. Zhen Zhao's face was frozen in a smile as he realized that at the start, he had bet everything on his master. Now, 12 million ghost coins had transformed into 18 million. Cao Fei's account had also reached 10 million ghost coins. Both master and disciple were reaping bountiful rewards. In the players' waiting room, Zhenlinge and Su Baihu no longer embraced Cao Fei. The situation had become too bizarre, and they remained in a state of shock. Even the superstitious Zhanlinger felt that Cao Fei was one of the protagonists of this world. Otherwise, how could he possess such extraordinary luck in every match? Zhanlinger quietly contemplated. While the protagonist has yet to ascend to the heavens, perhaps there's a way to become his friend. Ah, if only there were no foot odor. Chapter 43. The resilient Cao Fei. Wei Xing expressed profound sentiments regarding the untimely demise of the high-ranking player, Jian Li. Jian Li was formidable enough to vanquish all 5 of us. Yet he succumbed in the shadows. What a tragic irony. Indeed, Cao Gao echoed this sentiment, exclaiming, "Ah, Cao, my kinsman, your fate is nothing short of miraculous. Such occurrences are truly unprecedented." Then, Cao Gao began to regret his decisions. Had he foreseen the outcome, he would have bet on Cao Fei in the first 3 matches. What a fortune that would have been, however, when it came to betting on Cao Fei for the next match. He resolutely declined. Nonsense. One cannot tempt fate thrice. Having already surpassed the 3rd, surely it could not be so absurdly fortuitous again. I refuse to believe that this lowly Cao Fei could be the chosen one of destiny. Cao Gao's twisted jealousy roared within him. Cao Fei absolutely must not be the protagonist. Jian Ji, with her strikingly elegant brows furrowed, pondered what could have led to his demise. Alas, it seems that Jian, my brother, is not in his prime today. Perhaps last night's revelry was too exuberant. Zhu Nijian consoled him. Leave the next match to me. I shall crush all 5 of them. This instance is not merely a best of 5, but rather a tally of victories. Theoretically, even if one's team loses the first 4 rounds, if you win 5 in succession, victory is still attainable. Zhu Nijian sighed. How did it come to this? Cao Fei is indeed a curious case. Jian Ji felt a tinge of embarrassment at Zhu Nijian's teasing, yet nodded and sighed. Zhu, I entrust everything to you. Truth be told, her skills are the weakest among the 5. She had never anticipated participating. Her brother's lecherous intentions had merely compelled her to join the ranks. Yet, here they are, in this predicament. Zhu, you must not lose. I cannot win before Cao Fei took the stage. Su Baihu had a thought, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she glanced at the nearby Zhu Nijian. She leaned in close to Cao Fei's ear and whispered, "Young sir, I have some insight into Zhu Nijian. He primarily follows a support and control route as a mage." Oh, Cao Fei glanced at Zhu Nijian's muscular physique, somewhat astonished. Of course, his melee capabilities are impressive, but I wish to caution you to pay attention to his support and control tactics. Understood. The contestants for the 4th match have been selected, with Cao Fei set to face Zhu Nijian in 3 minutes. Zhu Nijian cast a glance at Cao Fei before striding directly into the darkness. Cao Fei was taken aback. Your teammates have perished, and yet you venture forth. Such confidence. The audience buzzed with chatter. I asked this pig-headed player truly so stubborn. Such honeyed confidence. Surely, this match cannot replicate the last. If I had the fortune of the Hell's envoy, I too could achieve consecutive victories. Yet, Cao Fei remained unfazed, regardless of his opponent or their strategies, as long as he could survive and amass enough gold for equipment upgrades. That was all that mattered. Before long, he had earned 800 gold coins. Just then, Zhu Nijian emerged, jubilant, wielding a vibrant green staff. Its luminescent hue and striking design indicated it was no ordinary item. Cao Fei was astonished. This pig-headed lad possesses both luck and skill. He has truly made a worthy acquisition. The audience erupted with excitement. The reversal of fate has finally occurred. This pig-headed player has obtained equipment. Quickly, defeat the Hell's envoy. Let him lose, Zhu Nijian. Go for it. Observing the staff in Zhu Nijian's grasp, Cao Fei felt a pang of apprehension, fearing he might be eliminated in an instant. Thus, he relinquished his pursuit of the few remaining enemy specters and entered the darkness. Intent on enhancing an item, with 800 gold coins at his disposal, he could enhance weapons, boots, armor, or amulets, each promising increased attack power, agility, defense, or rapid recovery of ghostly energy. There was no hesitation. Cao Fei opted for the armor that would render him more resilient. After all, he was not limited to enhancing just one item. As long as he survived, he could continue to earn gold. Subsequently, he would select the next piece of equipment based on Zhu Nijian's characteristics. Ensuring victory, stability in victory was paramount. At this critical juncture, one could not afford to be reckless. Besides, with high defense, it was entirely possible he could outlast Zhu Nijian. Item: Fortified Sanctuary. Attributes: Armor 1000. Ghostly Defense 1000. Skill: Fortified Sanctuary. Grants 100 armor and ghostly defense for 30 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Cao Fei felt terrifyingly invincible. He refrained from exiting too hastily, opting instead to bide his time. His previous rapid acquisition of treasure was indeed too overpowered. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zhu Nijian waved his staff, and the nearly defeated specters began to visibly recover. With another flourish, he cast a dark spell towards Cao Fei's distant minions, inflicting damage upon 2 of them while ensnaring them with bizarre plants that immobilized their legs. They instinctively attempted to advance, but failed to break free from the plant's grasp, instead tumbling to the ground. The ensuing moment was met with a swift decapitation of the 2 minions. In mere moments, Zhu Nijian had obliterated the accumulated minions on Cao Fei's side, pushing them back to his tower. Just as he reduced the tower's health to 14, Cao Fei seized the opportunity. Bursting forth at the precise moment Zhu Nijian had cast a spell, charging directly at him. Zhu Nijian remained composed, watching Cao Fei approach with a smirk. Surely, didn't he think I was frail? At that moment, Cao Fei, having purchased armor, wielded no weapon. Zhu Nijian, relying on the staff's length, struck at Cao Fei's waist. Bang! Zhu Nijian eagerly glanced at Cao Fei's health bar, only to witness an astonishing scene that left him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 44. The 2 maidens kneel. Jianji is so nervous she nearly loses control. Zhu Nijian was astounded to find that Cao Fei had barely lost any health, despite being at level 39. While Cao Fei had fought several specters and reached level 19, he was still less than half Zhu Nijian's level. How could this be? Zhu Nijian exclaimed. Have you acquired another treasure? The audience gasped collectively, their astonishment palpable, akin to the hissing of countless snakes. This was the 3rd time the Hellas envoy has found treasure yet again. Could he possibly be cheating? What incredible luck! This individual is undoubtedly the protagonist among humans. While his luck is indeed extraordinary, I still favor Zhu Nijian for the win. At that moment, Cao Fei struck Zhu Nijian, and though the damage was minimal, it exceeded the damage Zhu Nijian had inflicted upon him. Zhu Nijian shook his head, realizing he could not afford to continue engaging Cao Fei directly, lest he be worn down. Instead, he maneuvered using minions, planning to adopt a strategy of attrition against the tower. Utilizing his ghostly arts and the staff as enhancements, he aimed to empower the minions in this ebb and flow. The minions would secure victory for him. Moreover, he had now gathered 1,000 gold coins, allowing him to purchase a battle flag. Item: Battle flag. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Attributes: Destruction power against towers 50. Skill: Inspiration. Increases our minions' attack speed by 30, attack power by 30, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Zhu Nijian immediately activated the skill. Inspiration. Under the influence of multiple buffs, Zhu Nijian's ghostly minions became astonishingly invigorated, swiftly dispatching all newly spawned minions from Cao Fei's side. They then swarmed towards Cao Fei's tower, viciously assaulting it. The tower's health visibly plummeted. Observing this, Cao Fei furrowed his brow. The rate at which his tower's health was diminishing far exceeded the speed of his pursuit of Zhu Nijian's health. A strategy shift was necessary. Having accrued 800 gold coins, he purchased 2 more blades, amassing a total of 1,000 gold coins. This time, he did not enter the darkness. Instead, he too purchased a battle flag. Enhancing it. Item: Super Battle Flag. Attributes: Your and your minions' destruction power against towers 200. Skill: Super Inspiration. Increases our minions' attack speed by 200, attack power by 200, lasting 60 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Cao Fei's eyes widened. This is incredible. He immediately activated super inspiration beneath the tower. Instantly, the 6 newly spawned ghostly minions, their eyes glowing ominously and muscles bulging, charged towards Zhu Nijian's horde of over 10 minions assaulting the tower. At this moment, Zhu Nijian remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Casually, he cast a binding spell on the minions' IT hit, yet Cao Fei's minions merely struggled a few times before breaking free. They then engaged Zhu Nijian's minions in battle. What unfolded next left Zhu Nijian's pupils dilated in shock. Cao Fei's minions exhibited a frenzied attack speed and terrifying power. They swiftly dispatched Zhu Nijian's dozen minions with ease. The audience also took notice. A chorus of awe erupted. What on earth have the Hellas envoy's minions consumed? This is simply astounding. Indeed, it appears that the treasures he has acquired can bestow formidable buffs upon the ghostly warriors. Zhu Nijian exclaimed, "What on earth am I supposed to do now?" At that moment, his mood was utterly despondent. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he retreated to his tower. Powerless, watching as the valiant Cao Fei's ghostly warriors relentlessly dismantled his stronghold. The sheer destructive force was staggering. Zhu Nijian cried out in despair, "No!" With a grimace, he directed his magical attacks at Cao Fei's ghostly soldiers while desperately attempting to heal his own minions. However, as soon as Cao Fei's skills were off cooldown, he activated his super encouragement once more. At that moment, Zhu Nijian had unwittingly drawn the ire of the ranged minions. He was assailed by 4 ghostly archers. The attack speed of these spectral warriors was astonishing, their arrows flying with a ferocity akin to madness, and their lethality was equally remarkable. Before Zhu Nijian could even become a pincushion, he met his demise. The 4th match concluded, and once again, Cao Fei emerged victorious. The next match would commence in 5 minutes. Upon returning to the waiting room, Zhenlinge and Su Baihu immediately knelt before Cao Fei. "We pay our respects to the god of flight." Their reverence was akin to that of concubines bowing before an emperor, radiating an aura of worship and adoration. The gaze they lifted held a depth akin to molten gold. Cao Fei felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. "Please, rise." Cao Gao and Wei Xing stood at a distance, utterly stunned, at a loss for words in the presence of Cao Fei's extraordinary prowess. This was beyond their comprehension of luck. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Zhenlinger clung to Cao Fei's arm, playfully whining, "Brother Fei, since you've taken my brother, why not take me too? I wish to be your cherished apprentice." Cao Fei was rendered speechless. "Sister, aren't you a bit older than me?" "That doesn't matter. I simply wish to be your little disciple." All right, let me have a moment to rest." Zhenlinge promptly released her grip on Cao Fei. She fanned him with her hand, and upon witnessing this, Su Baihu also eagerly approached from behind to give him a massage. Instantly, Cao Fei felt his head sinking into a cloud of softness. What a marvelous sensation! It was profoundly relaxing and healing. Cao Fei squinted his eyes and glanced next door. He noticed the room was empty save for Jianji. Upon closer inspection, he observed that Jianji appeared quite anxious, frequently darting into the restroom. Moreover, she would emerge only to return moments later. One might mistakenly think she was suffering from a persistent urge. However, it was clear that Jianji was so incredibly tense that her urinary system was on the verge of collapse. Cao Fei mused to himself, "Perhaps this time, we won't even need external assistance to secure a victory." The participants for the 5th match had been selected, and Cao Fei would face Jianji in 3 minutes. Chapter 45. The official version loads. Cunning Ghost Ring. Instant kill card. Zheng Xiao trembled with anticipation as he watched the screen displaying the distant confrontation between Cao Fei and Jianji, just 1 match away. If Master could secure victory in this instance, he would achieve success in the dungeon. Should Master attain an S-class rating from this dungeon, and if it were swift enough, the public test could conclude, leading to the launch of the official horror game. He clasped his hands in excitement, fervently praying for his master, like a parrot repeating the same phrase. The match commenced. Cao Fei, not particularly familiar with Jianji's capabilities, opted for a cautious and stealthy approach at the outset. However, observing Jianji's health bar and her level 31, he surmised she might not be particularly formidable. His expectations were indeed met through careful observation. Cao Fei discerned that Jianji seemed inexperienced, occasionally faltering in her attacks against his weakened minions, whether out of nervousness or fear of the ghostly warrior's grotesque appearances. She had missed several crucial strikes. A smile of delight spread across Cao Fei's face. Did I ask this all? Ha ha. Jianji, noticing Cao Fei's mockery, was immediately filled with embarrassment and anger. The fact that her brother had lost only added fuel to her fire. Without hesitation, she charged through the minion line towards Cao Fei, executing a high kick aimed directly at his head. Witnessing her clumsy technique, Cao Fei chuckled. He hardly moved, effortlessly grasping Jianji's small foot with his hand. Clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit, Jianji's right leg was raised high, her curvaceous thigh taut, while her delicate foot was firmly held in Cao Fei's grasp. This position resembled a split. As if she were performing it under Cao Fei's direction, her alluring figure was fully on display beneath the snug attire. Cao Fei inwardly marveled at her physique. Just look at her background, clearly the daughter of a wealthy family. With her foot captured, Jianji's face flushed crimson, feeling as though she was entirely at the mercy of Cao Fei's grip. The sensation of being dominated was stifling. With a sharp cry, she attempted to launch her other leg into action. Suspending herself in midair, with all her might, she aimed to trap Cao Fei's neck with her legs. Jianji thought that if she could ensnare Cao Fei's neck and then use her hands to force him down, she would be able to subdue him. Unfortunately, Cao Fei had also seized her left foot, with one hand holding each of her feet. Despite her legs encircling Cao Fei's neck, she lacked the strength to pressure him. At that moment, Jianji had inadvertently drawn the wrath of Cao Fei's ghostly warriors. A flurry of strikes from several ghostly soldiers swiftly dispatched Jianji. Cao Fei claimed victory in the fifth match. Successfully clearing the dungeon, a notification echoed forth. Incredible! You managed to win 5 consecutive matches with just 1 life. You have perfectly cleared the third-tier dungeon, Endless Realm. After a comprehensive evaluation, your rating for this dungeon is SS rank. Following that, the rewards for the dungeon were calculated. Reward 1. Ghost Coins 1,000,000. Reward 2. 10 Enhancement Stones. Item. Enhancement Stone. Tier 3. Quality. S rank. Effect. Enhances the attributes of items. Usage. Apply this item to the item you wish to enhance and recite the enhancement incantation for it to take effect. Subsequently, a message resonated in the ears of everyone on Blue Star. Important announcement. The 10th round of public testing for the horror game has concluded, initiated by the player known as the Hell Messenger. From this moment forth, the official version of the horror game is live. The contents of version 1.0 are now loading and will be completed in approximately 1 hour, to be synchronized with all players on Blue Star. Upon hearing this news, the geniuses from various nations, including the Great Dragon Empire, the Great American Federation, the Great European Federation, and the Great Goose Empire, all strained to make progress, eager to attain an S-class rating. Especially those super geniuses on the cusp of achieving 2 S-class ratings appeared utterly despondent. In fact, one player from the Great Dragon Empire, the Great Goose Empire, and the Great American Federation had just recently achieved 2 S-class ratings. Yet they fell short by mere seconds compared to Cao Fei, leading to a state of utter despair. Had it not been for Cao Fei's slight lead, the world's attention would have undoubtedly been directed toward one of them. Alas, there are no what ifs, I and the Dragon Kingdom. Bang. Damn it. Why does Cao Fei get to have it all? Zhang Ye's eyes blazed with jealousy as he raged against everything around him, beside him. Zhang Yan stood in a daze, filled with regret. How wonderful it would have been if she had remained with Cao Fei. Had she not divorced him, she could have shared in this glory destined for the history books. Meanwhile, Zhen Xiao was ecstatic, dancing with joy. Zhenlinger, recognizing Cao Fei as a future pillar of support, resolved to herself, Su Baihu marveled at the world-class event unfolding before her, lost in thought. At the same time, a notification sounded that only Cao Fei could hear. Congratulations on concluding the final round of public testing. You shall receive rewards far superior to those of the players who completed the previous 9 rounds. The rewards are as follows. Reward 1, Game Guide. Reward 2, Kun Ghost Ring. Reward 3, Instant Kill Card. Reward 4, Whitelist Family. Cao Fei was exhilarated. The moment had finally come. He hurriedly examined each reward. Chapter 46, Cold Attack. Zhen Zhao's Unruly Thoughts. Item, Game Guide. Effect. After each version update, it provides guidance and hints to help you avoid detours and get ahead. Cao Fei nodded in satisfaction. What a valuable item. Item, Kun Ghost Ring. Tier 7. Quality, SSS. Level requirement, none. Attributes, Health Limit 500, Mental Power Limit 500, Ghost Power Limit 500. Function 1, Gigantic Storage. 500,000 square meters of storage space, 9 layers of storage, each 8 meters high. Function 2, Group Teleportation. Allows you to select living beings or items within a 50-meter radius of yourself to teleport with you, either to a fixed location or randomly. If randomly, it will transport to a relatively safe location within a 50-kilometer radius. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Cao Fei inhaled sharply. What a remarkable space, akin to a vast shopping center. Moreover, it possesses teleportation capabilities. Usable once every 10 minutes. Not to mention the much-needed attribute bonuses it grants. This reward is truly formidable. Cao Fei quickly donned the deep blue ring. Instantly, he felt an exhilarating surge as his 3-dimensional attributes skyrocketed. Item, Instant Kill Card. Effect, instantly kills a ghost of Tier 6 or below. Usage, lock onto a ghost with your mind, throw this card, which will automatically track and complete the kill. Usage conditions, limited to ghostly entities appearing in the reality of Blue Star. Item, Whitelist Family. Effect, your family is exempt from the disasters brought about by the horror game version member limit. Capped at your leveled. Incredible, truly incredible, such a terrifying reward indeed. This wave has truly yielded bountiful gains. Prior to this, the 5 members of the opposing team, led by Zhu Nijian, had already surrendered a staggering 1 million horror coins to avoid humiliation from Cao Fei and his companions, promptly exiting the game. Furthermore, the Cui brothers, Jian Li and Zhu Nijian, had swiftly coordinated their efforts upon completing the dungeon, gritting their teeth and plotting to eliminate Cao Fei. This dungeon had indeed forged an enmity between them and Cao Fei. If Cao Fei were the type to hold grudges, once he grew stronger, he would pose a significant threat. Moreover, there was another reason for their desire to kill Cao Fei. He had ruthlessly vanquished those whom they considered the elite of society. This was an indignity they could not swallow. How could a lowly creature, born of humble origins, dare to best them? To spare him would be more intolerable than swallowing excrement. Cao Fei must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Thus, they gathered the elite from the Cui, Jian, and Zhu families, marching towards the Jin family's hospital building with the intent to kill. At this moment, in the waiting room, Zhenlinger gazed at Cao Fei with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Fei, you're simply astounding. The promised reward was 2.2 million ghost coins, but we've added a 0 for you and transferred 3 million ghost coins." Cao Fei smiled and replied, "Thank you." He glanced at his account. With Zhenlinger's transfer, it amounted to 22 million ghost coins. He promptly sent 2 million to his disciple. Zhen Xiao, his devoted apprentice, had no complaints, demonstrating remarkable filial piety, even managing to gather 1 million ghost coins for his own redemption fee, which deeply moved Cao Fei. Before Zhenlinger, Su Baihu, and others could speak again, Cao Fei waved his hand, voluntarily exiting the game. As he returned to reality, the once pristine and luxurious Jin family apartment had inexplicably transformed into a war-torn wasteland. The cacophony of gunfire echoed from all directions. Bullets whizzed past Cao Fei. Fortunately, with his remarkable attributes, he reacted swiftly, either dodging the bullets or being shielded by ghostly power. At that moment, he heard Zhen Zhao's voice. "Master, over here." He quickly turned to see Zhen Zhao and Lu Ruoyun being shielded by a few injured bodyguards. Sniper shots and ghostly attacks struck the bodyguards, eliminating them one by one. Cao Fei swiftly joined them, raising his ghostly power as a shield, and asked, "What is happening here?" "It seems to be the work of a cult," Zhen Zhao replied. Sensing danger, Cao Fei looked through a blown-apart wall and saw many people engaged in battle outside. Among those invading the Jin family building were not only numerous individuals clad in religious garb, but also members of other factions. Upon spotting Cao Fei, some individuals clearly brightened and rushed towards him. "We doomed, Master." Zhen Zhao spoke on the phone, his face contorted in despair. "Our home base is under assault by the cult as well. Most of our people in the search bureau have gone to provide support. My father and grandfather's phones have gone silent." Zhen Zhao's mind was flooded with horrifying visions of his father's demise, but in an instant, he envisioned a happy scene where his master and his beautiful mother were together. Becoming the master's son? No, don't think like that. Zhen Zhao hastily shook his head. "And one can come to save us." He watched the bodyguards fall one by one. He sank to the ground in despair. "We're going to die." Cao Fei was about to offer comfort when whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of missiles suddenly streaked towards them. His pupils dilated in shock, and he immediately activated the group teleportation function of the Cohen Ghost Ring, initiating a random teleportation. In an instant, they vanished from their location. Moments later, the Zhen family building was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to a fireball and rubble. Chapter 47. The President's Sudden Death. Emptying the Jian family supermarket, Sanqing Sanctuary, inner city. "Oh no," Zhen Zhao gasped, astonished. "Master, did you save us? I had no idea you possessed a group teleportation scroll. That was incredible. I thought we were done for." Cao Fei smiled. "It's a function of the new equipment." Zhen Zhao suddenly realized. Could it be that super grand reward? As Cao Fei nodded, he surveyed his surroundings and felt a surge of excitement. He recognized that they were in a massive supermarket warehouse emblazoned with the Jian family logo. He realized it was the renowned Jian supermarket of Sanqing Sanctuary, which primarily operated on a membership basis with annual fees exceeding 1,000 blue star coins. Cao Fei had only heard of it, but never spent money to enter. Now, however, the recently acquired Cohen Ghost Ring was about to prove invaluable, allowing him to stock up extravagantly. Gazing at the mountains of supplies, Cao Fei felt that this haul would sustain a group for years of indulgence. Just as he was about to start collecting the towering piles of milk, he suddenly heard footsteps. He quickly signaled for Zhen Zhao and Lu Ruoyun to remain silent. Tap, tap, tap. "Why hasn't Jian Xia gone to kill Cao Fei?" One voice asked. "Oh, our families, the Jian, Zhu, and Cui, have joined forces, dispatching over 100 experts. I'm not needed." My brother Jianli said there are more than 30 high-tier players above level 4. It would be overkill. Wow. With such treatment, Cao Fei must be worth it. Indeed, Cao Fei is fortunate. Haha, but why kill Cao Fei? I just checked the trending topics across nations, and the top news is about Cao Fei concluding the public test. Isn't it the likes of Jianli, Cui Yinhai, Cui Yinqi, and Zhu Nijian who were trampled underfoot, unable to swallow their pride? Their voices approached and then retreated, clearly passing by. Cao Fei's expression turned cold. "Very well. Since you wish to kill me, I shall not rest until I make your family suffer." He turned to Zhen Zhao and Lu Ruoyun and said, "Stick with me. I'll gather the supplies here." Understood, understood. Cao Fei glanced around, noting numerous security cameras. He summoned Jiang He to disable them. Meanwhile, under the astonished gazes of Zhen Zhao and Lu Ruoyun, Cao Fei swiftly cleared the warehouse of all its contents. Cookies, bread, chips, ham, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, mineral water, cola, sparkling water, white wine, liquor, and red wine. There were also pork, beef, fish, king crabs, lobsters, and tuna, not to mention sanitary napkins, wet wipes, down jackets, underwear, and stockings. With his extraordinary attributes, Cao Fei moved with remarkable speed. Within 5 minutes, he had completely emptied the warehouse, including the shelves. He surveyed the now empty thousands of square meters with immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Lu Ruoyun was so astonished she stuttered. Pointing left and right, this storage space. Cao Fei shot her a glance. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, a sleepy staff member noticed the anomaly and hurried over to investigate. With a creak, a portly man in work attire opened the door. Jiang He instantly eliminated the man. Leading the way, Cao Fei stepped outside. With Jiang He at level 4, even players of levels 5 or 6 would struggle to contend. Moreover, in 2 or 3 minutes, he could teleport again. Thus, Cao Fei remained unperturbed. However, he was taken aback by the sudden cacophony of gunfire and screams emanating from the Jian family shopping center. Tap, 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 bang, bang, bang. The anguished cries of women, children, and the elderly pierced the air. The horror of the situation was immense. Was the cult's terror attack truly this widespread, attacking the inner city, central city, outer city, and underground city all at once? At that moment, the television on the wall was broadcasting a speech by the president of the Pickle Nation. The president, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, sternly condemned a cult organization known as the Arrival Sect. His words were rapid and fervent. Suddenly, his eyes widened. With a bang, his head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, even hitting the camera lens, resulting in a screen smeared with crimson. The screams of the studio staff echoed in the background. Cao Fei and Zhen Xiao exchanged glances, astonished. This commotion is quite significant. Perhaps it was due to his lack of attachment to this country, but Cao Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Yet his amusement was short-lived, for the danger of this nation was evident. Their safety was not guaranteed. They had to find a secure location promptly. Just then, the ominous voice of the horror game echoed, announcing, "The formal version 1.0 content has been preloaded. We now inform all players of the update details." Chapter 48. Game Guidance. Hated by World Consciousness. Summoned. 1. The area of Blue Star has doubled. 2. New NPCs have been introduced, including quest givers, mysterious merchants, chaotic entities, and avengers. In reality, there exists 1 in 100,000 regions that has been merged with the realm of spirits, becoming a domain of the undead. Players in the vicinity should exercise caution. Additionally, a new cross-national dungeon mode has been introduced, allowing players to plunder the luck of others. A luck marketplace has also been established. New regulations state that firearms are rendered ineffective, and all families must have at least one member participate in a dungeon once a week. Otherwise, they will face compulsory conscription. Furthermore, national wars, family battles, and faction conflicts have been added, with the victorious side receiving rewards. This version information is also displayed on the player's personal game interfaces. Cao Fei quickly absorbed the information regarding the official version of the horror game and suddenly slapped his forehead, expressing frustration to Zhen Xiao. "I forgot to ask earlier, have you managed to contact your family? Should we go check your base?" "I got in touch with my mother." Zhen Xiao sighed, but she said my father, grandfather, and sister are still unreachable. Our main base is under attack, and my mother and the others have taken refuge in an underground hideout. Zhen Xiao added, "However, we should refrain from going there. My mother advised against returning as it is far too dangerous." There are numerous high-level players from the cult. He forced a smile. "Our allied families are continuously sending support, and my family has already requested assistance from the main Jin family in Longhua. So we should be fine, all right." "That's truly challenging." Cao Fei comforted as he patted his disciple's shoulder, contemplating, "Let's assess the situation later. If an opportunity arises, we can see if there's any way we can assist." Zhen Xiao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." At that moment, the game instructions that Cao Fei had received began to emit notifications. Regarding this version, considering your current circumstances and personal situation, the game guidance is as follows. 1. Establish your mobile residence. Locate a caravan and use your phantasmal talisman for transformation. Recommended caravans can be found at highlighted locations on the game guide map. 2. Establish your territory. The shelter you currently occupy has refreshed multiple domains of the undead, with the 6th tier Ghost Lord marked on the map. You may utilize your Spectral Smasher card to defeat it instantly and claim that territory. Point 3. Participate in cross-national dungeons. Joining cross-national dungeons allows you to plunder the luck of other players. The higher the luck, the greater the fortune, with various uses, such as purchasing rare items in the luck marketplace. Cao Fei felt elated. The sensation of being guided towards several clear paths amidst the bewilderment of encountering something entirely new was truly marvelous. Speaking of luck, an idea struck him as he opened his personal page to check. Indeed, a new field for luck had been added to the attribute bar. Luck. 1 Cao Fei. This is exceedingly low. Is this the amount of luck a destined individual with cheats should possess? He felt a chill of indignation. Zhen Xiao. What is your luck value? Cao Fei reassured himself, thinking perhaps others had values of merely a fraction. However, Zhen Xiao replied, 1214. Master, yours must be higher, right? Not even close to Zhen Xiao's decimal. Cao Fei was at a loss for words, choosing to ignore Zhen Xiao, as it was exceedingly difficult to articulate. Only one explanation sufficed. Cheats were essential for traversers. The consciousness of this world disdains foreign traversers, thus distributing an exceedingly meager amount of luck. Cao Fei shook his head, refusing to dwell on it, and instead thought fiercely, "Oh, you dislike me, do you? Then I shall seize the luck of those you favor." Subsequently, Cao Fei used his mind to click on the game guidance, revealing a semi-transparent interface. Besides the 3 previously mentioned instructions, there was also a map. The map displayed dozens of white icons resembling caravans, as well as black icons indicating territories, marked with bosses of Tier 6 or 7, presumably meaning the lords were of those levels. This convenience and clarity further deepened Cao Fei's fondness for the game guidance. He planned to follow the game's instructions in order, first seeking out a preferred caravan to transform. At that moment, Cao Fei received a game alert. Attention, you have been forcibly conscripted by the Longwa player, Cao Zei. The information regarding the forced conscription dungeon is as follows. Please prepare for the summons. Dungeon name, Chaotic Nation, Tier 3. Is it a cross-national dungeon? Yes. Dungeon mode. Survival. Expand faction player requirements. Tier 2 and Tier 3 are acceptable player count. 100. 000 start time. 30 hours later description. This is a chaotic region where humans and spirits intermingle, filled with warlords and political turmoil. Good luck. Upon hearing Cao Fei's sudden exclamation, Zhen Xiao hurriedly inquired. What happened, Master? I was forcibly conscripted by a player from Longwa named Cao Zei. It's utterly baffling. Cao Fei pondered. Could it be that he resents me for obtaining the grand honor of completing the test version? He opened his phone, intending to see if he could find any information about this person. Could he be the genius from the Zhang family of Longwa? Zhen Xiao expressed his astonishment. I know of a Zhang Zilu from Longwa. Hailing from one of the noble families, he consistently achieves at least an A rank rating in dungeons. Chapter 49. The 7th tier sword immortal. Behind her is Zhang Yi, a scene of desolation. Oh, Zhang Zilu, is that formidable? Cao Fei manipulated his phone. I found him. He doesn't look too bad, perhaps just slightly below my level. Good heavens, this guy is a notorious womanizer, claiming in an interview that he has played with over 100 female characters. Cao Fei couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. Zhen Xiao nodded. Moreover, he has had the fortune to join a sect called the 10,000 Sword Sect, and his master is a renowned female sword immortal of at least Tier 7. Named by Yuang, a prominent figure in Longwa. 7 tiers. Where did all that experience come from? Cao Fei was astounded. Is she even human? It's as if a young cow is riding a rocket, skyrocketing to success. It's simply extraordinary how rapidly she levels up. Zhen Xiao chuckled. Part of it may be due to her participation in the second public test. The other reason is likely the experience cards. Certain spirits might drop experience cards, and the ghost coin marketplace sometimes refreshes with them, but they are snatched up almost immediately, making them difficult to acquire. With favorable circumstances, she has risen to the rank of a general-level ghost master. Impressive, impressive. At that moment, Cao Fei gazed at his phone and exclaimed, I might understand why this Zhang Zei has forcibly invited me. Zhen Xiao leaned in with curiosity. Why is that? Master, Is it not out of jealousy for your honor and charm? Take a look at these two news articles. Cao Fei pointed to the screen. The first one is about Zhang Yi joining the 10,000 sword sect under by Yueying, who, as you mentioned, is the younger sister of that 7th-tier sword immortal, by Yueying. The second article discusses Zhang Yi acknowledging his ancestry to the Zhang family of Longhua, accompanied by a photo of him merrily conversing with Zhang Zile. Master, it seems Zhang Yi is doing quite well for himself. Zhen Xiao murmured, we've gotten ourselves into quite the predicament. Meanwhile, Lu Ruiyun, who had been eavesdropping, was overjoyed. I can't believe Xiaoye's development has been so successful. That's truly wonderful. Just as Lu Ruiyun was about to burst into laughter, she sensed something was amiss. Laughing now might lead to tears later, so she stifled it, only to choke and start coughing. Ow, Lu Ruiyun covered her backside, twisting her fair swan-like neck in irritation. Cao, Master, what are you doing? Zhen Xiao initially took delight in Lu Ruiyun's plight but soon grew somber, saying, I was still considering our move to Longhua. This place is far too perilous, and the area is pitifully small. Meanwhile, Longhua is safe, expansive, and thriving. He nearly broke into tears. But now, with the Zhang family and the 10,000 swords sect interfering, we can't even think about moving to Longhua. It's become even more dangerous here. Cao Fei consoled his disciple. Don't worry, there will be a way. Trust your master. They were currently hiding in a shop undergoing renovations. Boom, 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 as the sounds of chaos drew nearer. Cao Fei rose. Everyone, follow me. We have some work to do. Cao Fei surveyed the markings on the map. He had previously mapped out a route. Along this route, there were 3 caravans closely situated, and further ahead lay a territory of a 6th-tier ghost lord. Beyond that was the main base of the Zhen family. A perfect plan. As Cao Fei walked, he suddenly discovered he was at a dead end. Hearing the increasingly close sounds of battle, Zhen Xiao anxiously remarked, Master, we've taken a wrong turn. This isn't the exit. What should we do? At this point, what was the use of seeking an exit? Cao Fei struck with his right fist, infused with a hint of ghostly power. Everywhere is an exit. With a resounding crash, a massive hole was smashed into the wall. His strength now was unparalleled compared to the past. Especially after donning the Kuan Gui ring, his attributes received a tremendous boost, making him the epitome of masculinity. 8-pack abs were no longer a point of pride, having long been overshadowed by the enhanced vitality he possessed. With a casual exertion of force, he punctured the thick wall, obliterating the rebar within as if it were mere straw. Stepping out of the building, Cao Fei surveyed the bleak scene before him. The surroundings appeared desolate, reminiscent of an apocalypse. Bloodstains marred the streets, and the bodies of the elegantly dressed, adorned in gold and jade, lay twisted grotesquely upon the ground. Amidst the chaos wrought by cultists and opportunistic dark forces, a cacophony of screams erupted from panicked crowds, darting about like flies. The traffic rules had long been abandoned, as individuals recklessly drove against the flow in frantic attempts to escape. The sound of collisions echoed, a chaotic symphony of destruction. That moment, a contract spirit, a malevolent entity, caught sight of Cao Fei and his companions emerging from the breach. This spirit was but a lowly specter, towering over 2 meters with arms exceeding his height. Gaunt and emaciated, resembling nothing more than skin stretched over bones, with a head akin to that of a child, Cao Fei instantly dubbed him the long-armed gaunt spirit. The long-armed gaunt spirit noticed the alluring figures of Lu Ruiyun and Jiang He behind Cao Fei. His eyes gleamed with a predatory glint. Wielding his elongated appendages, he lunged forward, resembling a grotesque zombie. Leave it to me, snake treasure, Cao Fei commanded, halting Jiang He as he brandished his axe and dagger. Licking his lips in anticipation of the confrontation, facing a mere first-tier spirit, he did not unleash his full power. The spirit ring lay dormant. The long-armed gaunt spirit, upon seeing a youthful human charge at him, erupted in shrill laughter. However, before his mirth could dissipate, his body was cleaved in 2. Cao Fei's axe severed the spirit at the waist, black blood splattering across the ground. The spirit's expression morphed into one of disbelief as Cao Fei grinned and brought the axe down upon his head. With a resounding thud, the gaunt spirit's skull collapsed, its organs compressed together, blood oozing from its eyes, nose, and ears. This brutal display of violence caused Lu Ruoyun to lean against the wall, retching. Yet, the exhilaration of such raw brutality invigorated Cao Fei. A thrill of unrestrained release coursing through him. I never expected I would become increasingly monstrous, he chuckled, suddenly. He recalled that he hadn't checked his auxiliary currency for quite some time. He hurriedly accessed the interface. System level 157310000. Current function. Upon entering a dungeon, one can select one auxiliary option from 3 available. Historical aids. Your master has arrived. A stroke of unfortunate fortune. Side effect version of the enhancement master. Current usable aids. Non-auxiliary currency. 573. Cao Fei shook his head in dismay. IT required 10,000 auxiliary coins to upgrade the system, and he had only achieved a mere fraction of that. How infuriating! At that moment, 2 men clad in peculiar religious robes approached him brandishing knives. Their faces concealed beneath dark hoods. Each bore a spirit ring, their blades enveloped in a formidable aura. Upon realizing they were merely humans, Cao Fei lost interest immediately. With a gesture, Jiang He understood her master's intent. The cultists were met with a flurry of afterimages as Jiang He dashed forward, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Everyone follow me, Cao Fei directed, glancing at the map. Ignoring Lu Ruoyun's startled cry, he hoisted her lithe form onto his shoulder and sprinted toward the location of the RVs. He refrained from using the teleportation function, saving it for unforeseen circumstances. Despite encountering minor disruptions along the way, Jiang He, being a 4th tier, rendered them utterly powerless. Strangely, they did not encounter any players or spirits of 4th tier or higher, leading them to the vicinity of the RVs with relative ease. They arrived at a luxurious resort area, a sight Cao Fei had only previously glimpsed in television shows and magazines, rumored to feature beaches and hot springs, even if one could enter the inner city. The thought of indulging in such opulence was beyond imagination. However, it was evident that this place had also been ravaged by cultists. The ground was littered with corpses and grotesque remnants of blood and flesh. Devoid of any living souls, Zhen Xiao stepped over a corpse, bewildered. Master, what are we doing here? I was informed about the presence of RVs. I can disguise myself, and we shall have a mobile abode. Cao Fei replied, studying the map. IT indicated that the RVs were hidden behind a small hill in a blind spot. Observing his surroundings, Cao Fei quickly pinpointed the hill, which was, in truth, a mere mound of earth a few hundred meters high. Following the directions, he navigated through winding paths until he finally spotted the RVs. Wow, Zhen Xiao exclaimed, pointing at 3 RVs not far away. They look quite upscale, especially the one in the middle. Cao Fei's eyes sparkled as he too recognized the vehicles. Rarely would a young man not be enamored by automobiles, especially those that exuded coolness. The trio of RVs loomed large, significantly surpassing standard logistics vehicles. The central one resembled a heavily armored truck, towering over even a luxurious double-decker bus. Cao Fei felt a surge of excitement and hastened his pace. As he scrutinized the vehicles, he noticed movement within. He had no intention of simply commandeering them. Now that he had funds, he could propose a sum too enticing to refuse as compensation for acquiring the RVs he so desired. Knock, knock, knock. Cao Fei rapped on the door. Open up. I have something to discuss. No response. He continued knocking, gradually losing patience. Annoyed, he pounded harder. If you don't open the door, I'll break it down. At that moment, faint voices emerged from within. That Cao Fei's voice. Indeed, it seemed to be him. Cao Fei was taken aback, recognizing the voices of former classmates who had bullied him in university. The malevolent laughter of those demons triggered a visceral recollection of painful memories, a recollection forever etched in his mind. Suddenly, the doors of the 3 RVs swung open. Cao Fei squinted, confirming his suspicions. They were all familiar faces. individuals who had brought him profound suffering both mentally and physically. Jin Juanxiu was publicly executed by Cao Fei. Especially in front of his wife, who hailed from a prominent family, he instantly flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Cao Fei then pointed at Jin Zhongyi, exclaiming, "At that time, I had no inkling that this wretched creature, Jin Juanxiu, was the spawn of you, the hypocritical esteemed principal. I sent a report to the public email you provided, and you promptly forwarded it to your son, who then retaliated against me even more fiercely." With a grim expression, Cao Fei mockingly continued, "Yet, I suppose I must thank you, old scoundrel. Were it not for your decision to send your uneducated son abroad for a so-called gilded education, I might have been left crippled." Noticing the principal's displeasure, the obsequious director Han Yuan quickly interjected, berating Cao Fei. "Did you take that as a courtesy, Cao Fei? How dare you slander the principal and young Master Jin? Hold your horses." "It's your turn now, Han Yuan," Cao Fei retorted, pointing at Han Yuan's rather handsome face. "While I was sending a report to the principal, I sought you out in person as the head of the anti-bullying office." "And how did you treat me?" With anguish, Cao Fei recounted, in front of several colleagues. "You pretended to be righteous and took me aside for a private discussion. Yet, once the door was closed, you slapped me several times, leaving my face swollen for days." With resentment, Cao Fei added, "Moreover, behind my back, you informed my parents that I had erred, leading them to hand you 100,000 blue star coins, didn't you?" Han Yuan's wife, Zhang Jingyuan, gazed at her handsome husband in astonishment, realizing that, in addition to his corruption, he had committed such heinous acts against students. "It seems Cao Fei truly gave you face." Han Yuan's son, Han Yoji, revealed his 3 ghost rings and shouted to the group, "Our principal and young Master Jin are both of the 4th tier, while my father and I are of the 3rd tier. Let us obliterate this group led by Cao Fei." The 3 he called upon shared the sentiment, their faces cold as they displayed their ghost rings. Behind them, the thugs revealed 1 or 2 ghost rings as well. Cao Fei laughed heartily. "Excellent. Zhang He, show them what you've got." Zhang He nodded, her expression icy as she lunged at Jin Zhongyi. Jin Zhongyi, observing the coldly stunning girl with a large tail, did not underestimate her and launched a full-force attack against Zhang He. Just as they were about to collide, Zhang He unleashed her full ghost power. The thickness and range of her 4 ghost rings far exceeded that of both Jin Zhongyi and Jin Juanxiu combined. Typically, ghost creatures of the same tier can easily overpower players of the same tier. Zhang He, not taking any chances, also struck with all her might. The principal, Jin Zhongyi, sensed something was amiss and immediately cried out in fear. "No!" Boom! A hemispherical shockwave erupted as Zhang He, utilizing her overwhelming strength, instantly eliminated the 4th tier Jin Zhongyi. Jin Juanxiu and the others were left in shock. They never imagined that the ghost creatures on Cao Fei's side possessed such formidable power. At this rate, even if they banded together, they would not stand a chance against this snake ghost. Jin Juanxiu, reacting the quickest, decided to abandon everyone and flee alone. Yet, Cao Fei had long been prepared. He had already taken out the walking corpse flag. A gust of ominous wind had stealthily ambushed Jin Juanxiu, who had just entertained the thought of escape, completely absorbed in the shocking scene of Jiang He slaying his father. Jin Juanxiu was oblivious to the approaching wind. Suddenly, he became rigid and began to transform into Cao Fei's walking corpse. Cao Fei expressed his gratitude once more for the Coin Ghost Ring. Were it not for the added 500 points of mental energy, he would have hesitated to transform the 4th tier Jin Juanxiu. Simultaneously, he had enough strength left to envelop Han Yuan and his son, Han Yoji, in the ominous wind. Concurrently, he also unleashed the walking corpses, including the girl in jeans, to join Jiang He and Jin Shao in surrounding and slaughtering the enemy. Soon, Han Yuan and Han Yoji became Cao Fei's walking corpses. Although Jin Juanxiu, being a 4th tier entity, took longer to transform, he felt the process nearing completion. Moreover, aside from the 2 beautiful women, namely Jin Juanxiu and Han Yuan's wife, Pei Zhengyu and Zhang Jingyuan, Everyone else was swiftly dispatched. After another minute, Jin Juanxiu finally transformed into a walking corpse. Cao Fei conceived a rather novel idea. He intended to engage in some interactive games with Pei Zhengyu and Zhang Jingyuan. The three walking corpses, Jin Juanxiu, Han Yuren, and Han Youji, could serve as spectators, participating in the play. Ha ha. Chapter 52. The Eerie RV is impressive. Zhen Family Hotel becomes a 6th-tier ghost domain next. Cao Fei began to transform the RV. Following the operational instructions, he took out the transformation symbol and affixed it to the largest and most extravagant RV in the center, then dripped a drop of his own blood. Immediately, he noticed the surface of the RV began to ripple and morph like flowing water. The already stunning RV was further enhanced with dark, eerie elements and styles. Subsequently, the interior of the RV began to ripple and change shape. To his astonishment, Cao Fei found that he had formed a mental connection with the RV. You have completed the transformation of the RV. The attributes of the Eerie RV are as follows. Item: Eerie RV, Tier 3, Durability, 1,000,000 energy, 100,000 internal space, enhanced by transformation. Internal space of 1,000 square meters. Function 1. Intelligent entity, equipped with intelligence, capable of autonomous driving and understanding commands. Function 2. Devouring, can devour to replenish durability and energy and even enhance itself. Function 3. Morphing, the internal space can be planned and altered according to your desires. Cao Fei exclaimed in awe regarding the space, although it appeared to be a 2-story structure from the outside. It measured no more than 100 square meters. Yet, after the transformation, while the exterior seemed largely unchanged, the internal space had expanded tenfold. Furthermore, it possessed artificial intelligence and the ability to devour and morph. This was simply too cool. Cao Fei quickly located the Eerie RV module in the game interface and clicked to reveal the internal space of the RV. He discovered that it had initialized dozens of rooms, including 20 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms, 6 offices, 2 gyms, and 2 grand living rooms, among others. Stroking his chin, he realized there was little need for replanning, so he moved on. Cao Fei then decided to test the devouring function, controlling the Eerie RV to consume the 2 RVs on either side. At that moment, under the astonished expressions of Zhen Xiao, Lu Ruoyun, and others, Cao Fei's Eerie RV performed a nimble 90-degree rotation, aligning its front and rear with the 2 RVs. The front and rear of the Eerie RV transformed into 2 massive metallic mouths, fiercely biting into the left and right RVs. Crunch, crunch, just as smoothly as one might eat bread. It quickly devoured the 2 RVs, leaving nothing but skin and bones. Are you two following me? Or do you wish to perish here? Cao Fei asked, looking at Pei Zhengyu and Zhang Jingyuan, who were in a daze. Pointing at the proud and upright Jin Juanxiu and Han Yuren, now walking corpses, with a smirk, adding, or perhaps you prefer to become walking corpses? Pei Zhengyu turned pale and immediately replied, I wish to follow you and serve you. Zhang Jingyuan, glancing at her husband, now a hollow-eyed walking corpse, shivered and quickly echoed, me too. Excellent. Cao Fei smiled. He couldn't help but marvel at how the power of strength far exceeded his imagination. Women of such exquisite beauty as Pei Zhengyu and Zhang Jingyuan, each of whom surpassed Zhang Yan by 100-fold in attractiveness, had previously been beyond his reach. Now, he could likely command them to do whatever he wished. It was still just past 10 in the morning. Cao Fei planned to swiftly resolve the matter of the 6th-tier domain before indulging in a sumptuous lunch of both meat and vegetables. Lu Ruoyun, Pei Zhengyu, and Zhang Jingyuan looked eager. This feast promised to be delightful. Cao Fei beckoned everyone to board the Eerie RV, and they were all astonished. They never expected the space to be so vast, completely unlike what they had perceived from the outside. Cao Fei instructed everyone to choose a room at their leisure, then commanded the Eerie RV to proceed in the direction he indicated using his mind. And on the street, the cyberpunk-esque Eerie RV was dazzling and flamboyant, racing through a bleak landscape. The sight was akin to a mobile shelter in an apocalyptic world. Anyone who laid eyes on Cao Fei's RV was left in awe. Looking out at the grim world through the window, Lu Ruiyun found herself harboring the thought that there was nothing wrong with following her master. For it truly felt safe. It was far better than being among the corpses littering the road. Moreover, she had seen the bodies of acquaintances more than once, friends, teachers, suitors, now reduced to lifeless shells. Yet here she was, comfortably lying on the soft bed of a luxurious RV, safely observing it all. Heaven and hell were merely separated by a layer of glass. This stark contrast fostered an unconscious reliance and sense of belonging to her master. She was startled to realize she had subconsciously begun to regard Cao Fei as her master. Her enchanting visage flushed crimson as she silently cursed, "Lu Ruiyun, you truly are despicable," along the path. There were also assaults on Cao Fei's enigmatic RV. For instance, a massive fireball composed of ghastly energy, exuding an intense heat, collided violently with the side of the peculiar vehicle. Cao Fei, able to perceive all angles of the RV through his consciousness, witnessed this scene with a hint of concern. However, he soon noticed that the exterior of the RV shimmered during the onslaught, astonishingly absorbing the attack. Within the vehicle, there was no sensation of impact whatsoever. Hastily, Cao Fei glanced at the RV's attributes. Item: enigmatic RV, Tier 3, durability, 999,001 million energy, 99,100,000. Both durability and energy had sustained slight losses. At that moment, Cao Fei spotted a colossal corpse of a ghoul, comparable in size to an SUV, lying ahead on the street, and a brilliant idea struck him. He commanded the RV to consume it. As the RV received the instruction, it opened its massive maw just before reaching the ghoul's carcass and devoured it whole. Soon, the durability and energy first decreased, then surged. The decrease resulted from the act of consumption, while the increase stemmed from the resources extracted from the substantial ghoul body. Through his consciousness, Cao Fei observed that within the RV's structure, a grand furnace was situated in a designated chamber. After the corpse was ingested, it was placed here and subsequently dissolved. Approximately half a minute later, Cao Fei checked the attributes once more. Item: enigmatic RV, Tier 3, durability, 1,000,000,1 million energy, 1,100,000. It was now fully replenished. Cao Fei erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I can refuel anytime, anywhere. How exhilarating!" Although the RV was immense, it was not sluggish. After roughly 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Zhen Xiao gazed at the eerie, terrifying realm of the ghouls, now fused with the ghostly dimension, and exclaimed, "Isn't this my family's 5-star hotel?" Cao Fei, staring at a horrifyingly stylized gaming screen embedded in the hotel building, lamented, "Yet now it has become a realm of ghouls, and a Tier 6 one at that." Chapter 53, Fusion Card, Adopted Son, Maidservant. Cao Fei was no stranger to the jarring gaming screen adorning the Zhen family's 5-star hotel. Throughout the journey, he had encountered several such screens, including one Tier 3 territory, 3 Tier 4 territories, and 1 Tier 5 territory, each featuring a colossal gaming display. At each territory he passed, organized assaults were underway. Some territories were besieged by cults, while others were targeted by the official forces or prominent families. However, before this Tier 6 territory, aside from their RV, no one dared to approach. Clearly, they had retreated in fear. After all, a Tier 6 territory housed a Tier 6 ghoul lord, and there was uncertainty about whether the sanctuary of the Three Stinks had any Tier 6 players at all. Even if there were, they would likely be mere fodder in the face of a Tier 6 ghoul, let alone a ghoul lord. The gaming screen displayed the following: Ghoul Territory, Zhen Family Hotel, Tier 6, Current Ownership, Ghost Realm. Introduction. Originally a luxurious hotel belonging to the Zhen family, it has been merged into a ghoul territory due to its resonance with the ghost realm. Some of the humans inside have been directly transformed into ghouls, gaining ranks and strength. Zhen Xiao, witnessing the hotel's change of ownership, felt a pang of anguish and scoffed. What on earth does it mean to resonate with the ghost realm? Just then, a middle-aged man stumbled out through a crack in the hotel's door. He ran up to Cao Fei and the others, crying out, "My daughter, my poor daughter. Brave warriors, can you help me avenge her?" Initially reluctant to meddle, Cao Fei noticed a large exclamation mark hovering above the man's head. Realizing he had encountered an NPC, perhaps there was a reward to be gained. With a change of heart, he warmly replied, "Brother, speak up. We shall help you without hesitation. You have triggered a quest. Quest name: Avenge the Daughter. Quest description: the owner of this hotel, Zhenyi, has caused the death of the quest giver's daughter, and he hopes you can eliminate Zhenyi to exact revenge. Difficulty: Zhenyi has been transformed into a Tier 6 ghoul lord, making the task extremely challenging. Reward: 1 Tier 5 weapon fusion card, which will be directly deposited into your space ring upon completion of the quest. Penalty: there is a 99.99 chance that your first child will not be a daughter." Cao Fei nodded, finding the reward scheme rather appealing. He had been concerned that after exerting himself to slay the foe, he might be unable to locate the brother for the reward, or worse, the brother might have perished. How awkward that would be, but now, he had no such worries. "Will you accept?" "Accepted," Cao Fei assured the brother. "Do not worry, I will certainly assist you." "Thank you. Thank you." The brother then dashed away. Quickly disappearing from sight, Cao Fei turned to Jin Xiao and inquired, "Who is Zhenyi to you?" Jin Xiao paused, then replied, "Zhenyi is my grandfather, and my father is Jin Fu. Why do you ask?" Cao Fei sighed. "Your grandfather has become a ghoul lord." Jin Xiao was taken aback. "What?" Cao Fei shook his head. He probably met an unfortunate fate during the merging with the ghost realm. With that, he hurriedly added himself to the whitelist. Since it was a family whitelist, requiring family members, Cao Fei first needed to designate familial roles for Jiang He, Jin Xiao, Lu Ruyun, and others, to see if he could add them. For Jiang he designated her role as the family head's contracted spirit and sent an invitation. Jiang He accepted your family invitation. She joyfully embraced Cao Fei from behind, nuzzling against his back. Cao Fei felt comfortable and delighted. For Jin Xiao, when Cao Fei attempted to add him as a disciple, it was unsuccessful. After scratching his head, he changed the role to adopted son, prompting Jin Xiao to exclaim, "Master, are you inviting me into your family list? I just received a game notification." Cao Fei nodded. "Indeed, I have a whitelist that protects against the calamities of game versions once you join the family. Occurrences like your grandfather's ghoul transformation will not affect you." Nearby, Lu Ruyun, Pei Zhenyo, and Zhang Jingyuan exchanged thoughtful glances. Intrigue. "Oh, all right, I accept." Jin Xiao agreed to your family invitation. After agreeing, he hesitated, ultimately unable to suppress his embarrassment. "Master, why did you set me as your son?" Cao Fei felt a bit awkward too. The disciple role couldn't be added. It was just a random thought. Haha, no need to dwell on it thus, despite not having a wife yet. Cao Fei found himself with a son in the family. Jin Xiao responded, "Oh, okay." Immediately afterward, Cao Fei set the 3 women's roles as maidservants and sent invitations. Upon seeing the term, the 3 women blushed, displaying shy and flustered expressions. Chapter 54. A startling blow. Encounter again. The upper echelons truly know how to play. However, upon hearing about Jin Zhao's grandfather's unfortunate circumstances and reflecting on their current predicament, all 3 women agreed. Among them, Pei Zhenyo and Zhang Jingyuan, hailing from prominent families, consoled themselves, thinking, "Once we encounter or contact our families in the future, perhaps we can find a way to rescue ourselves." At this moment, Cao Fei pondered for a moment and said to Jin Xiao, "Your grandfather has turned into a ghoul, regardless of whether it's for the quest or to seize this territory. I must eliminate him. Furthermore, if any of your other family members have also become ghouls, I may not be able to assist. I apologize in advance. Don't worry, Master." Jin Xiao nodded, displaying a remarkable understanding. "I get it. If he has become a ghoul, if you don't kill him, he'll come after you. Please proceed." Cao Fei patted his disciple's shoulder and then decided to have everyone except Jiang He enter the RV. "Jiang He, stay with me. Everyone else, please wait inside the RV." "Understood. All right." Cao Fei retrieved a Tier 6 instant kill card from a space ring, holding it ready for an attack, after a moment's thought. He also took out a flag for the Walking Dead, releasing all the undead to encircle himself and Jiang He, creating a death squad. Meanwhile, Zhang Daqiang, Jin Juanxiu, Han Yuren, and Han Youji formed the vanguard. Standing in 2 rows before Cao Fei and Jiang He, Cao Fei signaled for the foremost Zhang Daqiang and Jin Juanxiu to open the door, as the brother who had issued the quest had merely opened it a crack. Creak! The door swung open. As Zhang Daqiang and Jin Juanxiu stepped inside, Zhang Daqiang was ambushed and swiftly slain by the ghoul soldier lurking behind the door, Jin Juanxiu, possessing the prowess of a 4th-tier entity, swiftly evaded the oncoming attack and successfully engaged the 3 ghostly soldiers that had ambushed them. Subsequently, Han Yuren and Han Youji joined the fray, resulting in a fierce struggle involving the 3 of them against 2 second-tier ghosts and 1 third-tier ghost. Observing that no additional ghostly warriors emerged, Cao Fei hastily approached alongside Jiang He to join the battle. At Cao Fei's signal, they cleared a path for him to confront the enemies. Cao Fei then began to survey the first floor of the hotel. The expansive and well-lit lobby bore the gruesome marks of violence, as if it had been drenched in blood multiple times, leaving a sticky, nauseating stench in its wake. Numerous players lay lifeless upon the ground, draped over sofas and sprawled across tables. Cao Fei speculated that many players had perished at the hands of those who had been transformed into ghosts during the ghostification process, with a squelching sound. He gingerly stepped across the floor, opting against using the elevator. Instead, under the protection of Jiang He and a cadre of undead, he ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the lobby of the 2nd floor, Cao Fei's pupils dilated in shock. He beheld a particularly bizarre sight, a grotesque mass that resembled a giant nest from which ghostly soldiers were being birthed. Just then, a 2nd-tier ghost emerged from this foul womb, its body still glistening with a viscous, white slime. As Jin Juanxiu prepared to strike it down, Cao Fei abruptly kicked him aside and swiftly dispatched the creature himself. He recognized the invaluable opportunity to safely acquire ghostly currency and was determined not to let it slip through his fingers. At that moment, an idea struck Cao Fei. Since this nest continued to generate ghostly currency, there might be similar nests on the upper floors. If he could run back and forth, eliminating the creatures, he could amass a substantial amount of currency, propelling his system upgrades within reach. Although he could kill enemies after securing the area, there was a risk that the system might classify them as his own ghosts and deny him the currency, leading to dire consequences. However, before Cao Fei could slay a 2nd nestborn ghost, he felt a suffocating presence, almost tangible, focusing upon him. A sudden headache seized him, accompanied by the urge to vomit. He was filled with dread. Could this be the power of a 6th-tier boss? Following this, a swift wave of darkness surged towards him. In an instant, Cao Fei teleported himself, Jiang He, and the undead randomly. Boom! The spot where Cao Fei had just stood was instantly obliterated, melting away without a trace. Yet, the spawning nest nearby remained untouched, demonstrating a precise control of power. On the 32nd floor of the hotel, within a presidential suite, Cao Fei gasped for breath, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The earlier display of force and aggression was overwhelming. He secretly hoped that it was the work of Jinyi, for if it were one of her subordinates attacking him, he would truly feel despair. He longed for an item that could grant him a second chance, akin to a resurrection artifact. After all, this was the real world, not a game where one possessed 3 lives. Had he perished just moments ago, it would have been the end for him. As he caught his breath, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Cao Fei? Was that Jinling following the sound? He looked and found her crawling out from beneath the bed, joyfully embracing him. Woo-woo. Cao Fei found himself enveloped, overwhelmed by the scent of milk. Once she released him, he asked, "You just emerged from the instance and you're already here?" "Yes," Jinling sighed, her voice tinged with sadness. "I had initially thought the greatest sorrow of coming here would be discovering that my grandfather, father, and cousin were all engaged in an impromptu party with internet celebrities and stars. However, The true tragedy is that my grandfather and father have become monsters. And I am in grave danger. Cao Fei comfortingly patted her shoulder and inquired, "What of your cousin?" My cousin believed that my grandfather and father would retain their memories after ghostification and approached to greet them. Zhenlinge lamented, but she was unaware that they had lost all affection for her and ultimately met her demise. She shuddered at the recollection. I was so frightened that I hurriedly hid in this room. Cao Fei, upon hearing this, realized that he had been mistaken to consider himself the most twisted individual. It seemed that the elite were indeed engaged in far more extravagant pursuits. Now, he comprehended why Zhenlinge had expressed her peril earlier. Cao Fei pondered. Do you know where Zhenyi is? Chapter 55. A daring maneuver, flirtation, Zhenye's wrath. Cao Fei, are you out of your mind? Zhenlinge exclaimed in alarm upon learning that he sought out her ghostly grandfather. My grandfather has become a sixth-tier entity. Encountering him would mean instant death for you. Do you not entertain any foolish notions? Zhenlinge, genuinely concerned, added, I know you have good fortune, but blind confidence could lead to your demise. Cao Fei smiled. You underestimate your grandfather. He could eliminate me without even laying eyes on me. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Rest assured, I have a plan. Just tell me where he is. Fine. As long as you're aware of the risks, Zhenlinge relented, recalling, just before I escaped, he was in the corridor, in the second-to-last room on the right side of our suite. Cao Fei nodded, contemplating for a moment before continuing. By the way, what tier has your ghostly father ascended to? Zhenlinge scratched her thigh. It seems he has become a fifth-tier entity. Additionally, their ghostly companions and some relatives have transformed into tiers ranging from 3 to 4. Cao Fei grasped the situation. The main antagonist was a sixth-tier ghostly grandfather, while the secondary antagonist was a fifth-tier ghostly father. This was a truly formidable lineup. He began to strategize. First, he needed to wait for the cooldown of his random teleportation to conclude before taking action. This way, if danger arose, he could teleport to safety. Furthermore, he had no intention of directly storming the room where the Lord resided. It was far too perilous. After all, not only was Zhenyi a sixth-tier entity, but even the fifth-tier ghostly father or any fourth-tier entities could potentially eliminate him in an instant. Caution was paramount. After a moment of contemplation, an audacious idea struck him. He could utilize his undead minions to harass the enemies continuously. This might create an opportunity to lure the Lord out for a brief moment. Once he showed his face, Cao Fei could employ his instant kill card, locking on from a distance to eliminate him. However, this required Zhenlinge's cooperation, as he had no means of recognizing Zhenyi. If he mistakenly targeted the wrong entity, the instant kill card would be wasted. Thus, he explained his plan to Zhenlinge, who was astonished. You mean you have a way to kill my grandfather? Indeed, Cao Fei affirmed with a nod. Zhenlinge smirked. All right, I'll assist you with that. Cao Fei commanded his undead minions to initiate their harassment. While he and Zhenlinge took positions to observe, he resurrected Zhang Daqiang, allowing him to take the lead once more. He found a peculiar satisfaction in witnessing Zhang Daqiang's repeated demises. It was oddly exhilarating. Thus, Zhang Daqiang staggered to the door of the Lord's chamber, and under Cao Fei's control, he delivered a mighty kick infused with all his ghostly power, shattering the door with a resounding crash. Without hesitation, Zhang Daqiang turned to flee but was instantly obliterated. Cao Fei chuckled. They had achieved something at least. The door was destroyed. Soon, he intended to demolish the wall as well. There was a chance that Zhenyi would be disgruntled by the dilapidated state of the room and opt to change locations. Or perhaps the undead's antics would provoke her into stepping outside. That would provide an opportunity to catch a glimpse of Zhenyi. Next, he randomly selected the father-son duo, Han Yurin and Han Yoji, to send to their demise. As they unleashed their full ghostly might upon the walls, Zhenlinge, observing the scene, remarked on the young, alluring figures of the girls in blue and white denim who were intimately massaging Cao Fei's shoulders. Cao Fei, have you engaged in such activities with them in this form? Cao Fei was at a loss for words. Zhenlinge was truly cheeky, her thoughts remarkably bold. Yet, her comments sparked inspiration within him. In response, he playfully slapped Zhenlinger's rear. Smack! The sensation was delightful. Ah, Zhenlinger exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Cao Fei, you're so daring. I have a boyfriend. How can you treat me like this? Isn't it thrilling? Cao Fei raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, do you enjoy it? Zhenlinger was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Cao Fei's seemingly innocent demeanor coupled with a mischievous side. Meanwhile, in the domain of the Ghost Lord, Han Yuren and Han Yoji, being third-tier entities, possessed far greater destructive power than the first-tier Zhang Daqiang. They effortlessly breached the entire wall, unveiling the bewildered Ghost Lord and his minions within. Ghost Grandfather and Ghost Father exchanged bewildered glances. What do you insignificant pests think you are doing? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Han Yuren and Han Yoji hastily retreated. However, as they stepped into the air, they were instantaneously eliminated. Zhang Yi roared in fury, her voice carrying an aggressive force that caused both Cao Fei and Zhenlinger to lose health. Zhenlinger gasped in terror. That's my grandfather's voice. Cao Fei inhaled sharply. Incredible. Even her voice can inflict damage. Cao Fei turned to Jin Juanxiu, ready to send him forth to cause further disturbance, only to hear Zhenlinger exclaim in quiet delight, Grandfather. Yes, coming out. That old man with the white beard is him. Chapter 56. Diapers. The sixth-tier Ghost Lord, Zhen Yi. Zhen Fei hastily glanced over, his pupils widening in shock. This was due to Zhen Yi seemingly having heard Zhenlinger's voice, instantly turning her gaze towards them. That dim gaze, akin to two scorching beams, inflicted a painful sting upon their eyes. Simultaneously, Zhen Yi took a step forward, arriving before Zhen Fei and Zhenlinger. This step traversed several dozen meters. Zhenlinger was so frightened that she lost control and fainted. Zhen Fei instinctively flung out a lethal card, activating a random teleportation at once. He found himself on the 16th floor of a hotel, within a luxurious gym. Gasping for air, Zhen Fei watched as Zhenlinger, who had a darker patch on her denim skirt, awoke with a dazed expression, disdainfully waving her hand in front of her nose to disperse the odor. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a pack of diapers, kindly suggesting, Linger, perhaps you should consider wearing a diaper. Zhenlinger was left in an awkward position, unsure whether to accept or decline. Her face flushed crimson, wishing she could burrow into a hole. Nonetheless, she declined Zhen Fei's well-meaning offer, as she did not want him to think less of her. In a soft yet determined tone, Zhenlinger asserted, Zhen Fei, that was merely an accident. It surely won't happen again, so there's no need for such things. She hurriedly made her way to the nearby women's changing room to change her clothes. Meanwhile, Zhen Fei anxiously awaited the results of his lethal card. The earlier display of Zhen Yi was utterly absurd. Able to traverse distances instantaneously, he feared that such a swift entity might elude the lethal card, rendering it ineffective. Nearly a minute later, good news finally arrived. Congratulations, you have slain the 6th-tier Ghost Lord, Zhen Yi. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1. Control of the 6th-tier Ghost Territory, Zhen Family Hotel. Reward 2. Resurrection card for the former 6th-tier Lord Zhen Yi. Reward 3. 1 Human Resurrection Chamber. Following closely was the reward for the task he had just completed at the NPC by the entrance. Congratulations on completing the task. Avenge your daughter. Rewards issued. 1 5th-tier Weapon Fusion card. Zhen Fei erupted into joyous laughter, startling Zhenlinger, who was in the midst of washing herself. What a lunatic, she muttered under her breath. Zhen Fei then proceeded to examine his rewards one by one. First, the control of the ghost territory. This was not a tangible item. Zhen Fei saw a notification on the game interface, leading him to the territory module for inspection. Current number of ghost territories. 1 ghost territory no. 1 name, modifiable Zhen Family Hotel, 6th tier. Location of ghost territory. Inner city number 67 of Pickled Vegetable Nation, S. 3 Stink Sanctuary. Current captain, modifiable Zhen Fu, 5th tier. Current vice captain, modifiable Nun. Current ghost soldiers, 33. Current plundered funds, 210. 000 ghost coins. Function 1. Hatching. automatically hatch first to fourth tier ghost soldiers, with a limit of 600. Ghost coins can be consumed to accelerate hatching. Function 2, Command. Command the ghost soldiers of the territory. Using mental commands to remotely instruct the captain and vice captain. Function 3, Plunder. Your ghost soldiers can plunder a certain amount of ghost coins from players and monsters they slay. Function 4, Evolution. Ghost soldiers can evolve and increase their level and tier through slaying and devouring. Function 5, Repair. Consume ghost coins to repair your ghost territory and ghost soldiers. Tip 1. If you or your captain dies, or all ghost soldiers in your territory perish, the ghost territory will automatically change ownership. Tip 2. You can upgrade the territory's range, defense, attack power, and configuration through gaining territory upgrade cards and other items. Tip 3. Ghost soldiers within the territory can venture outside, but beware of your lair being compromised. Cao Fei exclaimed in awe. He had suddenly acquired a ghost territory, a ghost army, and numerous functionalities. How exhilarating! Now he had his very own stronghold. Cao Fei mentally contacted Jin Fu, the ghostly father of Zhen Shao and Jin Linger, commanding, "Come to my location." "Do you need me to specify?" "Received, my lord." "No need. I have already sensed your presence and location. I shall arrive shortly." Cao Fei nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed convenient. That moment, a mischievous thought struck him. If Zhen Fu were to suddenly appear before Jin Linger at the moment she emerged, would she be terrified again? His sense of humor sparked, eager to test this. Thus, Cao Fei instructed Jin Fu, who was hurrying over, about his plan. Jin Fu acknowledged with understanding. Cao Fei silently chuckled. Next, he turned his attention to the resurrection card for the former 6th tier Lord Jinyi. Item: Resurrection card. Former 6th tier Lord Jinyi effect. Revives the individual, automatically becoming your ghost soldier instructions. Consume 10 million ghost coins to complete the resurrection. Cao Fei grimaced, feeling scorched by that exorbitant figure. 10 million ghost coins. This was indeed steep. However, he genuinely required high-tier forces. He might need to lead troops into battle at times. Yet, a strong defense was essential for his base, at the very least. He needed 1/5 tier guardian. Chapter 57. Reviving Jinyi. Jin Linger faints again otherwise. If the ghost soldiers of the ghost territory were all exterminated, even if he and the captain survived outside, the ghost territory would still change ownership. At that moment, Cao Fei suddenly wished for a function within the territory that allowed teleportation. In times of peril, he could return swiftly for support. He hoped that future upgrades would provide such a feature. With 20 million ghost coins at his disposal, Cao Fei gritted his teeth and spent 10 million ghost coins to revive Jinyi. Instantly, the terrifying, hunchbacked old man with a white beard appeared before him. The previously menacing Jinyi, upon seeing Lord Cao Fei, shed his earlier ferocity, instead displaying profound respect and loyalty as he bowed. "Greetings, my lord." Cao Fei nodded, promptly designating Jinyi as captain and appointing Jin Fu as vice captain. Concurrently, Cao Fei communicated with Jinyi, instructing him to frighten Jin Linger alongside Jin Fu when she emerged. Jinyi nodded in agreement. Soon, Jin Linger had washed up, casually tossing her soiled clothes into the trash bin, and retrieved a new outfit from her spatial ring. She donned a black-lettered t-shirt that revealed her cute belly button, paired with white-fitted leisure pants, and finished off with white socks and combat boots. Looking prim and proper, she stepped out. However, as soon as she emerged, the ghostly faces of Jin Fu and Jinyi loomed before her unexpectedly. They intentionally wore fierce expressions, as if to devour her. Instantly, Jin Linger trembled, losing control once more. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Cao Fei's mischievous intentions had succeeded, and he burst into hearty laughter. Earlier, Jin Linger had confidently declared that she would not be frightened again, even refusing the diapers he offered her. This turn of events was a resounding slap to her face. How amusing! He found himself quite the peculiar individual, relishing in teasing Jin Linger, laughter bubbling forth. Then, Cao Fei suddenly recalled that Jin Shao and others were still waiting for him in the RV outside. They must be quite anxious by now. He attempted to mentally contact the eerie RV. To his surprise, he was able to reach it despite the distance. Zhenfu, can that large RV at the entrance enter the hotel? Zhenfu glanced through the glass and nodded. It can access the underground parking lot. Our hotel's underground parking is intentionally designed to accommodate RVs. Moreover, the parking lot directly connects to the hotel. They can simply take the elevator up. Zhenfei nodded, mentally directing the eerie RV. He also instructed it to announce to Zhen Xiao and the others not to worry, as he had conquered the ghost territory and was the one who had commanded the RV to move. Simultaneously, Zhenfei sent Zhenfu to the underground parking lot to retrieve Zhen Xiao and the others. Zhenfu nodded and vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhenfei marveled at the speed of this fifth-tier vice-captain. He then eagerly turned to examine another reward, the human resurrection chamber. This was a strange statue resembling a small house, made of a material that seemed neither wood nor metal. Item: human resurrection chamber effect. Set a respawn point in a safe location. Consuming ghost coins to predefine human players who can be revived. Once set, they can automatically respawn here upon unnatural death. How to operate: find a safe, open area, place the item on the ground. Touch it with your hand, and silently recite 3 times to activate. Once activated, you can set up resurrection options in the corresponding module on your game interface. Tip: if this item is destroyed, resurrection will not be possible. Zhenfei reflected, speak of the devil, and he appears. Just moments ago, he had worried about dying easily. Now, with this resurrection item, he at least had better life assurance. He ascended to the top floor, activating the resurrection chamber in the largest room. Instantly, the statue began to enlarge, occupying a space approximately 5 meters in length and width and 3 meters in height. Zhenfei then navigated to the resurrection chamber module on the game interface, intending to set himself and Zhen Xiao up. Earlier, Zhen Xiao had mentioned that their family had previously spent a fortune on similar items, but they had been destroyed by the cult. Thus, he currently lacked a resurrection point. However, upon viewing the costs, Zhenfei was taken aback. Both he and Zhen Xiao required 5 million ghost coins to complete the setup. This cost for life was exorbitant. With no other option, Zhenfei reluctantly spent the remaining 10 million. He was now completely out of funds. Once again finding himself destitute, Cao Fei burst into tears. Money, that wretched creature, vanished with a truly infuriating swiftness. He then sent a message to Zhen Xiao, informing him of the resurrection situation. Zhen Xiao was profoundly touched, aware that his master had undoubtedly spent a considerable sum. He did not hesitate for a moment and promptly transferred nearly all of his savings, 30 million ghost coins, to his master. Instantly, Cao Fei found himself financially rejuvenated. He too felt a swell of emotion. Regardless of anything else, Zhen Xiao exhibited genuine filial piety towards him, displaying remarkable generosity. Ultimately, he acquired a 5th-tier equipment fusion card. Item: 5th-tier weapon fusion card. Effect: enables the fusion of up to 3 weapons, upgrading them to 5th-tier status, with no tier requirements for the upgraded weapon instructions. Click the card to reveal 3 weapon slots, 1 primary and 2 supplementary. After dragging the weapons into place, click to commence fusion. Note: the core style of the primary weapon will be retained, though it may transform into a different type of weapon. Cao Fei pondered for a moment. He possessed 3 weapons: the 0-tier blood axe gifted by Old Wang, the 3rd-tier zombie banner obtained from Old Shark Ghost, and the 3rd-tier dagger acquired from Han Hei Lu. Indeed, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by their presence. It would be more prudent to merge them into a single entity. The key advantage lay in the potential elevation to 5th-tier status, promising a substantial enhancement in attributes and effects. Thus, Cao Fei initiated the fusion process, opting to center it around the zombie banner, as it was his favorite among the 3, commanding a legion of obedient zombies. After dragging the 3 weapons into the slots, Cao Fei clicked to fuse. Instantly, the blood axe and dagger transformed into radiant streams of light, merging into the central zombie banner. Simultaneously, the banner enveloped in light began to undergo a transformation. 1 minute later, the fusion was complete. The banner had morphed into a peculiar, elegantly curved light purple long sword. A fusion of cyberpunk and bizarre aesthetics, it was undeniably striking and possessed a remarkable texture.